my son a wife before he come home, so if there's anybody available, I can help you download the JPay on your phone. Yeah, he don't ask for much. Just send him $20 a week, he good. You ain't got to worry about him cheating. He sit in his cell. You know, he ain't messing with nobody but you, boo. And I'm out here making sure. But he got me doing crazy stuff. He got me on Facebook downloading pictures, talking about send him some pretty girls. I'm like, I'm not a lesbian. You know, and then I have to think about it. Oh, she is cute. So it's rough. It's rough being out here by myself. I miss my son, especially when it snowed. I miss my son because he used to shovel me out and stuff. Now I was dating this guy and I needed him to shovel me out. He was acting funny. I said, well, you know what? I was crying. I was like, wow, you ain't got to come shovel me out. Then as I'm crying, I'm looking in the mirror and I happen to turn around. And ladies, I had no idea that my ass was so big. I looked in the mirror and I'm like, what? What? I looked at the phone like, I'm crying over this? I could go outside and twerk one ass cheek and have 12 shovels. My name is Monique Latisse out of Patterson, New Jersey. Y'all have an amazing night. Give it up for the Lapaholics.
Yeah, come on, y'all give it up for Monique Latisse. Y'all had a good time tonight. Give it up for all the comedians that blessed the stage tonight. We appreciate them. Thanks for tuning in to another episode of Lapaholics Live. Thank you, guys. We're out.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Y'all know what it is. It's your boy Ray DeJean, host and producer of Lapaholics Live TV show. Guess what? It's season 7. And like I told you before, it is a season of the superhost / headliner. And what better than to end a season with one of the funniest dudes coming out of New York City, Smokey Suarez is in the building, taking it over. Brooklyn, New York City, make some goddamn noise in the building! That's my DJ Barry Blends over there. Clap it up for DJ Barry Blends. Hey Barry, I need some Biggie or something, because we in Brooklyn right now. Did y'all see Christopher Wallace Way? Did y'all go to St. James over there on Fulton Street? Did you see it yet? You got to check that out because Biggie made history in Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn person. Anybody else from Brooklyn in here? Is there anybody not from Brooklyn? Make some noise. All right, Brooklyn, keep an eye on them because we will rob them at the end of the night. That's what the fuck we do. Sit your old ass down. All right, go ahead, man. Bro got an ankle bracelet on his neck. What's wrong with you, man? I'm saying you wanted to be somebody. Go ahead, have a seat. All right, have a seat. You're going to take a shit and try to come in the middle of the show. You want to say something? It's Biggie time. Drop that. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Come on. How many of y'all know it? Where my Biggie fans at? Where my Biggie fans at? Come on, Biggie fans in the building. Biggie fans.
That's dead right. If the head right, Biggie there. Papa been smooth since days of under. Never lose.
That's what I'm talking about. Hold that up, Barry. You got something else? You know what I like with Biggie? This what gets me motivated in the morning. This used to get me motivated to rob people because, yeah, I did do that. This is what motivated me to sell drugs. This shit right here just got me wild. Yeah, I sold drugs. This is my shit right here. This is my shit. I need the ladies to shut the fuck up. I need my brothers right now. Who the fuck is this? Paging me at 5:46 in the morning. Crack of dawning, now I'm yawning. Wipe the cold out my eye. See who's this paging me and why? It's my brother Pop from the barbershop.
He was in the gambling spot.
Got the intricate plot. Hold it up. That's what I'm talking about, right?
Everything that I want to do, I kill. Everything, if you want to.
Y'all give it up for SW without the V. Come on, come on. Woo! So they just killed another terrorist. Did y'all see that in the news? They killed another terrorist. He's supposed to be the next one, closest to Osama bin Laden. I don't know about y'all, but I don't give a fuck about none of these terrorists. I don't care about none of them. It doesn't faze me. It would have fazed me, but I've already met a terrorist. I met her when I was 4 years old. Her name was Edma Vasquez, also known as my mother. That was a terrorist in my goddamn life. How many of y'all had disciplinary mothers? Clap it up if you had. I don't know about you, but my mother, the principal, and a police officer fucked me up at the same goddamn time. How many of y'all had the type of mother that would come to school and fuck you up in front of the class? Come on. Yeah, that was my mother, Edma Vasquez. Terrorist. I wish she was around when Osama was around. She would have found that motherfucker in 5 minutes, right? A crackhead would have found Osama. So I'm not worried about none of these terrorists because my mom was a terrorist. It was 8 children, single parent home. We was on welfare and she worked. She was a criminal. That's what she was. That's a federal crime. Y'all know that, right? You ain't supposed to work and you on welfare. She was a goddamn terrorist. We had no Facebook, we had no Instagram, we had no texting. We barely can make phone calls because in my house, there was a lock on the goddamn phone. Anybody had that? Yeah. There was a lock on the phone. Couldn't use that shit. My mother used to send us messages by way of brown paper bag with a magnet on the refrigerator. Anybody ever get that shit? To all of you ungrateful children, this house better be spotless when I get home or I'm fucking everybody up. And this bipolar motherfucker said at the end of that shit, love mom. Who is this terrorist? The last person to leave this house better turn out all the fucking lights. Fuck you think. Money grows on trees. Remember that shit? That was my mother. Remember this shit? Tell your brother, Booby, me, to have the belts ready for me at 9:30. I'm fucking him up. I got the message at 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you know how it feels to anticipate an ass whipping? I'd rather get fucked up on the spot than to have to wait for it. You be walking around all day like this shit. Man, you already feel the hits and shit. It was amazing. Remember I told you we was on welfare? We used to have to go what's called a face-to-face every 3 months. We're my black people that understand the struggle. Face-to-face. If you fuck up the interview on the face-to-face, you lose your welfare. So she used to tell us to memorize shit. Listen to all you pendejos sucios. Listen. Cuando we go to the social worker, remember this? Número uno, tell the social worker, I don't have a job. I know working. Tell the social worker, I no hit you, okay, pendejo, I no hit you. Today I no hit you, mañana I'll fuck you up, but today. The last one, tell the social worker, your father no living here. I'm like, pero mami, pero he live here. No, maricón sucio, he no living here today. Porque he living here today, nobody living here tomorrow. That's my fucking mother, boy. I'm telling you, my mother was a pimp. Yo, cause she used to cry broke, but every Easter Sunday we had brand new shit. I'm like, where this bitch getting this money from? This dude used to come to my house all the time on Sunday. His name was Uncle Tomas. This motherfucker. Never seen him at a family reunion, but that's my uncle. Ese is your tío, tu tío. Motherfucker used to come over on Sunday. She go, all right, listen, pendejos. Yo y tu Uncle Tomas, we have to pique business in my bedroom. I'm like, okay, nobody open the door, pendejos. So we was curious. I used to go right to the door and shit. Like, oh, I gotta see what the fuck going on. You hear my mother, oh my God, what you doing to me? Ave Maria. I'm like, mommy's a hoe. But we got some brand new shit on Sunday. That's right, I went to Coney Island with my brand new Adidas with 19 stripes on that bitch. That's right, they were called rejects. That's what the fuck they were. Y'all remember that shit, rejects. They make your feet feel. Rejects, look at the broke black people. They cost a, oh, fuck it. Y'all was boozy 10 minutes ago. If you wasn't in the struggle, you wouldn't know that shit. This is the season of the super host. I got my dude coming to the stage. The funniest dude coming out of Harlem, USA. You're gonna love him to death. He is rated one of the #1 comedians coming out of New York. He travels all around the country with Mike Epps. He's got some movies coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a tremendous round of applause. Give it up, all the way from Harlem, Smokey Suarez.
Yeah. Give it up for Raymond. Give it up for Raymond Deshawn. Oh, what you gonna do? I wanna be ballers, shot callers, ballers. You be dipping in the bands with the spoilers. I want the blood clot. You wanna rubber with the beat, huh? You seen Little Kim? She is a totally different person. She look like Wendy Williams. I did a show with Lil Kim. I was like, hey, how you doing, Wendy? She got the fake butt. I was looking backstage, it looked like it looked like a blow pop from the back. Cause you know when they get the fake butt, they don't get their legs done. They just be having the big ass with the regular lollipop legs. Ladies, y'all better stop getting your body done like that, goddammit. You gonna be 80 years old with a perfect ass. Your body gonna be mad wrinkled, but your ass. I'm like, God damn, Miss Cheryl. About to smash Miss Cheryl. She mad old, but look at her ass. Her ass is perfect. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Give it up, Brooklyn in the house. Is the Bronx in the house? One person. Is Harlem in the house? 4 people. Who else? Who else? Queens? Yeah, I hate y'all. Y'all think y'all bougie. Queens people think they better because they got grass in the lawn. Yeah, I got a porch. The hell out of here. You still got a dollar van though, goddammit. Queens. Where else? Anybody from out of town? We got any visitors? Long Island? Give it up for Long Island. Clap for Long Island. You the only person here, baby. I'm sorry. Man. Long Island, we got any Staten Island? One Staten Island got that ferry back, huh? You from the island? What, Rikers Island? Give it up for Coney Island in the building. We're gonna get you some teeth too, nigga. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, no, no. We got a great show for y'all tonight. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. Give it up for yourselves coming out. Give it up for Ray DeJean. This is Laughaholics, y'all. This is our, 7th season? We at 7 right now. Give it up for the 7th season of Laughaholics, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. Glad to have y'all out. Give it up for everybody who came out here tonight. Brooklyn, Harlem, Queens, New York. Everybody from New York, make some noise. Give it up. I see we got a mixed crowd today. We got cougars. We got some young chicks. Give it up. Clap. Everybody together tonight. We family. Cougars and young chicks are in the same clubs now. And cougars, y'all taking over. Y'all be in the club, right? Cougars are taking over. They in the club more than the young chicks. Back in the days, cougars used to cook. The grandmothers used to cook, clean, wash your clothes. These new grandmothers, y'all in the club. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Y'all got that dance like this. Wow, wow, wow. Titties hitting y'all in the back. These bitches keep bumping into me, they hate it. No, Miss Cheryl, you bumping into yourself. No, Miss Cheryl. Early one sun. Cougars ain't no joke, boy. It's a war going on. Cougars versus the young chicks. Young chicks watch your back. They taking your boyfriends. Right? Cougars ain't playing. You know, I had sex with my first cougar. I ain't gonna lie, that was amazing. Huh? But I'm gonna keep it real. Some of y'all don't get as moist as you used to. Coochie sound like a sneaker, like. She busted nut powder came out. I ain't know what to do. I did the LeBron. I was like. She was like, you gotta add water to that dye. That's powdered dye. It's gluten free. This aged cheddar. And don't fall asleep around cougars. You know they get up like 4:30 in the morning, like, right? You be knocked out, they be standing over your ass, they get up like, early one Sunday morning. Clit hanging out the side looking like a chicken gizzard. Talk about, you wanna eat some of this? That shit running like a click-clack, that shit. You wanna eat some of this? You don't get that boxing glove out my motherfucking face. ever look at a cougar coochie, that shit look distinguished. Shit look like Morgan Freeman. You go down and be like, used to call me Crazy Joe. Now you can call me Batman. All right, Mrs. Griselda. Griselda. Early one time. I see the old dudes in here too. I see the players in here. Give it up for y'all. Yeah. My man right there, the blue jacket with you. Look at him. Ah! The old dudes, like the young chicks are messing with all the old dudes now. You notice that? Old dudes be in the club, them niggas, they be walking through, they be having their Bluetooths in their ear. Their shoulders always be like this. Got a football jersey with a belt on. He don't even know how to use a Bluetooth. We like, hello. Hello. The hell is wrong with that goddamn thing? Hello? Hello? Old dudes don't play. And young chicks, they having sex with the old dudes. Don't think they ain't fucking. Old dudes, yeah. And don't fuck old dudes. Old dudes will murder you when they fuck you. Bitch, don't make me kill you. They always kill you when they fuck you. Bitch, I'll kill you. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. They don't even back all the way up. They be fucking with their ribs. Bitch, I said I'll kill you. Bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I said, bitch, don't make me. I say, bitch, don't make me. Bitch, don't make me kill you. Then his balls hit the floor. Get it for my boy Ray DeJohn one more time. We're gonna start the show with a bang, y'all. I'm your host, Smokey Suarez. We coming to starting the show with a bang. Coming to the stage first is my homegirl, all the way from Buffalo, New York. I want y'all to get it for my girl Rima Reem, y'all.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Rima Reem. I am here for the Laughaholics comedy show. Oh my God, it's gonna be so funny. Listen, I'm excited. Laughaholics comedy show. Rima Reem, it's your girl.
Sex OD, you got it, girl, you got it.
I don't know if I got the stage. They ain't telling me this. I'm up here trying to be cute and shit. I be trying to be cute, distract y'all and shit. Like, if bitch was cute, I don't know what the fuck she was talking about, though. Get home like, that bitch was all right. I'm gonna see what, I'm gonna inbox her, see where she got her shirt. Yeah, what's up, Brooklyn? I should have came out here to Lil' Kim. Got to flying a plane on y'all motherfuckers. You know how she do. Listen, it's about to be the holidays. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the holidays? Shit, my little broke ass daughter already asking me what I want. I said my fucking W-2s. That's what the fuck I want. I don't give what the fuck is you gonna buy me. You need a job. She 11 on Monday, but fuck it. These kids, though, we gotta stop lying to our kids. Y'all be telling y'all kids those stories and shit like that's really your uncle and that's the nigga you fucking? Y'all know little lies like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'm in Target the other day with my daughter, right? You know, she talking about, and I told y'all she almost 11. She asked me about motherfucking Elf on the Shelf. Y'all know what that is? The Elf on the Shelf shit? You better be hoping you don't need a tampon on the shelf in a couple motherfucking months. You know what I'm saying? So she asking me about an Elf on the Shelf. So I'm like, listen, honey, an Elf on the Shelf. So it's some new shit, right? Where Santa sent an elf, and it's some work for the mother to do to put them motherfuckers around the house doing naughty shit. That means Santa coming, Santa watching you. You see what I'm saying? Fuck that shit. Right. Like, I don't know what the fuck. What, bitch? Listen, it ain't shit that y'all need to worry about, okay? Because I ain't worried about this shit no more, okay? So, but we in Target or whatever the other day, homegirl following behind me hard. I'm like, sis, what? She begging for shit. You know kids begging for shit everywhere you go. So I'm like, baby, I ain't got it. She said, well, can't you get it out of my bank account? I said, your bank account? She said, yeah, you know, with all the money in it from all my birthday cards you put in your purse. I said, bitch, girl. I said, sweetheart. She said, Mommy, yeah, I should have $4,321.60. I think I got 2 Target gift cards, a Walmart gift card, oh, and one for Build-A-Bear. I said, listen, honey, Santa Claus ain't real and neither is that motherfucking bank account. Okay? You can go on ahead somewhere with that shit. Like, what the fuck they think we do with that shit? It go in my purse and back on them goddamn bills. Motherfucking bills got me stressed out. Bad. You be cursing the bill collectors out? Yo, I know them motherfuckers be like, oh my God, this bitch is up next. All right. Prepare yourself, because I'm cursing you the fuck out. Hello? Yeah, hey, Miss Sutton. I'm wondering if you can make a payment of some sort. Did I make one yesterday, bitch? Ma'am, there's no need for language. There's no need for you to keep motherfucking calling me. I don't got it. You know a good time to call? In February, bitch, when I get my income tax. And you better catch me quick, because that motherfucker gonna be gone. I got my list already, okay? Shit. Ain't nobody playing with no. This shit is hotter than the motherfucking up here. Bitch, I sweat's bad, okay? Y'all gonna be like, ooh, that bitch was sweaty. Listen, but I have been really stressed lately, aside from money and everything. Recently went through a divorce. I know. Divorce is hard. It's very hard. You know what I mean? You know, the nigga ain't know we was married. But that don't make that shit less hard. Are you nuts? You know what I'm saying? I gotta unmemorize the nigga fucking passwords and shit. You know what I mean? Come get them little cameras I put in this house out. Shit, you know what I mean? That shit is difficult. Y'all don't be falling in love after a couple weeks, ladies? Oh, that's just me. Okay, honey. She said, right here. Right here. Listen, a couple dates. You smell good. I done sent you a couple nudes. We go together, bro. You are. Where we going? Where we going Saturday? You'd be like, sis, not with me. I'd be like, you better stop. And don't let the dick be good. Oh, I'm planning the wedding out. Let's just say, who would be your best man? Like, what's your last name again? I'd be like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, Tyrone. It's hard being single. It's really hard nowadays, you know. I like all the ones that don't want my ass. All this, thousands of them in my DM. Good morning. I just be like, please get out my DM, sir. It's not a chance. You talking to yourself, you know that, right? Because I'm not going to go for it. I can't take it no more. I don't know, maybe it's just my age. You know, anybody 20s? We got any? Smokey talking about cougars and shit. The nerve of him. Like his nuts ain't down here somewhere. Come on now, we know how that age go for men too, right, ladies? They always coming for us. Excuse me? You know what I'm saying? But it is different. It's different when we get up in age. Okay, a lot of things change. Our bladders. Our bladders lights. Listen, you ain't never. I guess I ain't never been in the store and it just come down. You know what I mean when it come down. Do do do. Oh shit. What about? Okay, I can make it. I got it. You be praying that you don't have an accident in the middle of Walmart, right? Woo! And my digestive system, that ain't no better. Listen, okay? It's just horrible. I don't poop the same. I used to poop in front of I'd have pooped in front of all y'all. Been right up here talking my boyfriend. Nigga, my poop don't stink. Are you crazy? Listen, now, yeah, 30, 40 and up, it's different, ain't it? Oh, shit. Listen, woo, it's different, ain't it? It don't even, you be in the bathroom embarrassed and mad, ain't nobody in there but you. And you like, what did I eat today, Lord? I know I gotta get in the shower. I done canceled dick appointments. Nah, I ain't doing it. My stomach get hot? Oh no, I'm going home. You know that hot feeling? You know that, you be like, now my stomach got a fever. Yeah, okay, I'm going home. I'm not gonna, honey, yeah, listen, we'll do this wedding plans later. I gotta go, okay? He ain't gonna be group texting, talking about, yo, this bitch shitted in my house. She was talking about best men and shit. She in there, I don't know, man. So I gotta be careful with that. And he talking about cougars and our vaginas. Ain't nothing wrong with, sometimes I do wish I had a new one though. It don't work the same. It don't work the same. My lady's 30s and up. No, y'all, wait, 40s and up? Where we at? 25? I know that y'all ain't 25. I can see y'all out here. I know we ain't talking 25 now. Well, whatever the case, I know I wish I had a new vagina because it's very sensitive. You know, guys come over. They want to tickle and play. Excuse me. Could you go wash your hands, please? First, please just wash your hands. Wait, come on now, please. Don't even try to come licking and all of that, because you know what? You can also go and brush your teeth while you're at it. You know what I mean? I have gingivitis at a pussy because you just had footprints. Nigga, no. That's not what we doing here. I'm not for that. Okay? It's just ridiculous. Yeah, but I'm just tired of being stressed out and single. This single life ain't right, y'all. Anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about? Look, she's like, yeah, just keep going, I'm cracking up. Yeah, you be pooting at home? Or nah? Yeah, right, you got mad. Listen, no fingernails, right? Wash your hands. Dirty, rice and peas, and you trying to... Nigga, you are splashing rice and curry. Are you kidding me? Let me be great, dude. That is ridiculous. But yeah, you know, having single, it is hot up here. Oh, child. I'm dripping swag goo. Listen, but it's hard having a kid. My daughter is 11, and homework stresses me out. Y'all be helping y'all kids with y'all homework? I bet y'all don't. Sitting there looking stupid just like me. And then and it ain't like Johnny had 3 apples, and then, divided by, nah, that's on some new shit. A squared plus B divided by 3 times 2 equals your mother's stupid as hell. Carry the Y, what's your answer? I'll be like, listen, if you say one more thing to me, I'll be mad as hell, throwing shit across the room, telling her daddy ain't shit. I don't want to do this shit no more. But I ain't gonna lose my cool, so I go and I start, looking shit up. Let me find this answer. These teachers, they about to have me looking dumb. So I go look, find the answer, I come back. Listen, here we go, right here. This is your answer. That is not how my teacher did it. You know what? Get the fuck out of my house. You can get out of my house with that shit. I'm sick of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Get out of my house with this shit trying to make me look dumb. You're dumb. That's why you ain't got no job yet. That's why I'm broke. Shit. I'm trying to figure out what to sell besides pussy. Shit, I'm saying, I'm being honest. It's getting hard out here for a pen. I'm like, damn, I'm trying to rent my clothes out and all of that. Like, I'm just like, what can I do? All of it's from Fashion Nova. Whole outfit. They don't let you return shit if y'all ain't know. Don't try to come buying that shit, because they gonna be like, yeah, right, you get a credit. And then I done been use all my little discounts and shit. I'd be like, is there another 40? Hey, Nova, babe. I'd be like, bitch, if you email me one more time, how much is it? I'm gonna buy me some Fashion Nova. I don't care. Listen, I want y'all to follow me on social media so I can come back to Brooklyn. Because y'all got some Brooklyn dudes out here for me. Y'all got to bring some. Because they don't look, no? Ain't no single joints out here. I like hood. They is like, it's over. I like little hood joints too. And they love me. The hood joints, no? It's okay. I don't need no more hood joints either anyway, because I'm telling. We get pulled over? Yeah, okay. Him right there. Then I'm going to go mess with your friend who got the 9 to 5 who I should have messed with in the first place. Yo, my name is Rima Reem. Y'all been great.
Yeah.
Let me see your shoulders work.
Let me see your shoulders work. I mean, I don't know what y'all came here to do, but
I don't know if they came here to go in the life. What the fuck you smoking for? What the fuck though? I let one go. 5, 4, 3, 2. I let one go.
Get the fuck
Y'all out of here?
bro. Aiming at your head.
Ow, Harlem leaving.
You're a roughneck.
Cut it off. Give it up for my girl one more time all the way from Buffalo, New York. Reem, give it up for Reem one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to keep this show straight rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I'm going to bring on my homeboy. He's on the rise right now. If y'all watch VH1's #1 show, Black Ink, ladies and gentlemen, you seen this brother on here each and every week. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Walt the Wizard. Y'all give it up for Walt.
Get up in that thought box. She goes with the pop rocks. Tams in the drop top. Yeah, rags coming in non-stop. Tams in the drop top. Trying to get up.
Yes. Shout out to this do-it-yourself stage they got right here. I love it. Fuck it, we gonna cut the booth out, take the spades table, put it on top. Don't worry about it. We straight. Yeah, we here tonight. Appreciate y'all. Everybody looking good. Ladies looking good. All the fellas, this is a nice grown crowd. Ain't nobody in here with their do-rag on, looking like somebody's stud auntie at the cookout and shit. I love it. It's a good night. Yeah. You can't be walking around with the do-rag on. It's grown folks. Shout out to my OGs, 45 and over club. I love y'all. I'm not there yet, but I'm almost there. Those are them OGs. Those are them dudes, walk around with the whole phone clip on the side and all that stuff. Big ass VCR right here, chilling. Whole goose down in the winter coat, tucked in the clip. Hold on, baby, hold on. Yeah, what's going on? They always know to check in too, right? OGs, hold on, let me call my lady. Yeah, baby, what's going on? I'm on my way home now. You need anything from the store? Yeah, all right. I love it. I'm from the Bronx. I know we in Brooklyn, but I'm from the Bronx. Born and raised, BX. We automatically think we, fake bilingual. All the stores we go in, the Spanish restaurant, Papi, arroz con pollo, whatever, even go to the grocery store, jame un cheese, poquito mayo, gracias. Go up in the Jamaican restaurant, mayut, wagwan, what you deal with? Let me get a small oxtail. You know, have it? Let me get a small stewed chicken. You know, have it? Let me get a beef patty, man. Let me get a beef patty. Fuck it. Let me get a beef patty. But one thing, seriously though. But one thing I realized is that when we go in a Chinese restaurant, we don't try to speak like them at all. We straight ordering that shit hood as fuck. Yo, let me get 4 chicken wings, fried hard, fam. Extra duck sauce. Let me get plain fried rice. Don't put no vegetables in my shit, fam. Straight like that. I'm from that era in the Bronx, all the chicks, all the Spanish chicks come to school, the cafeteria, they gotta kiss everybody down the joint, and like, mwah, 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 mwah. Kiss everybody. By the time she finished, she gotta go to class. Can't even chill in the cafeteria. I love it. All the old school Jamaican dudes on my block, they used to have the gold or the silver Maximas. It had Maxima going on the side and shit. Love it. They used to DJ the parties. Always say the same shit too. All the old Jamaican niggas always said the same shit. This is an original. Fuck around and be the same damn beat. Doons, doon doon doon, doons, doons, doon doon doon, doons. Same shit. I love it. Anybody in relationships, dating? Clap it up. I know there's some couples in here, y'all. It's okay. I don't know if I'm loving them today. They been getting on your nerves earlier. Motherfuckers, I don't know. She been acting up lately. I don't know. Let's see how it is when I get home. Come holler at me next week when I get home. It's hard nowadays. It's 2019. We going to 2020. Everybody's in their own fake groove. This whole summer went by. It was the hot girl summer in City Boy. Look. Yeah, no. It's getting cold now. Shit is different. Fellas, I'm here to help y'all out. There's a lot of women in here. They outnumber us tonight. That's how they do all the time. But I'm here to help y'all out. Figured out some things about these women. One thing in particular. These women are not meant to be understood. Only loved. That's it. Just love them, and I guarantee you, fam, you listen to me right? You on your phone, so you're not listening. You gonna fuck around. Look, she's like, who's on the phone? She got that eye on him right now, nigga. We had a comedy show. Who you texting? Not meant to be understood, fam. Only love. You love them, and you'll be all right. I'm telling you. Don't try to figure them out. Fellas, trust you me. There's some women in here right now that will fuck you good just so you could go to sleep and they could go through your phone peacefully. They don't want to go through the back and forth, tug of war, let me see your phone shit. What do you want to see my phone for? No. Just gonna give them some good pussy, put them to sleep. That's just the way they show their love, fellas. I don't know why. It doesn't. I don't understand it. That's just the way they show their love. You know what I mean? Some women, if they not doing that, you might need to ask them to see their phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. Your lady come home from work and you ask her, hey babe, how was your day? Oh, it's just all right. Just all right, bitch? Let me see your phone. What you got going on in your life? Just all right. What women don't want to talk about their day? Just all right? Let me see what you got going on. Just how it is. Ladies, I'm here to help y'all out too. Because I know y'all probably be thinking like, y'all can't come talk to us whenever y'all got something going on in your life. Y'all got to go run to your work husband and shit like that. No. That's not the case, ladies. It's not the case. And there's a variety of women here tonight. You know what I mean? So I'm here to let all y'all know it's not the case. It's about y'all motherfucking timing. Your timing is off, okay? It is 3:30 in the morning. 9 times out of 10, you done stole my soul, and now you want to talk about life shit. Like, what is with you women after y'all finish fucking? Like, all y'all thoughts are at is clearance and shit like that? Like, that's just the perfect time, right? Busting that, and now she's like, ooh. Motherfucker be coming from the bathroom like, ooh, shit. Ah, yeah, babe, woo. She waiting for you at the bed like, come. Come sit down. Fellas, I'm gonna let y'all know where y'all know that y'all can't go to sleep. She hit you with the, yeah, so. You got about another 30, 45 minutes to stay up, fam. I'm letting you know that right now. Yeah, so comes with a lot. Yeah, so I'm thinking about going back to school. No. It's not fair. No. Because now I'm serious. It's not fair because now I got to stay there. But like, oh, word, babe, you want to go back to school? Word, I'm proud of you, girl. You want to... You got an argument you ain't even want to be in. Never mind. You know what? You ain't never got to worry about nobody keeping you up ever again. You obviously had a long day, boo-boo. Go back to sleep. It's all right. I'm fine. I don't even want to talk about it no more. I'm done. Go back to sleep. Night, baby. Yo, babe, come on. Would you just say what you was going to say? I was listening to you, yo. You was talking about going back to school. So if you was listening to me, what I said after that. This is the shit I'm talking about. All this time, you could have been telling me what you wanted to say, yo. It's the bullshit. Because you can't do that to them. You can't try to keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep. That's some bullshit. Women don't even want to cuddle when they ready to go to sleep. That is a fucking myth, all right? The sheets, the blankets, them 20 pillows she got on the goddamn bed, all of that comes off when she's ready to go to sleep. Can't keep no woman up when she's ready to go to sleep, fam. No. Don't even waste your time. What? What do you want? What? She's not your friend at that moment, fam. She's not your friend. I'm gonna let you know when she's ready to go to sleep. This is how y'all know when your lady's ready to go to sleep, fellas. When she plugs her phone up on the charger. She plugs the phone up on the charger, she's done for the night. I'm letting y'all know that right now. That is the key. Look, they see it? Yep. That's the key sign. She's done going through all her emails and shit. She done updated her checkout box in Fashion Nova. Went through all her social media or your social media. She's ready to go to sleep. Don't bother her. Again, like I said, fam, they not meant to be understood. Only love. Another thing, fellas, if you have any ideas, any dreams, any goals, and you're not really serious about them, keep that shit to your motherfucking self, okay? Don't waste these women time with that half-ass dream and goals and aspiration shit. Don't do it. If you're not serious, keep it to yourself. You cannot come to your woman with some shit like, yo, babe, I seen this training program I'm thinking about signing up for. Because if you ain't serious and you tell us some shit like that, fam, it's going to be a serious problem. You hear it, it's going to be a problem. Because within an hour, that's all it takes. Within an hour, she got all the information you need for that fucking job. Direct references, she done updated your resume, she done gave you the email to send it off to. The next day, she followed up with you. Babe, did you send that email off that I gave you? Now she mad at you because you ain't on your dream the way she on your dream. Like, no, I'm going to need you to start taking it serious. I can't keep carrying us. If you're not serious about something, fellas, just tell your boys. That's all you gotta do. The same story, I'm gonna tell you the exact same shit. Yeah, yo, I seen this training program I was thinking about signing up for. You know what we gonna say? Word. That's what's up. That's it. That's all you wanna get. You're not serious, you don't gotta worry about shit, your boy. Word. That's what's up, fam. Good luck with that. That's it. That is all you're gonna get. I'm telling you, you're not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. Just love them and you'll be fine. All the single and independent women in the house, and independent women, shout out. Don't need no nigga for shit. You still on your hot girl summer flow? Yeah? Yeah? Fellas, these women are a piece of shit. They full of shit. I'm letting you know that right now. Independent women, y'all love to be like, I don't need a man for nothing. I don't need a man for shit. I don't ha ha ha. Get what they ask. That's all they do is need some shit. Oh, I need my hair done. I need my nails done. Oh, I need something to eat. Oh, I need these bills paid. Oh, I need to come. Oh, I need for you to understand. Some bullshit. Not meant to be understood, fellas. Only love. And with that, I'm out of here, y'all. I'm your boy, Ward. I appreciate my guy, Ray DeJean, let me on. Shout out to my guy, Smokey. Yeah, we out of here.
Give it up for Ward one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This when music was music, right? Never do. Never do try. Yeah. Yeah. What? That's what men used to sound like women. What? That was that good music, boy, right? Right? Young people don't know nothing about that. That's when music had two sounds when they used to have the deep voice dude and the little voice dude. Like, we are all the people that make you want to scream. B is for the anytime. B is for the people. P is for the every time it's anyone be. P is for the people that make you want to ride. P is for the every time. Make that pussy pop. We are all the people. Give it up for my boy one more time, Walt. We are going to keep this show rolling. Coming to the stage, my boy, hailing from the Bronx, New York, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to get up for my boy, Baba Feeney, y'all. Get up for Baba Feeney.
What's up, everybody? It's comedian Baba Feeney here at Laughaholics. About to go on in a little while, do my thing for Laughaholics. Y'all stay tuned. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really quick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm politely disrespectful. I'm also hilariously rude. And when I wrote these jokes, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't know none of y'all. So if any of y'all is a little bit sensitive, feel like what I'm saying is a coincidence, do me a favor, people, and unbitch yourself. And we gonna have a good time. Can I get that, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you, thank you, thank you. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, when you and your brothers and sisters have different fathers, you know your mother might be a hoe, right? I love that joke because I'm an only child and shit. And I could tell who mother a hoe in here by who ain't laughing. You know I could see you, right? Unbitch yourself. She might have changed by now. Clap it up, ladies and gentlemen, if you love kids, have kids. Clap it up, you love kids, have kids. I got a bunch of kids and shit. I ain't got enough time to tell you about all of them and shit. What I will say is I got a problem with pulling out. Oh my God. Also got a fetish and shit for watching my cum grow. Hello? This shit is funny. Everybody in here is somebody's cum growing. That's a fact. What's really funny is some of y'all don't know whose fucking cum you are. Unbitch yourself. Let me ask y'all something. Did y'all know y'all was going to a comedy show today? Of course. Okay, because I hate when I see people put good clothes over fucked up bodies and try to stare at me like I ain't funny. You know I can see you, right? Unbitch yourself. I'm sorry, boo. I'm sorry. Shit's real. Shit's real. Clap it up if you got ugly friends. Hello? Hello? Everybody got an ugly fucking friend. But if you got an ugly friend, try to boost up their self-esteem and shit. Like, you know, tell them shit like, you know what? You don't even really look that bad, though. It's just that you just a little bit less fortunate faced it. That's it. You ever seen an ugly person get surprised and their surprise face look better than their regular ugly face? Hello? Ugly, yeah, ugly. That means you took ugly to another level. Yeah, ugly. You ever seen an ugly pregnant chick? Clap it up. Yeah, that means niggas is nasty. Excuse me, I wasn't supposed to say that. I mean people nasty. It's a lot of mental illness going on. When you got a good face and you think that other face was nice and you mix with it, something's wrong there. Clap if you understand what I just said. Thank you. Love my laugh. Love me. Hit me up. Follow me on Facebook, all that. I need it. Because y'all laughing at all these internet people and they ain't really funny when they get right here. But y'all don't know about that. Stupid. Cell phones pacifying us. How many of y'all know more than 5 cell phone numbers by heart? Only you. Only one genius. 2 genius. I only know 3. My mother. My baby mother. This other bitch for emergency purposes. I think the cell phones is trying to gay us up, fellas. Ladies look fine on their phones, but fellas, you ever be on your phone, don't notice playing whatever you play, and you be like this, don't notice, but other people see you? I fucking hate Candy Crush. That shit sounds so gay. I play it on silent and shit. You ever play that shit? Sound gay as hell and shit. Sweet. What the fuck? Divine. Get the... Tasty. I don't know about you fellas, but that made me want to get a flip phone, say fuck a swipe. Any weed smokers in the building? Hey, come see me, I got it. I'm just not playing. I'm an avid smoker. I just hate when motherfuckers come to my house with just a Dutch, no fucking weed. That shit get on my nerves and shit. So what I do is, before you get to my house, think you gonna get all high and free, cause I got it, is I eat my girl pussy real quick. Bitch yourself. And when you come with just that Dutch, guess what? I wanna roll. The only thing I hate is a motherfucker never got a nickel and a dime, but he always want to know what kind of weed it is, right? Like, yo, what's this? Loud? Yo, what's this? Piff? Yo, where you get this from? Down the block? I be like, nah, man, get that back. This is Taisha. You smoking pussy for free, how that feel? Any birthdays in the building? Happy birthday, happy birthday. Many more solar returns, many more solar returns. You know what I found out about women? They never want to tell us their age. Clap, fellas, if this is true. Women never want to tell us their age. Fellas, it's like 8 of y'all. Clap. We're outnumbered here. Act like you here. Women will never tell you, oh, a lady never tell you her age. We never tell. But I figured it out, fellas, and it's real easy. Every roll on their back is 12 years. Bitches always lying. I'm 26, and then I walk up, hold up. Boop, 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 boop. This bitch is 42. Boop, 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 boop. 62. Sometimes you be off, and if they got this shit in the front, add 25. I'm sorry, don't get sensitive. Bitch yourself and work out. I hate all my baby mothers because they blame they fucked up body on me. It take 9 months to have a baby, correct? And 9 more fucking months to work out after the baby to get your damn body back. So whose fault is it? Yours, bitch. Y'all don't want to hear that shit. There's a lot of fucked up bodies in here tonight. You know I can see you, right? Bitch yourself. Yeah, people hate the truth. People hate the truth. People hate the crazy. I'm gonna keep it real. If I see it, I'm gonna say it. Everybody ain't handsome and pretty. It's a goddamn fact. You know what else I hate? Fake ass butts. I hate them fake done butt, shot up butt bitches. Hello? Is it only me? I hate that, yo. I feel inadequate when I see it. Who want to see 2 basketballs in denim? Like, that's not sexy. That's not sexy to me. Now I gotta even it up, because, income tax time is coming and I'm feeling inadequate about that situation. So what I gotta do now, when I get my income tax money, I gotta go to DR, get my dick done. Hello? Yeah, I'm expecting like 9,200 and shit, but you never get what you want and they always snatching some shit. Plus my baby mother got a one-shot deal, so I'm probably gonna get only like 2,500 back. So now I can't go to DR and shit. Now, but my boy told me over in Mexico, by where they making that new wall at, I heard you could get an eggplant for 500 over there. I'm gonna get my shit done one way or the other. But then, they took my feds and they only gave my state and it was only like 388. But I'm determined. So what I'm gonna do is, y'all remember from the train, Dr. Zismore? I'm gonna go to Dr. Zismore, get me a skin graft from my feet to my shit. But women always complaining and shit. Like, well, nigga, what's going on? Why you itching? Why you scratching like that? I'm like, shut up, bitch. I got athlete's cop. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to know that if y'all laughing, y'all living. Stress kills. It takes 20 years off your life. And most of y'all look like y'all over fucking 40 anyway. Hey, yo, follow me on Instagram, Mr. Unbitch Yourself, all together. Barbara Feeney on Facebook. I see y'all, you see me. Let's do it together. Thank you, everybody.
My mom used to have a card game, and all her friends used to come to my house and put their coats in the back, and I used to have to take all the coats in the back, and I stole all the change out of everybody's coat. As soon as you come in, I'm looking for coats. Like, yeah, I got that. Don't even worry about that, sir. I know you got some change, Mr. Johnson. Give me that motherfucking coat. That's when your parents used to send you to the store for cigarettes and shit. Remember that? With a note, my mother said she need a pack of Philip Morris king size and 2 beds. And the man give you the shit, right? They used to give the kids cigarettes. Miller High Life. What was that shit? Night Train? Remember Night Train? Niggas don't remember that. Black people, we don't fuck with that. We want to give it up for yourselves for coming out, guys. I love y'all to death. Follow me on Instagram, Smokey Suarez, Facebook, Smokey Suarez, Pornhub, Smokey Suarez / Coming to the stage now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring our boy to the stage, the man of the hour. Bring it up for my boy, Ray Deshawn. Yes.
Come on, y'all got to do better than that. Give it up for Smokey Suarez from Harlem, USA. Funny as hell. Actor, comedian, writer, you know what it is. Thank you for coming out to season 7 of Lapaholics Live. We appreciate all of you. God bless and have a good night. Thank you.
The year was 1968. Malcolm X had been assassinated for 3 years and Martin Luther King Jr. just over a month, when a group of young Harlem activists came together to form the Last Poets. Combining sharp verses with Afro roots percussion, they quickly went from performing on street corners to releasing highly coveted albums nationwide. They would eventually be regarded as the musical expression of the revolutionary zeitgeist permeating politically charged communities across the world. Credited as the first group to transform poetry into rap, their influence can be traced to just about every hip-hop group performing today. And nearly 50 years after their inception, their critique and protest of systemic racism in America remains just as relevant. I am your host, Queen God Is, excited to announce that the Last Poets will be appearing at the Brooklyn Folk Festival later this month, and honored to have them in the studio tonight for a full hour of revolutionary rhythms and conversation. You do not want to miss this legendary episode of B-Side, so stay tuned.
I'm looking for love. I'm looking for life. I'm looking for love. I'm looking for life. Looking for love, looking for life, looking for a dream we want to rise. Looking for love, looking for life, looking for a dream we want to rise. Looking for
time
love,
in becomes time out.
looking for life.
Group anxieties become personal doubt. Expressing ourselves in dots and dashes, pure cocaine and false eyelashes. Living inside words that seem to lie. Living inside excuses that pass us by. Living inside loneliness becomes a high. Living gets mixed up with wanting to die. A daily question of going insane while tormenting one another, trying to ease the strain. Dreaming of tomorrows we'd like to know. Repressing our thoughts but wanting to grow. The heart and soul are not involved. Idle chatter becomes reality while problems go unsolved. Prearranged, prefabricated, and preconditioned. We're baptized, advertised, and posthumously mentioned. Weaned and groomed for the glory of applause. Singing off the mercy of unwritten laws. Shell-shocked papers, making peace with God. While acrobatics of a junkie's nod. Turned into robots to the power of suggestion. We seek an answer and become the question. Afraid we might die before we live. Blessed with life but then afraid to give. We want to be amorous, glamorous, and larger than life. Our cheap illusions become high-flight strife. Losing ourselves in time to despair. Becoming self-defeaters of unusual flair. We rush towards the beginning that might be the end. We sit in the darkness and try to pretend. Pointing fingers while our insides bleed. Committing suicide to fulfill a need. Highly intelligent in a very low way. We speak of none but have nothing to say. We touch religion. We touch religion and make it seem like hell. But then we touch unholy dreams and wish them well. Faith is replaced with apathy and grief. Indifference is made acceptable and then a belief. Our left eyes all glitter while our right are blind. We submit to this madness and hope it is kind. Distraught women seeking compassion while turning tricks in high woman fashion, finding love at the expense of losing their cool, looking for happiness but finding a fool. Their moments of trust become deceitful charms, one night stands in strangers' arms, carousing with disaster in very high places, while cutting noses off their faces, while the men play games of power and glory, tattooed remnants of an old war story, outside themselves, inside their heads, top secret discussions on waterbeds, men without neither rhyme nor reason, lost in the depths of mental treason, abstract victims of the American dream, victims of the skies but well-planned scheme, victims of a subtle but dangerous game, rugged individualism with a psychotic name. We confuse the normal and we exalt the extreme. We make war a reality called peace a dream. American contradictions in black and white. We illuminate contradiction and call it delight. America provides you with fortune and fame while stealing your soul for its own acclaim. With the English language at its command, it perpetuates illusion throughout the land. Running big game, been speaking in tiny print, and before you got it's already spent. Making sacrificial lambs of the middle class, indulging in rhetoric with his head up, but lose you to sleep with the 6 o'clock news, and then wakes you up and spoon feeds you blues. But from the darkness of ourselves, we can find a brighter day. Understanding and truth must show the way. To understand that every man's color will not be as hard. To go inside yourselves is where it must start. To learn to be considerate, to learn to be humane, to learn to use power and not to become vain. To understand you can be strong and not be crude. You can be outspoken and not be rude. To revile the tyrant, to protect the weak, to ensure the innocent the right to be meek. To look on the sea and understand its motion. To understand tenderness and give it devotion. To understand courtesy and to make it a pact. To understand what love is and make it a fact, because we all must struggle. We all must try. So somewhere in the future, we all must die. But to leave a legacy which will long unfurl, that ours too was a struggle for a better world. Yes.
This is, give it up, yeah. This is B-side. We are here, as the shirt indicates, with the OGs, the Godfathers, the original Godfathers, and the revolution is live. Professor Kiorapesi Bra Willie Gosisile, forgive me for any mispronunciation of that, in his poem, Toward a Walk in the Sun, said, "What does my hunger have to do with a ... poem? Damn poem. The wind you hear is the birth of memory. When the moment hatches in time's womb, there will be no art talk. The only poem you will hear will be the spear point pivoted in the punctured marrow of the villain, the timeless native sun dancing like crazy to the retrieved rhythms of desire, fading into memory." And then you all go on to take that sentiment in which the professor is evoking the idea of the perceived last era of poetry, which would soon be taken over by the gun. No more words, but the actions. And your name comes from that. And you said, therefore, from that sentiment, we are the last poets of the world. Yes. Talk to us about that passing of the baton and what that means for you.
We had started this group on May 19th, 1968, and it was just 3 individuals, myself, David Nelson, and Galen Kane. And we didn't have a name, but David, he went about searching for a name. He read Sterling Brown's poem, Strong Men Keep On Coming. He read Margaret Walker's poem, My People. He read a poem by Gwendolyn Brooks. But the poem that really snatched and grabbed our imaginations was Coca Seeley's poem, Towards a Walk in the Sun. And it was so perfect because I had just seen the Battle of Algiers. The Battle of Algiers was a powerful documentary. And I recall that there was a scene where the revolutionary cadre went up to the pimps and said, "Listen, we're getting ready to have a revolution against the French. You got to clean up. You got to get rid of the hoes off the street." So the pimp said, okay, we'll abide. And then they went to the drug dealers and said the same thing. They said, okay, we'll abide. They came back 2 weeks later, pimps were still pimping, drugs were still being sold, and they killed everybody. I said, that's the last poets. The difference is that we're not going to pull out a gun and shoot you. We're going to make our mouths the gun, and our words will be the bullets. And we wage war not against white America as much as we did ourselves. We were trying to kill niggers because we recognized that that was the critical part of our community that was stopping us from having the unity that we needed. We still have that problem today.
Putting a death to the consciousness and the mentality that was keeping people enslaved. Let's go deeper into that moment. The reason why I started the show this way, because first of all, this show is about honor. More than being legends, right? You are living archives, and it is an honor to be able to sit and hear directly from your mouths what was happening. This is not a textbook type situation. And so in keeping with that, when I mentioned the professor, who's known Bra Willie, but I wanted to actually pronounce his given name because it's really important to at least, yes, absolutely.
Kokesile. And they affectionately, and we love him dearly, they affectionately call him Little Willie because nobody could say
his name. And so it becomes really important to actually attempt to say names because names hold our history, our legacy, and have honor and value. He's a South African poet, poet laureate, and many other things. What that moment for me in learning this about how the last poet's name kind of came to you, was inspired, it bridges a lot of things. It bridges Africa with Blackness in America. It bridges generations. It bridges the beginning of, or the tradition, the griot tradition with the beginnings of hip hop. But it also does something I don't know if a lot of people in the audience know. Let me say this again. Kokesile, his son is Earl Sweatshirt, who is a rapper born in 1994 and who's a member of the group The Odd Future. Wow. And so he was born in 1938, and so his son is essentially a millennial who is at the forefront of this new wave of hip hop, and none of you knew this at the time because he was not even a thought at the time, Earl Sweatshirt. So in the moment that you're inspired by this South African poet to get your name, and then what you did for hip hop, he literally would give birth to a child that would be a part of the next generation of poets and MCs. In that one moment, we get like such a beautiful full circle. So I wanted to start the show like that. And speaking of names, I would love for each of you to introduce yourselves, tell us the meaning of your name, and where you're from, including any by way ofs. So let's start over here.
Yeah, Umar bin Hassan. It means in Arabic, man of blood and strength. What else do you want to know?
Where are you from?
From Akron, Ohio.
Yeah.
I'm from where LeBron is from. Yeah. I didn't play football. I ran track though and played. I didn't play basketball. I ran track and played football. And I was always a very conscious young black man in my community, more conscious than a whole lot of other young black men, because I saw how that city and that part of the world, Ohio, had degenerated and destroyed two most valuable people to me, my grandfather and my father. My grandfather, very highly intelligent man, read the Bible, never part of the Bible. Preachers would come down and sit down and listen to my father, musician, brilliant musician, read and write music, taught music, and so, you know, how I saw how racism and 72 parts of his own family just destroyed them. And I used to see my father sit on the back porch crying, and I would tell myself, they ain't gonna get me. They ain't gonna get me. And they didn't get me, I got me.
Give it up for Umar bin Hassan. They ain't get him. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
My name is Baba Don Babatunde.
Yes.
Don is for my father's name. Baba means father, or like reverend. And Babatunde means father returns. It's a Yoruba name. Yeah, so I'm father all the way through.
Yes.
And a little history about that. That name was given to me when I was baptized in the Yoruba tradition. Since then, I've been initiated, and the other names that I have, I don't really, present out in public, but my priest name and my Ifa name and blah, 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 there's a lot of names. But I go by Baba Don, just to make it simple and clear and make it like that, When you get to know me better, you'll know my other names.
And where are you from?
I'm from New York, right here.
New York.
Harlem.
Harlem.
I'm sorry, this is Brooklyn, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm from Harlem.
Today we have all the room for Harlem and Brooklyn.
Right.
So welcome, Baba. And last but not least.
My name is Abiodun Oyewole, and I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio. And that's the one thing that Umar and I have in common. We're both Buckeyes. He's from Akron, I'm from Cincinnati.
Buckeye.
And according to the story, I had to get out of Cincinnati when I was 3 because I couldn't stand being there for some reason. I guess I must have known I had to come to New York. I got my name when I had a half a day of high school. And on a half a day of high school, my friends and I would, you don't go home because that's just time off. That's just time for you. So we would either go to the village and look at all the freaks, or we come to Harlem, because I was raised in Queens. And this day, my friends and I came to Harlem, and I saw this African-looking place, and I started acting like I was watching a Tarzan movie. I started saying, "Buwana, Buwana, Ooga Booga, Ooga Booga," and a light-skinned guy in full African garb came out front, and he said, "Why don't you come inside and see something else that you might laugh at?" And so I came inside, and then he gave me a stone, a white stone, chalky stone in one hand, and a black stone, he told me to hold in the other. Then he told me to shake and separate, and I did, and I went through this whole process, and then he said, "Your name is Abiodun Oyewole." And I said, "Well, my name is Charles Davis." I said, "They call me Chucky." I said, "That's my nickname." He says, "No, that's your slave name." I said, "I ain't no slave." I mean, I was totally in disagreement with all that stuff. And he wrote down my name phonetically so I could say it. And then he gave me the meaning. Abiodun is a name given to a child born on a holiday. And its name means he who brings joy into the town. And Oyewole means good fortune follows me. Now, I wasn't familiar with the Yoruba language, so it didn't really sit too well. I didn't really start using my name until the next year, when some friends of mine and I were listening to a brother speak. And he said, "All you're sitting out there with those American names, proud to be called by your master's name. Just as proud like you were one of his children." And I told my boy, I said, "I ain't got no master's name. I got an African name." And they said, "Man, your name is Chucky. Get out of here." They started laughing. I said, "You call me Chucky, I'm not going to answer. My name is Abiodun."
Amen.
And so I put everybody on freeze until they called me by my name, including my mother. And she thought it was totally crazy.
Right.
But that was how I ended up having the name, and in beginning to really fit myself into that, and recognizing that all of the names that I've had in my life have determined who I am.
Amen. There's so much to say, and we're going to come back to you, Umar, to add on to that. I present to you Umar bin Hassan Babadan Abiodun Oyewole, and keeping with the power of names, we're going to go into the next poem, which is dedicated to the millions. It's called For the Millions, and incorporated in that are all the millions who are affected by the world that we live in, the injustices, the hardships, the struggle, the blood, the sweat, the tears, whose names we never ever actually get a chance to know. And
that poem has been overused by the Ma'afa, which is a big production that takes place every year.
In Brooklyn, at a church.
I was unaware of the fact that it was being used, and one of my high school students told me, "You ought to come to my church because we're doing a poem of yours."
Well, let us hear this poem so that we can understand why people are inspired to use it, and then we know where the source of the poem, which is all of you, and then honor all those whose names we actually never get to know. Thank you. Give it up for the last poet.
For the millions.
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 For the millions of Africans.
For you.
Chained to the slave ships.
And you.
For the millions of scars on the backs and faces by the bullwhip. For the millions who jumped overboard.
For you.
For the blood that poured.
For you.
On the shores of North America.
And you.
South America.
For
Central America. And
for
Europe.
The millions.
And each
for the
ripple in the ocean
for the millions.
is a grave for an
for
African who refused to be a slave. For the millions
for the
cut
millions.
the cane,
for
pick
the
the cotton, whose names have been forgotten,
for
whose
the
flesh has rotten
for the
with the trees they hung us from.
For the millions.
Cut off our hands,
for the millions.
Cut out our tongues if we play the drums.
For the millions.
For the millions.
For you.
For the millions, for the millions who were shot,
for you. And you.
hung,
and you.
beat to death,
you.
tarred and feathered,
and you.
boiled in oil,
for the millions.
whiplash, backlash,
for the millions.
crocus sacked and thrown in the river,
for the millions.
for the millions,
for the millions.
who were castrated,
for the millions.
miseducated,
for the millions.
segregated,
for the millions.
integrated,
for the millions.
legislated,
for the millions.
by the constipated,
for
the millions, who were lied to, denied to, misguided to, vampire too, and not a body too. So we decided to get ourselves together and change the weather, not just for now, but forever. We decided to take a look at the beauty of ourselves and you, at this colored skin, for you, at this coarse hair, and you, at these full lips, for you, at this Africa all inside our souls, still breathing the breath of God's in our lungs. Greatness is where we're coming from. For the millions, for the millions, for the millions who laid in, lived in, boycotted it, picketed, cursed at, spit at, yelled at like blacks not where it's at. And we should be satisfied to ride in the back. For the faint Lou Hamer and Rosa Parks and Ella Bakers and the Sasha Cure, Gwendolyn Brooks, Malcolms, Martins, Deacons, and Panthers, James and Shay, and Kunta Kinte too. For the millions who knew, and for those who've always known, no matter what, truth crushed to the earth shall rise again. No matter how many bullets, prisons, diseases, or death, no one can take our breath away. We are here to stay. No matter how much liquor or crack, nothing can kill the fact that we are a divine creation, started civilizations, built the pyramids and the Sphinx, taught the world how to pray and think, and all the inventions we created, we never got credit for.
For the millions.
And all the babies we raised, even when our own were ignored. For the millions.
And you, for you, and you, and you,
for the millions. For the millions. For firing their souls that burn so bright. And the strength of our will as dominant as the night. And the rhythm when we walk. And the rhythm when we talk. And the rhythm when we walk. And the rhythm when we talk. Woo! Rhythm when we walk. Rhythm when we talk. Rhythm when we walk, rhythm when we talk, even when we have nothing to say. We utter sounds that put color and spice in the day. For the millions who are ready, turn this thing around. Tired of being tired and crawling on the ground. Millions who are ready, turn this thing around. Tired of being tired, crawling on the ground. It's time to return to our spiritual home. Reclaim
for the millions.
Our throne
for the millions.
And leave this American nightmare alone.
For the millions.
This is B-Side. I have the honor of being here with the last poets, my uncles. I've claimed you. Quick reference, you mentioned the Ma'afa. I just want to put this in context. So there's a church in Brooklyn called St. Paul's Community Baptist Church that decided in the midst of, it's a Christian church, in the midst of their programming, the things that they offer to the community, they wanted to create something that commemorates not only African culture, but the passage from Africa to what became known, quote unquote, the New World, the Middle Passage, which is Ma'afa. And so this also now happens in multiple churches and multiple spaces around the country. You should check it out if you do hear it. And so you found out that this poem was being recited and performed as part of this program. And you had no idea, but when you think about the message, how can it not? And when you think about you all's ability to put language and voice and rhythm to things that had rendered most other people speechless, there's something really powerful about that. So let's backtrack. Let's go back to 1968. But let's go to May 18th, 1968. So this is the day before the anniversary of Malcolm X's birthday, 3 years after he had been assassinated. What I love about you all is that you cannot talk about the last poets without talking about Malcolm X. And there's so many other institutions, organizations, people who literally try to effectively remove that name from the American
Can that be
story.
done?
And so I want you to talk about being teenagers. What was going through your mind when the idea of coming together, and I know all of you hadn't coalesced yet, so the Last Poets is over time to get to this version of the Last Poets. But what was going through the mind of the young men at that time, the teenagers, who were going to have an opportunity to perform at Marcus Garvey Park in Harlem to be a part of this anniversary celebration? And how did that thought or that feeling, that momentum spread?
I was scared to death.
Yeah.
Scared out of my mind. I'm from Queens, and we're going to be in Harlem. I mean, I thought I kind of felt like I was going to be on the Apollo stage, and the Sandman was going to come up and hook me off. I mean, I was really intimidated. My family and I would come to Harlem every Sunday for church. I was baptized in Southern Baptist Church, which is on 108th Street between Central Park West and Manhattan Avenue. So the only taste, I would get a real nice taste of Harlem, because when my family started talking about me, they would send me outside. And I'd go outside and I'm looking at the girls jump double dutch and play hopscotch, and I was looking at the sights of Harlem, and I was excited about Harlem. Harlem seemed to be the most arrogant black place I'd ever been. Everybody in Harlem seemed like they just were on the top of the world. I mean, it was an attitude, a certain kind of sassiness. And you can see that anywhere else. And I wanted to be a part of this so bad. So when they killed Dr. King, I lost my mind. I felt personally insulted by the death of Dr. King. I could have never marched with Dr. King because of his philosophy of turning the other cheek, but my family revered him, and consequently I had great respect. And when they killed him, I called up David Nelson. I said, David, the idea of this collective that you were talking about, we got to get this thing started. If we don't get this started, man, I'm gonna be a serial killer. I'm gonna start killing crackers, I'm telling you. So he said, well, I put your name down, and I met another poet at Columbia University, and I put his name down. He said, maybe we should meet at my house first so we can have an idea what we're gonna do. So we met at his house, and I thought maybe we could sing in the background while somebody did poetry. David couldn't hold a note if you handed it to him. And Kane did not have a voice for singing. So that was a problem. So I said, okay, how about chanting? I'd seen a chant on television. Howard University students were very disgruntled about their president at the time. His name was Nesbitt. And they were trying to get rid of him. They had an effigy hanging of him, and they were going around the street singing, are you ready, niggas? You got to be ready. Are you ready, niggas? And so I said, we can go on stage doing that, because David had a poem entitled, Are You Ready, Black People? And Kane had a poem entitled, Niggas Are Untogether People. And because I knew that we were going to be in Harlem, and I was so scared, I did what I do now consciously. I came to Harlem and listened to black folks. And at the time, everybody was saying, yo, what's your thing, brother? I said, man, I'm a Black Panther. What's your thing, brother? Oh, I'm a Muslim. So I said, ooh. And everybody was talking about their thing, and thing took on like a revolutionary pronoun type of meaning. So I wrote a poem. What is your thing, brother? Is it a black thing, but it'll save black women and children? It was a horrible poem, but it hit the points. It hit all the major points. And I got a big mouth, so I made it happen. And folks.
So you were terrified, and then you had all of these things going on in the world, and that you were witnessing for the first time, having come.
And there was a song out by the Ozzy Brothers at that time called "It's Your Thing, Do What You Want to Do," and we always seem to mirror our songs.
So okay, got you.
And that was a part of it too. So we went on stage on May 19th. By the time before we did anything, the entire park was chanting, are you ready, niggas? Okay. You got to be ready. So that became a thing. Okay. So it was clear we were a group. Okay. We didn't have a name, but we got a gig immediately after that particular gig at NYU Loeb Center. I'll never forget. That was right away. The next week we were gigging. And then Kane's thing was we got to have a place. And that's when we found our place, and we called it the East Wind. which was the precursor of the East, which was a place known
in Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house.
Thank you, Umar, for affirming and asserting the Brooklyn in his story. For those of you at home are watching and who do not understand the context in which this conversation is coming about, you need to really sit yourself down and do some research so that you can put this conversation in context of a history in this country, and a history not only of struggle but of change, and how people who are at the forefront of that change are by all means necessary. That'll help contextualize not only language and message, but also the power with which these men speak. I want to segue to Umar bin Hassan to talk about your entry point into the group, because it came many years later, and then also just contextualizing what you kind of were walking into as far as the last poet started to form.
I saw the brothers at Antioch College. And
say it again.
I saw the brothers. When for some, it was at an art festival at Antioch College.
Antioch, okay.
And I was head of security at that time. Yeah, I was head of security. So my job was to protect the artists and the women and children. You know, because everybody know, you know, by that time my name was Hank, they called me Hank. So, you know, Hank, he'll shoot niggas, so put him on guard. And so Doom comes up to the desk. And I'm saying, yo, brother, you know, you got to check in, man. Let me check. You got. I'm Abio Doom. You know, that he was much. The voice is much deeper. I'm Abio Doom. You know, I'm from one of the last poets. I'm from New York. But I said, this ain't New York. This is Ohio, brother. You got to check in. So no, I'm not, man. This is Ohio. Listen, I'm one of the last poets. I'm not checking in. So at that time, I had a 45 and a 38 under my, my jacket, so I just pulled up and said, listen, man, you check in or check out. So he said, okay, I checked in.
And the team was born.
But then when he got up on stage, he got in front of his domain, he just went off from me. He said, who's that crazy motherfucker? Y'all got out at the gate. He'll kill all of us. But I saw when I saw what they did with the poetry and the drums, it just messed me up. So I said, I want to do this. So I told Doom, we cooled out. He said, yeah, man, come on. When you think you want to come up to Harlem, we got a law called East Wind. So before I had to go through a little ride in my hometown. But then I finally got up there in the winter of 1969, became the last poet there. But there's one thing I want to make some facts and some truth in it. It's about the women who were backing us at that time. Mm-hmm. It was about the women who were much just as important as the men as you were, as I was, as the women, like, Salah Secure, Finney, and Sonia Sanchez and Nikki Giovanni. And see, Sonia was down. She ran with the brothers. Sonia was, I don't know if you ever because Sonia Sanchez, she hang out with me, Marvin X, and we would go on different poetry spots. And then, of course, you always see a Finney or a Solid, they wink at you, that's about all you could get to was a wink, because you ain't getting nothing else, because, see, back then you couldn't run up on them sisters, call them bitches, or that you could get stabbed to death.
Speaking of getting stabbed to death, let's hold that thought. If you know anything about your host, this will not be a stone that is unturned. We will come back to this very conversation because it's absolutely important, and just like we're speaking of erasure of Malcolm X and some others who really led different faces of change, clearly women have and continue to, and so we want to be inclusive of that. We want to go into this next poem right away, because for people who are watching, especially all of our most hardcore Brooklynites, for those of you who are so tough in the world, if you are afraid of true change and revolution, then this poem is absolutely for you. Give it up one more time for the last poet as we keep going. This is B-side. You know what I'm talking about.
I wrote this poem when I was 20 years old. We was in Mount Morris Park, and Doom asked me, he said, this is when I finally got up to Harlem. He said, Omar, what you know about?
What it was, let me explain. He had been writing poetry, but everything was short, and we're getting ready to record. And I said, man, you got to write something longer than it's going to take more than a breath. And so I said, man, you've been here for what? I guess you've been here 3 weeks or something. I don't know how long you had been here, but I said, what do you learn about niggas since you've been here? He said, I know niggas escape revolution. I said, well, write that down. I got Evans. I came back, he wrote a masterpiece. That's what you're getting.
Well, you know, 20 years old, I hadn't fully gotten out of my nigginess. There was still a lot of nigginess in me. So that's people always talking about, oh man, that's a classic poem. Well, a classic nigga wrote it. That's why I was a classic poem. Classic nigga wrote it, you know. But niggas are scared of revolution.
Niggas, all
but
niggas
shouldn't be scared of revolution because revolution is nothing but change, and all niggas do is change. Niggas coming from work and changing the pimping clothes in the streets and make some quick change. Niggas change their hair from black to red to blonde and hope like hell their looks will change. Niggas kill other niggas because one nigga sees direct change. Niggas change from men to women, from women to men. Niggas change. You hear niggas say things are changing. Things are changing. Yeah, nigga things into black nigga things. Black nigga things go through all kinds of changes. The change in the day that makes them rat and rave. Black power, and the change that comes over them at night as they sigh and moan. Ooh, white thighs. Niggas always going through bullshit change. But when it comes to a real change, niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are actors. Niggas act like they're in a hurry to catch the first act of the Great White Hope. Niggas try to act like Malcolm did, but when a white man didn't react to them like he did, Malcolm, niggas want to act violent. Niggas act so cool and slick, cause they white people say, what makes them niggas act like that? Niggas act like you ain't never seen no act body act before. But when it came to acting out for revolutionary causes, niggas reply, oh, I can't dig them actions. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas talk about the mind. Niggas talk about getting high and riding around on L's. Niggas to get high and ride to hell. Niggas talk about pimping. What pimping? What pimping? What pimping yours? Pimping mine. Just to be pimping is a hell of a line. Niggas are very together, people. Niggas talk about the mind. Talk about my mind stronger than yours. I got that bitch's mind up tight. Niggas don't know a damn thing about the mind, or they'd be right. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas fuck. Y'all know niggas fuck. Niggas fuck. Niggas love the word fuck. They're so fucking cute. They fuck you around. The first thing they say when they're mad is fuck it. You play a little too much of them. They say fuck you. When it's time to TCB, niggas somewhere fucking try to be nice to them. They fuck over you. Niggas don't realize while they're doing all this fucking, they're getting fucked around. But when they do realize, it's too late. So all niggas do is just get fucked up. Niggas talk about fucking that, fucking this, fucking yours, fucking mine, just not knowing what they fucking for. Ain't fucking for love and appreciation, just fucking to be fucking. Niggas fuck white thighs, black thighs, yellow thighs. Niggas fuck ankles when they went out of thighs. Niggas fuck Linda, Sally, and Sue. And if you don't watch out, niggas will fuck you. Niggas will fuck if it could be fuck. But when it comes to fucking for revolutionary causes, niggas say, fuck revolution. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are players. Ooh, niggas are players. Niggas play football and baseball while the white man is calling them their balls. When a niggas play ain't tight enough to play with some black thighs, niggas play with white thighs to see if they should have some play left. And when ain't no white thighs to play with, niggas play with themselves. Niggas will tell you they're ready to be liberated. But when you say let's go take our liberation, niggas reply, oh, I was just playing. Niggas are playing with revolution illusion. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas do a lot of shooting. Niggas do a lot of shooting. Niggas rough the mouth. Niggas shoot pool. Niggas come around the corners and shoot down the street. Niggas shoot sharp glances at white women. Niggas shoot dope into their arms. Niggas shoot guns and rifles on New Year's Eve. A new year that is coming in where white police are going to do more shooting at them. Where are you when the niggas, where are you when the revolution is some shop? Yeah, you know, niggas are somewhere shooting this shit. Niggas are scared of revolution. Niggas are lovers. Ooh, niggas are lovers.
Love you, nigga.
Niggas love to see Clark Gable make love to Marilyn Monroe. Niggas love to see cars and fuck over the natives. Niggas love to hear the Lone Ranger yell, hi ho, silver. Niggas love commercials. Niggas love commercials. Oh, how niggas love commercials. You can take niggas out of the country, but you can't take the country out of niggas. Niggas are lovers. Niggas are lovers. Niggas love to hear Malcolm rap. Niggas love to hear Malcolm rap. Niggas love to hear Malcolm rap. But they didn't love Malcolm. Niggas love everything but themselves.
Everything.
Niggas love everything but themselves. Niggas love everything but themselves. But I'm a lover too. I mean, word up, I'm a lover too because I love niggas. I do love niggas because niggas are me. And I should only love that which is part of me. Love to see niggas go through changes. Love to see niggas act. Love to see niggas make them plays and shoot that shit. But there's one thing about niggas I do not love. Niggas are scared of revolution.
I love that I am the host for this show. There will be no damage control. There is no amount of beeping that could beep out anything that has happened. For parents who are at home cringing, trying to figure out how to share this with your children, who have covered children's ears and their eyes, one thing that we know for certain is that poets, the job of the poet is to speak to the time, to speak to the world in which we live. And if you live in a world like we live in this world, if you live in Brooklyn or America and you have witnessed the experiences of people all over the world, and particularly here in this country, those experiences have not been censored. People have gone through all of it, every inch of it, and it has not been censored, it has not been watered down, it has not been nice, it has not always been kind. And so if the language reflects the times, then that's a great entry point to explain this to your children, that when we use language with purpose to reflect the times. That said, let's talk about the power of language. We know that our sister poet in South Africa, her name is Diana Ferris, she wrote a poem that essentially got Saartjie Baartman, and for those of you who don't know who this is, you need to look this up, a South African woman who was removed from South Africa, taken to Europe, and her body was put on display because of its difference from the European counterparts. Oh, yeah. And then it was dissected and studied as if it was an animal in formaldehyde. This poem by Diana Ferris essentially got them to release the body, the corpse of, or what was left of Saartjie Baartman, and brought back home to South Africa. Let's talk about the power of language and the power of words and how that shapes what the Last Poets has effectively been doing for the past 50 years.
I'm going back to that woman thing. My mother was the one who taught me language. She's the one who taught me how to read. Because as a lot of people say, like voice, when I was 3 and 4 years old, I stuttered. I couldn't get words out. So it was my mother. She just got in front of me. I think I was 4 years. She said, "Listen, you're gonna start saying this. I am going to speak." She just told me to start saying that. I am going to speak. And before you know it, I was speaking. I was speaking and I was reading. I used to love to read a lot too. I used to trade comic books. Matter of fact, there was this one white guy who about 10 years ago, he got $10 million on one of these Marvel comics, and I had that comic book a long time ago. I said, damn, I could have been rich now.
So you went from stuttering to your mother breathing the power of the voice.
And I read books. I even read my mother's books, Sophia, Black, Seafield, Tan Confessions, because I wanted to be a neurosurgeon at the time. There was a show out that time called Ben Casey. And everybody, y'all know he was a neurosurgeon. I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. See, to be a doctor, lawyer, all you got to do is read. You got to just read. So I wanted to read. So but my mother was the one who, constantly, and she today, if you say wrong, if you say ain't, she said, don't say that shit in my house. I want to isn't. My mother is serious about that language thing. So she'll tell all of us, grown men, speak correct to me, speak correct. And one more thing I would like to say, I was talking about the women who were back there doing that time with us in the 70s. There's a sister right here in this room who used to walk the street with me and Jalal, or Lofty Putin, from the end of J Street sometime way out to Pennsylvania Avenue. She hung out with us and she spoke with us, and she's just like our mother. And I'm so wonderful that she's still here, and I'm still in love with her. She's still one of my friends. She's still the best friend of the Last Poets. Her name is Edie McLaughlin.
And you mentioned Jalaluddin, Mansour Nuruddin. There were a couple of original members of the Last Poets, some who are actually not here. We want to acknowledge them as well.
Well, the only one that's not here is Suleiman.
Right.
Everybody else is
still here, but not necessarily, not a functioning member of the group.
Yeah.
Baba, I want to talk to you really quickly. We talked about language, the power of language. Let's talk about the power of the drum and music, because the drum was the original form of language dating back to the motherland. Right. So let's talk about the fusion between percussion as a way in which you actually speak in this.
Right. Well, percussion, the power of the drums, language, it's always been about the drum and the conveyor of thought, So for me, coming listening to Last Poets, it was like hearing the voice in the drum, it was like one of the things that just got me like locked in. So it's kind of weird that here I am with them today, because it's just like I was a kid, but I was like in the crib when anyway.
Yeah.
But that's, so you have the language, it got me involved in terms of learning the different cultures of drumming at different places, from Asia, from Africa, from South America, et cetera. So the language within the music too, there's a language within that, there's, like you can take a drum and start hitting, but if you haven't studied the language or the culture of that people, that group, or what they're saying, then you're not in. It's like learning any kind of classical music.
Yeah.
You have to know the language to sit in. If you go to Cuba and you start banging, they're going to say, thank you.
Well, let's keep that thought. When you're performing in countries that don't have English as their first language, and so they may not necessarily understand all of the things that you're saying, what is the response of the people?
I think it's like the emotional response
Absolutely.
of what the drum does for humans,
Mm-hmm. So people literally directly responding to
they
the rhythm,
they
but
can
also
feel the
the
emotion.
drum.
It's like, I was asking someone about Salif Keita, for example. He's one of my favorites. And I don't know what he's singing about. I never got a translation ever. But I asked another African guy, I said, oh, you like Salif? I love Salif. So tell me what he's, I don't know. So it just confirmed the fact that because I don't know the language, there are other people who love the music and who are African.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the words, it's the emotion behind the words. So hopefully he's not serenading us with I hate you, no. But I mean, I'm sure he's coming. You can feel his heart. So that's the same approach you put on the drums. So you try to be. For me, it's not about just banging. It's about hitting the tone and getting a melody or getting a motif out of the drums. I can just bang it. It'll be like not. It'll be in contradiction to what they're doing. So we have to blend together so that the drum is like put you into a trance, and the words can flow across that river.
And then gets us back to spirit.
It's very interesting because in the beginning, our conga player was also a priest of Shango, just like Baba Tunde.
Yeah.
And we went through a host of conga players before we got the right guy. And we even tried a guitar player to decide on what kind of background we were going to have. And Elijah was special because if you had a brand new poem that you wanted to put into the mix, you had to go on stage and read it to the other guys, and Elijah would be there. Well, I had a terrible experience one time. I had written a poem I thought was dope. I just thought it was the baddest poem I'd ever written. Matter of fact, I got so carried away, I typed it up. I typed it up with my grandfather's Remington typewriter. It was 2 pages. Name of the poem was Get Hip. You couldn't tell me that poem wasn't hip. And I got on stage. Now, the rule was that what Elijah would do, if you were doing a poem, if he didn't start playing the drums behind you, you might as well throw that poem away.
Okay. So
And
he
he would
had
keep-
to be inspired. This is how you knew that you were onto something.
Yes. The drum would be in a duffel bag.
Yeah.
Elijah was my man. We were cool. We hung out. Other than Last Poet gigs. He didn't even look at the duffel bag. And I couldn't, and in case of, man, we're not reading that shit on stage. And I said, what? And that's, see, when somebody says that about your poem, you take that personal. I wanted to punch him in the face.
That's right.
What you mean? You ranting and raving about them people from Queens. That's who you are, nigga.
Yeah.
He said, come driving your car from Hillside to Harlem and talk about you a revolutionary. I said, that's right, I'm driving to the revolution too. You can take the train. I mean, we used to have all kinds of arguments.
Of course.
It was crazy. But I felt so bad, but I had to go and look at that poem again and realize that it was a bunch of ranting and raving.
That's right.
And the one thing that Kane did do for the group, he gave us our aesthetic. I always say that. Now, he's considering himself, and Umar will say this better than me, he's a black Dutchman. Now, he's been living in Amsterdam for about 30-some years, and he's not come back. And he hates everything in America. And but he gave us an understanding of what black aesthetic was all about. And I will always treasure that from him. But the drum, Elijah didn't know about metaphors, similes, alliterations, none of that stuff. He knew about feelings. And that's how we flow. So if it wasn't feeling right, he couldn't play.
Well, speaking of feelings and flow, we talk a lot about, you also cannot talk about The Last Poets unless you mention the inception of hip hop. And for those who don't know, rap stands for rhythm and poetry. And so in which the fusion of the two is what creates this whole genre. Can you please tell us really quickly, and I do want to mention that you have Dune, you have a book that you wrote that's kind of a collection of your solo work, but also commemorating the history that got you into The Last Poets. It's called Branches of the Tree of Life. And then there's a collective book that is actually being written by someone else. It's called The Last Poets. It's a fictitious, slightly loosely based off of your life. I want to know really quickly, and then we want to go into the next piece. And all of you can jump in on this really quickly. Translation. We know from one culture to the next, one single poem is not the same, and I can't stress this enough. So especially for these poems that have such charged and culturally specific colloquialisms, what has the experience been like when people try to translate? You have 6 albums, 2 books and a bunch of documentaries. When people try to translate your work and your journey into other languages, what happens? What becomes of the message?
Well, I think a lot of people listen to the words English, and they're not listening to the translations.
So there's not been that many translations.
I'm sure
into other
there
languages?
are. We had like the one that's done in Dutch, but I think it's the emotional.
Just the emotional translation.
That charge that you get out of listening to the words, and English is pretty much a business language across the nation anyway. So people do know what they're saying in most cases.
You know, the major thing about human beings, no matter what color you are, we can pick up each other's emotions. Whether the language is different or what, we can pick up people's emotions. We can pick up their feelings. And that's really when fucked up, when you don't try to do that. You stop yourself from letting some other human being feel your feelings because of your color, your race, your religion. You're fucking yourself up. Because you can't hide that. You can't hold it, and it's going to break out. And if you don't let it break out correctly, it can break out in a very strange, perverted way. So, but when we did this big festival in Denmark, Roskilde. So we had our own tent. So we go into this tent. There's about 10,000 young Danish kids, some of them on each other's shoulders. So I said, dude, man, they ain't gonna understand what we're saying, man. They ain't gonna understand what we're saying, man. So we got to doing the poetry, and they got to recite the poetry in English better than we were.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? And there was another spot too. We was when we was in Imola, Italy, and all these Italians. And I said, well, here's some more. And when we got into the poetry, well, you know, Italians, you know, Hannibal came through there, so they had a lot of blood, and so they got the feeling there, and they were, so like, if no matter, if what's coming out of your mouth is strong and it's real and it's honest and can touch the human soul, people will get it.
People will get it. And speaking of people getting it, if we only knew. That's the poem that's next. If we only knew that we would get it if we
could do.
Yeah. Last Poets, everybody.
If we only knew what we could do.
If we only knew.
We only knew what we could do.
If we
only knew what we could do, we stop fussing and fighting and feeling blue. If we only knew that we have juice cause of an African connection that we can't cut loose. If the light was on in our minds, we wouldn't diss ourselves so much all the time. Stop and realize without disguise, we got the power to change what's before our eyes. Where there is poverty and misery, we bring hope, joy, love, and security. There wouldn't be no need to lock your doors at night. No one lives in the dark and everyone sees a light. If we only knew what we could do. If we only knew what we could do. If we only knew how bad we are. We make the sun disappear cause we're the brightest star. If you feel the strength, help those who are weak. Then we'll be stepping to the rhythm like Malcolm speaks. So you thought you were a chicken and your butt was made for kicking. You've been running around with your head hanging down, looking for chicken feed in this city of greed. Open up your eyes. Don't you know you can fly like an eagle to the sky, higher than high? You don't need no crack, smack, or patty whack. And all the bones from that dog, you can give them right back. If we only knew what we could do. If we only knew what we could do. If we only knew what we could do, we stop fussing and fighting and feeling blue. Just like we cut our hair in an African style. We show rich world treasure every time we smile. Some time ago we just didn't know we had the power to make the whole thing go. Motivator, educator, we're a power generator. Need to own the joint instead of working as a waiter. Only knew how strong our will, no matter what's been done. Our souls can't be killed like the sun and the moon or the stars above. It's a natural thing for us to share our love. We're a healing force in a world of pain, trying to use common sense where life is insane. We can recognize just who we be, take control of our lives and live with dignity. If we only knew what we could do, if we only knew what we could do, if we only knew what we could do, if we only knew what we could do.
Okay. If we only knew who we have amongst us, that you need probably a 10-hour show to even scratch the surface. We want to talk about the women allies who are beside you in this journey. We want to talk about how a group lasts this long, goes through the ebb and flow. We talk about legacy and your children. And if you want to know more, you can go to Abi Odune's home every Sunday where he breaks bread with the community, which is unprecedented for most people in this
and he feeds
situation.
you too.
And he feeds you. That said, we want to see if you actually would do. We have time for one more piece. If you'd be willing to do "This Is Madness" after the outro.
Oh, y'all just had to. Yeah, we'll
Is
do
that
it.
okay?
Yeah, we'll
Can we get you to do that? Okay,
yes.
good. So, as our time with the legendary Last Poets sadly and frustratingly comes to a close for now, fear not. They're accessible, and you can watch this and all past episodes of B-Side on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Uncle Abi Odune, Umar, and Baba Don. We are so blessed to have had you all with us this evening. Thank you, audience. I have had the privilege of traveling in-state and out of the country with them, and I just want to say, may your message continue to inspire and empower us all as we navigate these intense and revealing times. Be sure to go see the Last Poets at the Brooklyn Folk Festival on Sunday, April 30th. For more information, visit brooklynfolkfest.com. I am your host, Queen Goddess. Peace, power, and happy National Poetry Month. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
This is madness! This is madness! Madness!
All my dreams have been turned into psychedelic nightmares with Rosemary's Baby kissing in my face and Tiny Tim sticking his moldy penis into my bleeding mind as it cries for the strength to repel the sanctimonious sound of the white rock group, the Grateful Dead of my aspirations as they struggle for a free, sweet-smelling breath of life while being choked by the Christian.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
now. The feeling that you feel right now, I want you to take that to the polls in November. I just really want to encourage everybody to use your rights and to vote and to stand up and to hold compassion in your heart. In dark times, hold love and compassion in your heart. Hold love and compassion in your heart. Hold love and compassion in your heart. You gotta be fierce. You gotta be tough. You gotta be strong. But don't lower yourself to their level. Don't dehumanize yourself. Use your rights and use your voice. Come out, protest, fight, and vote. We gotta vote. We gotta vote. We can't just do this without vote.
Why we say Breonna Taylor though? Because her killers are still at large. Amen?
They've been fucking us up since we got over here. So that shit is okay. Talk to 'em. 401. You know it's bad when white people getting hurt. So although we out here for Black Lives, this is more. This is so much bigger than a Black Lives movement. Because now this shit is about every last one of y'all lives because y'all support. Fuck defund. Ho, time out. Fuck defunding the police. Abolish the whole fucking system. Defunding this fucking system ain't gonna do shit. They got enough of these motherfuckers out here already. They've been in power this long and ain't shit changed. Fuck a reform, fuck a retraining, because they're gonna go through the same training that got them to this point in the first fucking place. The police don't police the police. So what the fuck is defunding gonna do? Absolutely nothing.
Who's gonna protect us from the fucking police?
Understand something. Out of everything that happens, we are citizens. A lot of us can't comprehend the law. And it's not because you're unintelligent. It's because you're ignorant to law. And for all of y'all that's about to jump on me and say, I'm not ignorant, understand what ignorance is. Ignorance is not. It's not being stupid. It's not being dumb. It's not knowing the knowledge of whatever the subject, the topic, the discussion, or the situation in front of you is. That is ignorance. We don't know the law. So when we break the law, we shouldn't be punished to the full extent. I honestly didn't know what the fuck I was doing. The police swore a motherfucking oath. They know the law. So when they break the law, they should be held to the highest standard and above. There is no fixing this justice system. It needs to be taken down and gotten rid of fully. How many lives have been taken and ain't shit changed? The shit don't fucking work. Exactly. No, it does work. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me retract. It works. It works for them. It works for them. It don't work for us. And we matter more than them. Because once you strip that motherfucking badge, that gun, and that blue suit, they forgot they one of us. So let's strip the whole fucking system and remind them of just what the fuck they really are. Shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? Justice. What do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. What do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. 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 George Floyd. George Floyd. George Floyd. George Floyd. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Our streets. Our streets. Our streets. Our streets. Our streets. How do you spell racist? NYPD. How do you spell racist? NYPD. How do you spell racist? NYPD. How do you spell murderer? NYPD. How do you spell murderer? NYPD. How do you spell criminal? NYPD. How do you spell criminal? NYPD. Justice.
That's right, baby. Fuck the police. Don't get it twisted. That's right.
everybody's butt.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! 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 We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We've been peaceful all day. We're not doing that. Peaceful is not walking the bridge, man.
No justice! Fuck these racists! No justice!
Everybody trapped on the bridge. We have to now move fast. That's a must.
Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Say his name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Say her name. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Into Target, yo, with me. It's dangerous out there.
The system is broken and it was never for us. So I want y'all to understand something. I don't want to defund the police. I don't want to take away a couple of billions. I want the whole thing erased and built from top to scratch.
No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! How's everybody doing today? Can everybody hear me? My name is Tyler, and I'll be one of your organizers today. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out. This means a lot. Now, I wanted to start off with a small poem. Is that okay? When you look into my eyes, what do you see? Look a little deeper. What do you really see? They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. If that's the case, then why the hell you can't look me in my eyes? Is my soul not pure enough? My eyes do bleed red, just not white nor blue. You tell me my people are free, but that's a lie I've learned to live with. Why, you might ask? The last time I checked, people who have darker melanin have more hands on steel cage bars than we've ever had before. The last time I checked, strangers who share a darker complexion are still overwhelmingly being segregated when it comes to overpopulated prisons, outdated textbooks, over-policed ghettos. The last time I checked, those who carry the weight of a blacker pigmentation are seen as unsolvable math problems well before we are seen as hardworking people. Gun-holding thugs well before we are seen as law-abiding citizens. I remember the first time I was called a nigger. And I've never felt so much rage in my life. And words don't usually get to me, but maybe transgenerational trauma is real. And I mention all of this to ask again, when you look into our eyes, what do you see? Let me tell you what we see. Through our eyes, we see pain. Because waterfalls can't stop flowing from mothers' eyes after holding on to lifeless hands of children murdered by a system that never gave a damn about them in the first place. Through our eyes, we see anger. Anger after seeing new neighbors welcomed with open arms, cold foods, and coffee shops, when all you received are eviction notices, displaced from communities your families have invested in for generations. Through our eyes, we see struggle. The ongoing struggle of being demonized for being to us, while others who not share our identity are praised by society for the same actions. Through our eyes, we see strength. Strength in those who meet the bare essentials and fight them for months on end, but still figure out how to make ends meet. Through our eyes, we see power. Power in our subtle nods, raised fists, black thoughts, because the dark past we have in common. We have no guilt for the crumbs we have fought for, nor the fistfuls we plan to take, as we are simply reclaiming the American pie our ancestors were forced to make. Appropriate our pain. The pain of not being responsible for the devastation of your past due to your skin color, but still being responsible for the development of your future, while others continue to reap what your ancestors have sown. Appropriate our anger. The anger of millions whose loved ones are still locked up in prison due to a war they never asked for, while our white counterparts dominate the cannabis industry, creating generational wealth in the process. Appropriate our depression, because you know communities such as Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, communities where your families and your grandparents own their own restaurants and movie theaters and hospitals and homes, which would have uplifted you out of your poverty today if it had not been for people envious of your skin, burning it all to the ground with no expectation to build it back up. And when you continue to appropriate our pain, our anger, our depression, our trauma for generations, maybe, just maybe, you'll be able to understand that what is happening today in America is far from liberty, far from justice, far from equality. So until then, I challenge you to reflect on what it truly means to see through black eyes well after February has passed. Whether you want to admit it or not, black history is your history. things that run through my mind on a daily basis. James Baldwin once said, to be a Negro in America and relatively conscious is to be in a rage almost all the time. I need you to understand what that means. It means when you have a black coworker who sits at his or her desk and hears another name and another hashtag, the anger, the sadness that we're going through at the same time trying to uplift ourselves and get that promotion. It means your black and brown classmate trying to study, trying to figure out how to uplift his own family, and yet figuring out all the ways in this country is systemically challenging us with systemic racism. When it comes to mass incarceration, I need you to understand that we are angry, we are saddened, we are tired. And if you've ever been to one of these protests out here, I'm sure you've heard those same words. But just because we are tired, that does not mean that we are not done. We have so much more left in us, and we will continue to fight until we get what we deserve and demand. And over these past couple months, so a mix of emotions have been running through my mind. When I'm hearing about George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, when I hear about police brutality, when I hear about racism, when I hear about such thing as a George Floyd challenge, I'm angry. When I see half of the country not speaking up and not speaking out for my mother's, for my brother's, for my sister's life, I'm angry. We are not out here just because. We are out here with a purpose. And I hope you share that same purpose and you fight along with us. I'm here because I know a woman in Central Harlem who lost her son in 2012 by cops busting through his door and shooting him 8 times in the chest. And to this day, those cops walk free. And I have to hear and see how sad and how angry for 8 long years she wakes up and repeats the same thing in her head. I want justice. I demand justice. And these aren't just emotions, but this is an experience. The cops over there, they do not serve for a system that looks out for black and brown people. I need you to understand this. And I don't want to speak too much longer because we have a march that we have to get out. We have a message that we have to get out. And when we say his name, George Floyd, when we say her name, Breonna Taylor, when we say Black Lives Matter, Black Women Matter, Black LGBTQ matter, Black trans lives matter, we mean it. Someone's name, remember who you are fighting for. The mothers and daughters and husbands and brothers who have lost someone. The many millions who have people locked up in prison till this day for smoking the same blood and being a part of something that you were probably involved in a week ago. If we're going to be real about it. We are organized. They don't want to see us organized. But we are organized. We will not engage with the police. We will not engage with the police. We are
your fight too. This is your fight too. This is your fight too. This is your fight too. George Floyd! George Floyd! George Floyd! Matter! 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 Now! Justice! Now! Shut it down! Shut it down! George Floyd! Breonna Taylor! Justice! Now! Matter! 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 No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Say his name! What do we want? Justice! And when do we want it? Now! What do we want? Justice! And when do we want it? Now! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Make some noise, y'all! Make some
These racist cops have got to go! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! These racist cops have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't get it, shut it down. If we don't get it, shut it down. Say his name. George Floyd. Black lives matter. Black men matter. Black women matter. Black children matter. Black mothers matter. What do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. If we don't shoot, hands off. 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 Don't shoot. Matter. 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 moving swiftly today, more quickly than I thought. All right, we gonna slow down a little bit. I'm cramping. For real. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. All right.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. I want y'all to know that protesting, marching is just the beginning. We got to get in our communities. We got to keep it going. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. At this time, we want everyone a moment of silence for all those that have been lost. Thank you.
Black and brown, men, woman, boy, girl, trans men, trans woman. If you could please, when I say the name, repeat after me. Phil Castillo. Elena Castillo. Tatiana Jefferson. Tatiana Jefferson. Join to white supremacy, racial injustice. We know that man in the White House wanted innocent black boys sent to suffer. strength to keep going day after day in the hot sun, in the rain, because of you. We have so much work to do, but don't forget that this is a part of it. Don't forget that we are living in a moment in history. What will your children and their children say when looking back at this moment? Will they say that their fathers and mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers were fighting for a just cause? Will they say that they were on the right side of history? I want you every single day to remind yourself not to lose hope, not to lose faith, because this is a cause worth fighting for. And for those of you that have just came up, welcome. And I'm gonna say this, and I've said this over and over again from our march down from Times Square. When you say their names, make sure it means something. Don't just say it because it's a trend. Don't just say it because everyone else is saying it. Say it because you care about black women and black men and black girls and black boys and black trans and black LGBTQ. Say it because it matters. Black lives, black lives, black lives, black women. Now I have, like I said, for those of you that don't know me, my name is Tyler. I had the opportunity to walk alongside many of these lovely faces here in this crowd today.
Personally, I grew up coming home to eviction notices on my front door.
This system
is broken, and we must radically treat it.
Shut
but no. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul.
George Floyd!
When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
وكان شيء مرعب مخيف جدا جدا يعني.
It was horrifying. They targeted the house with 5 or 6 rockets. There were body parts on the ground. It was horrifying.
In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, about a third of them children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. We'll go to Gaza for the latest. Then to the historic presidential inauguration in Colombia of former guerrilla fighter Gustavo Petro.
Juro a Dios y prometo al pueblo.
I swear to God and promise to the people to faithfully comply with the Constitution and the laws of Colombia.
Y las leyes de Colombia.
President Gustavo Petro ushers in a new political era with Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. We'll go to Bogota to speak with Simón Mejía, the founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers Afro-Colombians who've long faced violence and repression.
It brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaking for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air.
Then CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, ended in Texas with a speech by former President Trump after kicking off with the far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who just won a 4th term in office.
Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into.
We'll speak with Princeton University professor Kim Lane Shepley. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began late Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's Israeli elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying situations. This is a 9-year-old girl named Lin Matar, who was pulled from the rubble.
I was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children, and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts attacks across the region. We'll go to Gaza after headlines. The Senate's passed a sweeping $739 billion bill to address the climate crisis, reduce drug costs, and establish a 15% minimum tax for large corporations. Vice President Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote Sunday after every Republican in the Senate voted no. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer described the legislation as the boldest climate package in U.S. history.
The Senate has now passed the most significant bill to fight the climate crisis ever. And it's going to make a difference to my grandkids. The world will be a better place for my grandchildren because of what we did today. And that makes me feel very, very good.
Many climate groups praised the Senate for taking action, but said far bolder steps are needed to address the climate emergency. Varshini Prakash, the founder of the Sunrise Movement, tweeted, "This isn't the bill my generation deserves, but it's the one we can get. It must pass to give us a fighting chance at a livable world." She went on to write, quote, "Youth leaders to Congress, pass this bill, then get back to work." The Senate bill aims to cut U.S. carbon emissions by 40% by the end of this decade, but it also includes controversial provisions added to win support from West Virginia's Joe Manchin and Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema. At Manchin's request, the bill makes it easier for the pipeline industry to win approval of new projects, including the proposed Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia. The bill could also lead to more drilling on public lands and waters and expand tax credit for fossil, coal, and gas-burning plants. The Center for Biological Diversity's described the bill as a, quote, climate suicide pact. Meanwhile, at the insistence of Senator Sinema, Democrats agreed to drop a proposal to raise taxes on private equity and hedge fund firms. The bill will also allow Medicare to begin negotiating for some prescription drugs, which could lower prices for millions. But during negotiations over the bill, Senate Republicans blocked an effort to place a $35 monthly cap on insulin for most Americans. History was made in Colombia Sunday when Gustavo Petro, the former guerrilla, was sworn in as Colombia's first president, leftist president. Francia Marquez Mina, who also made history, becoming Colombia's first Afro-Colombian vice president. Petro is a former M19 guerrilla who went on to serve as a senator and mayor of the nation's capital, Bogota. Marquez is a longtime Afro-Colombian environmental activist, land and water defender. In 2018, she won the Goldman Environmental Prize. During his inaugural address, President Petro vowed to fight inequality and climate change and to push for peace. He also condemned the U.S.-led war on drugs.
Es hora de una nueva convención internacional.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed,
ha fracasado rotundamente.
that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias and weakened states.
Supporters of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez celebrated what they saw as a new beginning for Colombia, which has been ruled by the elite and right-wing forces for generations. This is Manuel Ponton speaking in Bogota.
It is the beginning of democracy in Colombia because it is the first time there will be a government of popular origin. It is the first time that people feel happy about the election of a president, and for the first time we feel that there is a real transition towards guaranteeing citizens' rights.
We'll have more on Colombia later in the broadcast. Tensions remain high in the Taiwan Strait, where China has extended its largest-ever military drills in the region following last week's visit to Taiwan by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. On Sunday, China ended live-fire exercises, but it's continuing to carry out drills simulating anti-submarine attacks and sea raids. In addition, China suspended talks with the United States on a number of issues, including the climate crisis, anti-drug efforts, and military relations, due to what it called Pelosi's, quote, egregious provocations. The International Atomic Energy Agency's warning of a potential nuclear disaster at Zaporizhzhia, Europe's largest nuclear plant. Ukraine and Russia are accusing each other of attacking the nuclear site twice since Friday. Russia, which has occupied the plant since early March, said shelling by Ukrainian forces could have catastrophic consequences for Europe. Ukraine claims it was Russian forces that carried out missile strikes on the nuclear plant in an effort to disconnect it from Ukraine's electrical grid. Local residents called for an end to fighting near the site, which is home to 6 nuclear reactors and thousands of tons of highly radioactive materials.
As city residents, we call on the Russian army and the Ukrainian armed forces to avoid open fighting in the area around Enrodor and within a 20-kilometer zone around the nuclear power plant. We're talking about the safety of the entire planet, not just about the safety of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, and nearby foreign countries.
Back in the United States, Indiana's adopted a near-total ban on abortions, becoming the first state to approve new laws restricting reproductive rights since the U.S. Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade in June. On Friday, Indiana's Republican governor signed the abortion ban just minutes after the Republican-dominated Senate approved the legislation. It's set to take effect September 15th. The new law outlaws abortions at the moment of conception, with exceptions only in cases of rape, incest, or medical emergency. Those providing abortion care face a $10,000 fine and up to 6 years in prison. The new law has drawn fire from Indiana's Chamber of Commerce and some of the state's largest employers. On Saturday, a spokesperson for Eli Lilly condemned the abortion ban and said in response the pharmaceutical giant is looking to expand its operations outside Indiana. In New Mexico, police say the shooting death of a South Asian immigrant in Albuquerque may be linked to the killings of 3 other Muslim men over the past 9 months. The body of Naeem Hussain was found late Friday, just hours after he attended the funerals of Pakistani immigrants Mohammed Afzal Hussain and Aftab Hussain at the Islamic Center of New Mexico. Those 2 were killed last week in what police described as separate ambush-style shootings. A 4th South Asian Muslim man, Muhammad Ahmadi, was killed in November. Albuquerque Police Chief Harold Medina said Saturday the killings are likely related.
Our city suffered another tragic loss overnight. Another young man who was part of the Muslim community was murdered. As with the previous 3 murders we mentioned on Thursday, there's reason to believe this death is related to those shootings.
Police haven't named any suspects, but on Sunday released images of a Volkswagen named as a vehicle of interest in the killings. On Twitter, President Biden called the killings horrific and said he's angered and saddened by them. A jury in Austin, Texas, Friday ordered far-right conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones to pay $45 million in compensatory damages to the parents of a Sandy Hook shooting victim. That's on top of more than $4 million in punitive damages Alex Jones was ordered to pay Thursday. For years, Jones spread conspiracy theories that the 2012 massacre in Newtown, Connecticut was a government hoax and that the Sandy Hook victims' families were paid actors, resulting in online harassment and death threats for those families. On Saturday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres traveled to Hiroshima to mark 77 years since the United States dropped the world's first atomic bomb on that Japanese city. Guterres warned the risk of nuclear war is once again on the rise.
Keep the horrors of Hiroshima in view of all times, recognizing there is only one solution to the nuclear threat, not to have nuclear weapons at all.
In climate news, California's Death Valley National Park received a year's worth of rainfall within just 3 hours last Friday, triggering flash floods that left about 1,000 people temporarily stranded. A study by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found such monsoon rain events are becoming more intense as a result of the climate crisis. Meanwhile, Iran has just recorded its hottest ever temperature in the month of August. On Friday, the southwestern city of Avaz hit 53 degrees Celsius, nearly 130 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat index was a staggering 142 degrees. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, at least 44 Palestinians, including 15 children, have been killed in 3 days of an Israeli military bombardment before a ceasefire began Sunday. At least 350 Palestinians were wounded. Palestinians accuse the Israeli government of launching the attack in an effort to build political support ahead of November's elections. Palestinian children who survived the Israeli assault describe horrifying scenes. This is a 9-year-old girl named Leen Matar who was pulled from the rubble.
I was at my grandfather's house when suddenly the rubble started to fall on us, and we started screaming and the neighbors came to rescue us. We don't want to keep going through this. Every year there are strikes, killings of children and injuries. I am happy that I am alive because I always had a dream to fulfill, which is to become a doctor and help people in such times, to help them because I have been through many problems like this.
Israel defended the bombardment of Gaza, saying it was a preemptive operation targeting militants with the group Islamic Jihad. 2 senior Islamic Jihad commanders were killed in the attack. During the bombardment, Israel also cut off fuel to Gaza, leading to blackouts across the region. For more, we go to Gaza now to speak with Issam Adwan, Palestinian journalist, activist, researcher, and new father. Issam, welcome back to Democracy Now! This ceasefire has been declared between Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Israel. Can you talk about what has happened over the weekend?
Thank you for hosting me. The scene is, as usually, terrifying for me as a new father of a 2-month infant. As a journalist on the other part, that we are expecting everything from the Israeli side, even during the times of the ceasefire, because several instances before indicated the violation of the times of the ceasefire. The situation is horrifying. We have witnessed 44 Palestinians dying, including 15 children and 6 women, which represents half of the casualties from the Palestinian side. There are no words to describe the war crimes that have been committed, even with the claims of the Israeli authority that they are targeting PIJ's senior members, military senior members. This included, of course, targeting of residential buildings, killing children and women, of course.
Can you talk about what started this?
So what started, just to correct you a little bit in your introduction, that you mentioned that Israel cut fuel supplies to Gaza during the bombardment launched on Gaza of the operation, of course. But it happened four days before the escalation started, when the Israeli administration decided to close both borders, Kerem Shalom crossing and Eretz crossing, which they are the main crossings of the goods that enters into Gaza, as well as the medical equipment and fuel as well. So when they decided to do that, it came along with a provocative action to detain Bassam al-Saadi, a senior member of the PIJs in the West Bank. Of course, with no response by the political parties here in Gaza, they have added more violence with the targeting of Taysir al-Jabari, a senior member of the PIJs in Gaza. Just to give you a sense of understanding about Taysir al-Jabari, he had been more of a political person rather than being a military.
Can you talk about the 2 Palestinian Islamic Jihad leaders who were killed and Israel's assertion that this was a preemptive attack on a possible attack against Israel?
I don't know how to describe this properly, but what a preemptive attacks when included that the international laws, especially the international humanitarian laws, which prohibit targeting buildings and areas which contains hundreds of civilians. We're talking about Gaza. That is about 365 square kilometers, where 2 million of people are put, with an intentional policy to suffocate every norms of their existence. So how you can possibly target senior members of the PIJs? And as I stated before, they were more of political persons rather than being military. So significantly saying that they were not of a great threat to the Israeli administration, but following what has been happening inside, the dispute happening inside the Israeli administration ahead of the pre-elections coming in the future, that they are using the Palestinian blood to promote a campaign for certain individuals, especially with the decreasing of the public support provided to Lapid and Gantz in particular during the run of the current government.
Talk about the Israeli elections coming up in November and how you feel they weigh in here.
It's actually the same. No matter who runs the Israeli government, it's always the same, with the same policy to suffocate the Gaza Strip. We're talking about 15 years of blockade. This blockade killed every existence of people living in Gaza. And there were several individuals running the Israeli government of different opinions and different views and different policies to deal with Gaza. But all the policies were met on one goal, that the Palestinians in Gaza do not deserve to live a normal life. This extent leads us to think that this change inside the Israeli government is just a minor change, just an apparent change of who's leading the government, but the policy remains the same, either being a right wing or a left wing of Israelis.
Now talk about the situation in Gaza. What does it mean to have the blackout and the number of casualties? What's the latest figure? We heard 44, more than a third of them children, over 300 people injured. What's happening in the hospitals, and how do you get these figures?
Yes, as I mentioned, as I highlighted before, that the Israeli administration implemented the closure of the Gaza Strip 4 days ahead of the operation starts in Gaza, including a shortage, including blocking the entrance of fuel, which is Gaza mainly depends to run 8 hours a day in the normal cases. With the shortage of the fuel, of course, it hugely influenced the capacity of the hospitals to treat those injuries, and also to put those dead people in the proper places. This is an indicator of a harsh policy that the Israeli administration has been dealing with Gaza. And I don't know how to describe this in a human side level, because even to me personally, I have experienced because the media mainly focusing on Gaza whenever there are hundreds of people dying, hundreds of house bombed. But there are other times during these 15 years of blockade, people are dying because of the poverty. People are dying because of the lack of hope, lack of job opportunities. And that is what the media is neglecting to cover on the situation of Gaza.
Israel and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad agreed to a Cairo-mediated truce after 3 days of intense rocket attacks by Israeli forces.
Now for sure we have reached a deal, and there is an Egyptian commitment to release the prisoners Khalil Awada and Bassam Asadi as soon as possible from the Israeli jails. We announced ceasefire by 11:30, and we welcome the Egyptian efforts that were made to end this battle.
That's an Islamic Jihad spokesperson, Issam Adwan. Can you talk about Egypt's involvement here and where you think this is going at this point?
Yeah, as I said before, the ceasefire is never a safe solution for the people of Gaza, because it moves no tangible improvements on the situation of Gaza, of day by day, and from a war to war, especially the wars of 2008, 12, 14, and 2021, and this current one. The infrastructure of Gaza is hugely damaged. The medical expertise and equipment are barely found. So the solution and the ceasefire that happened between BIJs and the Israeli side, there were three conditions revealed from the Egyptian mediation, who has been positively in the process. That first, to release Sheikh Bassam Saadi, who was detained by the Israeli government in the previous days heading of the escalation, and releasing the Palestinian prisoner Khalil Awad, who has been in a hunger strike for more than 100 days with an intentional medical negligence, to transfer him to medical care systems. Those demands, they are indications of how much the situation is worsening day by day. And that's why the situation is not improving, and people do not feel safety, because Israel can determine a new round of escalation throughout assassinating a valuable target, as they claim, despite the fact that even the Israeli media outlets, they do not recognize this as a big of achievement, the killing, and I mean by that the killing of Mansour and Taysir al-Jabari. As I said before, they were more of a political targets rather than being a military. So there is no significant achievement recognized, but the Israeli government keeps bragging about it.
Israel is saying that a number of the Palestinians killed were killed by the backfiring of Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own missiles. Your response, Issam Adwan?
I believe the Israeli side used a video, an anonymous video that shows nothing in the middle of the darkness. That during the bombardment of Jabalia refugee camp, so there were no, I would say, clear indications that this is by the BIG's misfired rocket. We have seen a huge bombardment launch on Gaza during the times between 9 p.m. to 12 p.m. During these times, more than 12 targets were hit on Jabalia camp, so there were no clear identification of whether this. But let's take into consideration the explosive power. The Israeli side has always undermined the potential, the rockets' potential of the Palestinian resistance, and now they are recognizing that this rocket could kill 7 individuals, 7 Palestinians. I don't think this makes any sense because Israel exaggerates whenever the exaggeration in its benefits, and they undermine the potential of the Palestinians whenever they see it fit.
You tweeted, "The ceasefire is never a time to celebrate for Gazans, but rather a moment to mourn the deaths of innocent civilians killed by the Israeli warplane, to barely survive wondering, am I going to be next?" Can we end where we started? You're a new father. You have a 2-month-old little girl named Sarah. Can you talk about what you see the future as in Gaza?
It's really terrifying during thinking about it all the years, even before Sarah came to my life, that I have a huge sense of guilt that I brought her into life. It's really pessimist to talk about it, but inside of me, it eats me alive that I brought a child into a situation that never rested. I was born in 1993, lived my entire life under the direct occupation, and for the past 15 years, I have been denied the majority of my rights, including the right to have a proper education outside or medication in cases of illness. So imagining the situation applies to my daughter Sarah is terrifying me the most, because being a journalist and being hugely exposed to cases of slaughtering children and women, it keeps echoing in my mind, it keeps echoing in my heart, and it eats me from inside. That is it going to be next? And if it's not me, it could be my Sarah.
Issam Adwan, we want to thank you for being with us, Palestinian journalist, activist, and researcher joining us from Gaza. Next up, we go to Colombia, where the newly inaugurated President Gustavo Petro is ushering in a new political era with Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to be elected vice president. Stay with us.
¿Cuál es mi papá? ¿Cuál es mi papá? Dale hacia la calle, dale hacia la calle, póngase a llorar, póngase a llorar.
Mamita by Bomba Estéreo and Simón Mejía, who we'll be hearing from in this next segment. Mamita just released. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Colombia Sunday, thousands celebrated the historic inauguration of President Gustavo Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina, ushering in a new and hopeful political era in the South American nation after centuries of right-wing rule. Petro is the first leftist president to ever govern Colombia, while Francia Márquez is making history as the first Afro-Colombian woman elected as vice president. The pair won Colombia's presidential runoff election in June with over half the vote. Petro is a former member of the guerrilla group M19, former senator and mayor of Bogota, who's vowed to fight inequality and poverty in Colombia, increase taxes on the wealthy, expand social programs, restore peace, and combat the climate crisis by halting new oil extraction and moving away from an economy long dependent on fossil fuel. He's also pledged free public university education, healthcare reform, and reestablishing relations with neighboring Venezuela. Gustavo Petro addressed supporters in Bogota Sunday during his inauguration, where he also denounced the brutal U.S.-backed so-called war on drugs.
Y finalmente uniré a Colombia.
I will finally unite Colombia. We will unite between all of us, our beloved Colombia. We have to end the divisions that confront us as a people. I do not want two countries, just as I do not want two societies. I want a strong, just, and united Colombia. The challenges we face as a nation demand a period of unity and basic consensus. It is our responsibility.
Pero convocamos también a todos los armados.
We call on all those who are armed to leave their arms in the haze of the past, to accept legal benefits in exchange for peace, in exchange for the definitive non-repetition of violence, and to work as owners of a prosperous but legal economy that puts an end to the backwardness of the regions.
Es hora de una nueva convención internacional.
It is time for a new international convention that accepts that the war on drugs has completely failed,
Fracasado rotundamente.
that it has killed 1 million Latin Americans, many of them Colombians, during the last 40 years, and that it leaves 70,000 North Americans dead by overdose each year from drugs that are not produced in Latin America. The war on drugs strengthened mafias and weakened states.
That was Colombian President Gustavo Petro addressing Colombia during his inauguration in Bogota yesterday. The day before, on Saturday, indigenous leaders from throughout Colombia held a symbolic inauguration for Petro and Vice President Francia Márquez Mina in Bogota. Márquez is a prominent land and water defender, winner of the 2018 Goldman Environmental Prize, who helped organize the women of the community of La Toma in Colombia's Pacific Southwest region of Cauca to stop illegal gold mining on their ancestral land. Despite threats from multinational corporations and paramilitary, she continued to fight back in defense of the earth. Márquez Mina is also a lawyer and a former housekeeper. This is Francia Márquez speaking at the indigenous-led ceremony Saturday.
Hermanos y hermanas,
brothers and sisters, here I am with you, ready to hold your hands to walk alongside this government tenure, which will not be easy, because we must say, here in Colombia, we have the most dangerous elite in the region.
Francia Márquez Mina, the first Afro-Colombian woman to serve as vice president in Colombia's history. Well, just after their election, but before the inauguration this weekend, I spoke to Simón Mejía, founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo, about a new project that centers the resistance, experiences, and traditions of Afro-Colombians, people who've long faced violence and repression from right-wing governments and paramilitaries, drug traffickers, and multinational corporations seeking to exploit sacred natural resources on the land. The project's called Bomba Estéreo Presents El Duende, which means the elf or the goblin, a musical journey on Colombia's Pacific coast. We began our conversation speaking about the significance of the election of Gustavo Petro, a former guerrilla member, and Colombia's Francia Márquez Mina, the Afro-Colombian woman and environmentalist, as Colombia's vice president.
Yeah, well, I think it's historical. It's historical for Colombia because you know that Colombia has been I would say for centuries, right-oriented in terms of politics, and all the left candidates that we have in recent history that were candidates for presidency were killed. So having this person that was from a very symbolic guerrilla here in Colombia that was called M19, left-orientated, choosing him as vice president, Francia Márquez, that is a social and environmental leader in a country where more environmental and social leaders are killed in the world. is really symbolic, and it's really, it brings hope to the people, to the underrepresented people of the periphery of Colombia, who are the ones that voted for Gustavo Petro, the Afro communities, the indigenous communities, the campesinos, the farmers, the poor people around the country that have been undertaken for years and years. So it's a good time for change. There's hope in the air. We don't know what's going to happen, but the good thing is that there's hope in the air. And I feel when there's hope in the air, there's light at the end of the tunnel. So we'll see what happens, and people are really excited about this. And I think that regarding what's happening today in the world, that you see that everything is turning to the right. Having Colombia and many other countries in Latin America turning to a center, to a left, is very symbolic of how this Latin America, and a piece of the earth, and Central America might be really important for the future of politics in the world, especially if we unite as one bloc, not just small countries, but one bloc, protecting our environment and asking for things for the first world countries.
Simón Mejia, I wanted to ask you about the film that you were featured in 2020, Sonic Forest, which follows your journey across the Colombian Pacific coast, spending several weeks with Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities who've been on the front lines of the violence and the killing. Colombia, one of the most violent places, lethal places for environmentalists all over the planet. Can you talk about what you learned on that journey and what you want to convey to the world through your music and your research?
Yes, that was a project that we made with an NGO, and North American NGO, Environmental. It's a purely environmental film, and we did it with an organization that is called Stand for Trees. They do these projects all around the world, linking forest conservation with carbon credits. So we were invited by them to do the piece of Colombia that is and happens in the Pacific rainforest in Colombia. Pacific rainforest is a forest almost as important as the Amazon jungle. For Colombia and for the world. Is one of the most biodiverse jungles in the world. It's full of water, it's impressive, full of water, but at the same time it's one of the most conflicted places in Colombia, because there's illegal and legal gold mining, and there are roots of drug trafficking. I have to say that the drug trafficking is the main problem here in Colombia. Not drug trafficking, but I think cocaine being illegal is the engine to all the deaths that we have in Mexico and in Colombia. So I will have to say also that anyone around the world who buys cocaine is carrying death here in Mexico and in Colombia. So if they don't legalize it, the problem will be forever, and we'll have death and violence forever in the countries that are involved in this illegal business that should be legal. So this film, it wasn't about drug trafficking. It was about projects of communitary projects in the Pacific, one Afro and one indigenous, that are protecting thousands of millions and millions of hectares of forest in exchange of carbon credits. That's how they finance do their work and protect this jungle. And the objective of the film was just to have a musician or an artist to go and show that to the world, how these communities are protecting forests that today are key to climate balance, key to climate change, and key to absorbing all the carbon that is in the atmosphere. So we went there, and as I was a musician, we related it with music. So I was with the communities, we did like musical encounters, and in the middle of the musical encounters, we talk about the work they do for protecting this forest, the menaces that they have, and it was beautiful because it was Afro and indigenous community, they live each by their side, but it was knowing the process behind all this huge and really important work that they do, facing real dangers, because protecting forests here in Colombia is a dangerous task, and being a social or environmental leader is really dangerous in Colombia because they kill them. So visualizing this is a way to show to the world the thing that they do and how important it is, and how important it is to protect these people as well.
Founding member of the Grammy Award-winning Colombian band Bomba Estéreo. We spoke to him in Bogota. To see the full interview and hear his music, you can go to democracynow.org in both English and Spanish. Coming up, we go to CPAC. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. Stay with us.
Nos quitaron el mar, nos quitaron el cielo, vendieron por nada, se nos acabó, nos quitaron el viento, quemaron la selva, vendieron la tierra, apagaron el sol. Se llevaron el agua, secaron los ríos, dejaron vacíos los montes por carbón, soltaron las manos y estamos parados en medio del bosque viendo su extinción.
Bomba Estéreo and Simone Mejia. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. On Saturday, CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, wrapped up in Dallas with a speech by former President Donald Trump, who outlined plans for Republicans if they take control of Congress after the midterm elections, like restoring, quote, public safety and repeating his call for the death penalty for drug dealers. This comes as several Republican candidates who supported Trump's lie that the 2020 presidential election was stolen won their races in recent primary elections. One of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a man pretending to be a January 6 prisoner crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6 hearings on headsets. The display was set up by right-wing influencer Brandon Straka, who was convicted in January for his role in the January 6 insurrection. CPAC's opening day featured a speech by far-right Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who recently won re-election to a fourth term. He appeared after saying in a speech the week before that Europeans, quote, do not want to become peoples of mixed race. Orban spoke Thursday for more than half an hour, drew multiple standing ovations, perhaps the loudest when he was condemning same-sex families. He said a battle is being fought for Western civilization.
You have midterm elections this year, then presidential and congressional elections in 24. And we will have election in the European Parliament same year. These two locations will define the two fronts in the battle being fought for Western civilization. Today we hold neither of them, yet we need both. You have 2 years to get ready.
On Thursday, just before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's address to CPAC in Texas, Democracy Now!'s Nermeen Sheikh and I spoke with Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University, who specializes in the rise and fall of constitutional government, focusing on Hungary. Today, we bring you part 2 of our discussion. Shepley began by talking about the significance of Orban addressing CPAC.
CPAC is clearly going international, and I think a lot of that is because there's something that I call the illiberals international, right, which is that there are a lot of leaders who start as charismatic populists, who get themselves elected, and then who take this sharp autocratic turn by locking down power so people can't get rid of them. And it turns out that that in many cases they're sharing the tools they use to stay in power. So since that started happening, and Orban, I think, has really modeled the genre because he got there first and because he's been packaging these little developments for taking over the courts, developing a compliant parliament, shutting down all the independent think tanks, shutting down all the independent agencies of government. Because he's been so successful at it and he keeps appearing to win elections, and for a long time people thought he was still a Democrat, including a Christian Democrat, all of that looks really enticing. So I think what CPAC has now realized is that there are models for how to do this around the world that they want to learn from. So they've been learning from Orban, they've gone to Brazil with Bolsonaro, they've gone to Israel where Netanyahu's sort of, been able to whip up nationalism into keeping himself in power for a long time and so on. So CPAC is definitely going international, and I think they're learning a lot of things. So if I can give you one example of what I think CPAC has just recently learned, or what the conservative movement in the U.S. has learned from Orban. When Orban first came to power, he distrusted the civil service because many people working in the government were not on his team, so to speak. So he used the excuse of an IMF austerity program, which Hungary was under, to say we need to fire a big chunk of the civil service. So they changed the law that nominally protects people who work in the civil service from political influence. They then fired thousands of people who were not associated with their political party. They then reinstated the law on the civil service, and then Orban increased the size of the civil service by they doubled it from what it had been when he first came to power, except that all the new people were his people, right? So we've just seen, there was a scoop by Jonathan Swan at Axios a couple of weeks ago, that there are now these boot camps training young conservatives of Trumpist mode to immediately go into government as soon as a Republican is elected. And the idea is that they will transfer a lot of current civil servants onto this thing that Trump invented in his first term called Schedule F, which means you reclassify them and suddenly they don't have their job protections anymore. And then whoever the Republican president is will be able to fire large numbers of civil service employees while then hiring into regular civil service jobs that are protected all of their own people. So you see already Steve Bannon has been running these boot camps for young conservatives to go in and take over the government, not just through the political appointments, but through the civil service. And that was one of the things Orban pioneered, and now they're doing it here. So this is really, CPAC is now picking up all of these tricks from autocrats who have managed to install themselves in power forever while still appearing to the outside world. The debate in the outside world is it still a democracy or not? The answer is no, it hasn't been since probably about 2012. But it's taken a very long time for analysts to catch up to it because it looks different than your 20th century dictatorships.
Professor Shapley, I also wanted to ask you, as Orban addresses CPAC, and we are in the midst of these public hearings on the January 6th insurrection, about this Christian nationalism, which is increasingly a term that is used here, or white Christian nationalism. It's how proximate it is, how close it is to white supremacists. Also, I'm thinking of Catherine Stewart's book, The Power Worshippers Inside the Dangerous Rise of Religious Nationalism. Can you talk about how all of this comes together?
Yeah, so in this regard, Hungary and the U.S. are actually quite different. So Hungary is a country in which something like 8% of the population attends religious services regularly. So it's just not a religious country. It's a kind of secular, cynical, individualistic society. So that's why Orban's Christian democracy appeal strikes me as being primarily for outsiders. It's not really something that's whipping up lots of religious groups in Hungary. On the other hand, what Orban's appeal does do is to whip up nationalism. Hungary against the EU, Hungary against, its historic enemies and so on, and to whip up racism, which is a big part of Orban's appeal. No black and brown people, no Muslim people, etc. So that is really an appeal. So the U.S. version is much more Christian focused, although it looks to me like some of the groups that were behind, the sort of muscle behind January 6th, were not themselves Christian organizations. So it seems to me that these right-wing movements actually have a number of different strands in them, some of which are the religious right that would be all in on banning abortion, for example, some of which would be all in it for, the great replacement theory, right, which is that black and brown people shall not replace white people as governors of the states where white people have dominated. And some of it is this nationalism of our country first. We're sick of globalization. We're sick of, being dependent, watching our jobs go to other countries and so on. So there's a mix of all of those strands in the U.S., and there's a mix of the anti-globalization strand and the white nationalism strand in Hungary. But the Christian democracy, despite Orban's rhetoric, is not the main thing going on there.
Who is the base for supporting Orban in Hungary, and then the base here for Trump? What is the demographic that you've identified?
Yeah, so Trump's base and also Orban's base are, sort of rural, less educated voters who feel left behind by globalization. So it's the former working class, it's the former farmers who have found themselves, in the wake of globalization with far less prosperous lives than they might have otherwise had. And so it's a kind of resentment against these global forces. It's also a resentment against this perception that in the city there are all of these educated people who look down on them and who would much prefer to mingle with company that doesn't look like them. So it's that same kind of basically rural, small town, small city, less well-educated, people who don't get out much, shall we say. So it's the people who don't have passports. It's the people who have never left the country. It's the people who don't speak languages. I mean, one thing that I think is important to understand about Hungary, which you can also say about the U.S., is that people don't speak languages. There was a recent survey that showed that something like 12% of Hungarians can carry out a conversation in any other language besides Hungarian. And Hungarian isn't a big popular language, like even the neighboring countries don't speak it, right? And we have a bit this problem in the U.S. where we have lots of Americans who just don't know what's happening in the rest of the world because they don't have languages, they don't travel, they don't have passports. So it's that base, the base that thinks of home as everything, who thinks of their local communities as everything, that is supporting these kind of right-wing nationalists, in part because the right-wing nationalists are saying, we don't want those global forces either. We don't want those strange people coming in to our peaceful little communities, peaceful little communities in the U.S. with guns, but nonetheless. So I think in that sense, the bases are very similar. And actually, when you look at these right-wing movements, you look at Bolsonaro in Brazil, you look at Modi in India, you look at Erdogan in Turkey, that this is the base that all of them are drawing from. It's the rural, small town, group that doesn't ever leave their own countries, doesn't get out of their language bubbles, doesn't get out of their cultural bubbles, and that isn't very well educated. And that's what's propping up these leaders.
I mean, isn't that also the case with Israel and the United States? The increasing support they have to turn to, not the young Jewish population in the United States, but the Christian nationalists is who they're most turning to for support in the United States right now.
Exactly, exactly. And so, the bond between evangelical Christian movement and Jewish nationalists, the sort of Zionists in Israel, is really one of those underreported stories. And, as young people in the U.S. move more and more to the left, Israel is finding that young Jews are not really their primary basis of support, the Netanyahu sort of nationalist, group in Israel. So absolutely, this is really a global trend. And I think this is one reason why CPAC is looking abroad, because I think they've realized that this is a global trend. This is something where they can take advantage of the lessons learned from others about how to get power, what kinds of campaigns work, and then also once they have power, how to keep it. And I think, much as every time these culture war issues come up, I also, get pretty outraged by what they say just as a substantive matter. But I think we also need not to take our eye off the ball, that what's going on underneath the surface is changes of laws that lock in power. And in many ways, once you lose the ability to change leaders through free and fair elections, you're really in a different world. And Hungary is a few steps ahead of the U.S. on that.
Well, that's where I wanted to go next, is that issue of you following Hungary as increasingly authoritarian, and if you see the United States following suit. I mean, we just came out of a primary where one person after another who ran for office in the Republican primaries, from Arizona to Michigan, even those that are running for Secretary of State who run the elections are election deniers.
Exactly. Well, this is such a familiar playbook from Orban. So the reason why is that one thing, Orban did as soon as he came to power was he captured the election rules and the election machinery, so that it was his people counting the votes, it was his people in all the election commissions, and it was his people in the courts. So what Orban has shown you is that if you can control writing the rules, and then you can control the courts that hear disputes under those rules, it doesn't matter how people vote, because your rules will overcome any popular vote. And that's, Orban has engineered these supermajorities in the Hungarian parliament from, having less than a majority at home. And, one thing Orban and Trump share is that in the polls, their base is about 1/3 of the public. 1/3, maybe it gets up to 40% when they're having a good day. But neither Trump nor Orban have ever had majority support. And so the question is, how do you go on winning elections if you don't have majority support? And the answer is you fiddle with the rules, and if that doesn't work, you fiddle with the counts, right? You put your people in place. So, and this is where, frankly, the Democrats still think this is really all about turnout and voter suppression. And, that was true at one point, that was how the Republicans played it. But the Republicans are playing a totally different game now, in which you win or lose elections before anybody ever casts a vote, because you've set up a system designed to produce a certain result, no matter what the votes say. That's how Orban wins, and that's what we're moving into. And I'm very afraid that CPAC and the Trump Republican Party is borrowing from Orban's playbook.
And Professor Shepley, just before we end, how would you respond to those who say that there are many more checks on power in the U.S. and therefore it can never be quite as concentrated as it is in some of these countries, from Brazil to Hungary to the other instances other countries that you named?
Well, that's actually not true anymore. So if you think about how you learn civics, right, the 3 branches and checks and balances and all of that, all of our checks, our constitutional checks, as well as our system of federalism, which is another kind of check, are supposed to, they work because the officers in those branches are defending the prerogatives of their branches, right? So the Senate is supposed to defend the prerogatives of the Senate. The judiciary is supposed to defend itself. The states are supposed to resist, incursions from the federal government, all that that's how checks and balances work. Well, all of that falls apart if people are putting party above their institutions. And once you have Republican control running through all of the branches and running down into the states, all those checks and balances disappear. We're now seeing a Senate which has basically decided it will govern by blocking anything a Democratic president wants to do, even when it's in the interests of their members, right? That's something that the Senate wouldn't do if it were defending the Senate as opposed to defending the party. So essentially what's been happening now with the Republican Party is that it's disabled all these checks and balances. We still teach students that, checks and balances are what keeps our democracy afloat. And the fact is they've already been undermined. So we are a lot closer to dictatorship than I think anyone realizes. And that's because our Constitution is not working as it was designed to function. And the thing that I must say really has me particularly freaked out in light of the Hungarian experience is that Orban very early on captured the top court in the system. And once the courts are going to come to bat for you and defend anything you do and not say that what you're doing is unconstitutional, or where they completely rewrite what the Constitution means through their decisions, You're living with a captured court, and that really is something extremely hard to overcome. And unfortunately, in the U.S., we're already there.
Kim Lane Shepley, professor of sociology and international affairs at Princeton University. We spoke to her Thursday right before Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban addressed CPAC. You can see part 1 of our interview at democracynow.org. As we mentioned, one of the booths at CPAC featured a mock jail cell with a January 6th insurrectionist crying inside the cell as people stood on the other side of the bars listening to testimony from the January 6th hearings on headset. At one point, Republican Congressmember Marjorie Taylor Greene went into the cell, got on her knees to pray with the man wearing the orange jumpsuit, as some of the people surrounding the cell recited the Lord's Prayer, some crying, others throwing money inside. And that does it for our show, Democracy Now!, produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Taracena, Charina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Tay Marie Astudio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Honey Massoud, Mary Conlon. Our executive director is Julie Crosby. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
Vanessa, I have a question for you.
Sure.
We're all dressed up. We're here at BRIC. What are we doing here?
Well, we're here to hear some music from 2 really distinct but very interesting bands that are here in New York. Fame, which is a Filipino traditional-based ensemble, and Bombayo, which is Puerto Rican traditional-based music. And we're just really excited to see what's going to happen when all this music comes together.
So the 2 groups are meeting each other for the first time. They're hearing each other's music for the first time. And then we're going to put them together, and that's the 21st century.
We're going to see what happens.
I played with Bombayo maybe 5 or 6 different times, so I know that they can go into all kinds of situations and sound good and find their way, and they always bring something special. Bomba is such a joyous music, and the dance is incredible. We don't know what today's going to be like. We're just really grateful that you're here with us. Everything from here on out is going to be under a cloud of mystery, but it's all good mystery, and this is very exciting, so here we go.
Al ingenio, al ingenio. Al ingenio María que hay bomba en la central.
Al ingenio, al ingenio.
Eso.
Al ingenio María que hay bomba en la central.
Ay, en la central, en la central. Al ingenio María que hay bomba en la central.
The yo in Bombayo, it means myself or self in Spanish. So for me, it starts from within. I think that transformation, that connection to culture, that rootedness, that all starts from within.
For me, it was more about identity. When I saw Bomba for the first time, I think I was about 40 years old. And even at that age, I'd never been to Puerto Rico, you know, and so when I saw bomba, it was like I felt Puerto Rico. It was like, you know, something that I really felt it inside of me. It's a music, it gets, you know, goes over 400 years, you know, the oldest African-derived music in Puerto Rico. It came from a group of enslaved Africans that was brought to the island. Something about bomba helped me connect with something that I think taught me a little bit more about my own history.
Since we're New Yorkers, yo also means yo. in the street, everybody knows what yo is. It's to call it, you know, someone's attention to something. If you say yo, you're gonna turn and you're gonna look and see what's going on. So that's kind of, you know, calling attention to something that's been marginalized, something that, you know, has been undervalued, almost even demonized, like any African-based cultural music.
You know, what we're talking about is a music, a tradition that stayed alive during the African diaspora. And so wherever it would go, that culture, the drum, the song, the dance, those are the elements. The most important piece in the bomba for me is the dance. There are two principal drums that are used. This drum plays the bass rhythm, it gives the foundation, then the dancer just adds flavor with movements. Those movements are interpreted with my drum. I catch those movements, all improvised, I follow, and sometimes it's so perfectly done, it looks like a choreography, but it's not. What you see is all improvised.
It's sort of like a conversation, you know, as you talk, and maybe when you're talking to your friend, you know, you start talking on top of each other, your voices start getting higher and accelerating. We sort of transplant that into a nonverbal communication. And how powerful is that when we think of our ancestors who were slaves, and this was maybe their only time to connect with themselves and to their community in a real way. When we engage with bomba, we know that there's a deep, deep roots to that. And there's power in holding whatever you have as a tool to communicate.
That was awesome. That was really, really good.
I liked it. It was unique. I never heard it before.
I liked when they harmonized and then all the voices came together and sound like one.
And it's only going to get even more musical because we have with us a very special guest, FAME, the Filipino Arts and Music Ensemble. The participants here are youth, ranging from elementary school all the way up through high school. And we're really, really glad to have you with us.
Hector Martinez, thank you so much for being here. Can you tell us a little bit about the group, how long you've been going, and how the music works? Is it improvised like Bomba Yo?
We've been going on for 10 years now, and most of the arrangements that we do are all written out. So all these students read music. And we come together, they go home, practice their music, they come together, we put everything together.
Great, well thank you, I can't wait to hear it.
Sure, thank you. Fame is a collection of kids who come in and practice Filipino folk instruments. Most of the songs that we play come from the Philippines. They are Filipino folk songs that we sing at the fiestas that we have.
The mission of Filipino Arts and Music Ensemble is to promote and preserve the Philippine culture and heritage.
The Filipino folk music comes from Spain, especially the instruments that we have over here. We have a guitar, we have a double bass. This is a bandurria. Usually the bandurrias play the melodies. We also have an octavina. They do play melodies as well, but more of counterpoint. There's some kind of Mexican influence to the way we play. We have rhythms of the habanera. Although it's slower, we make it into a love song. We play polkas. And we play waltzes. One more time, making sure that those single notes are together. Ta, pok, ta, pok, ta, okay? 1, 2, we also dance. There is a sense of focus for a group, especially kids, because sometimes kids nowadays, it's very individualistic, especially in America. But here, you have to lose your certain individuality to be part of that group. But first of all, it's to have fun with each other. Joke around, play around, kid around, eat pizza, and Filipino spaghetti, because it's different from the Italian spaghetti. The kids learn how to play this instrument. There's discipline, there's culture, there's camaraderie. When all is gone, when they're in their own lives in the future, one of these days, they'll take up that instrument, start playing again, or if not, lead a new group.
I didn't hear that music before, but it was kind of similar to our countryside music. And I kind of find various tunes where we were thinking, oh, this sounds like this one, and this sounds like this other one. So it feels kind of familiar. It was beautiful.
I think it's incredible to see young people keeping traditions alive and feeling it. It felt so calming and so smoothing, and I felt like we call música jíbara, mountain music, with, very string guitar oriented.
And now we're about to do something really interesting.
We're going to go deep into the 21st century to the Puerto Rican Filipino axis.
What happens when we hear some traditional bomba music being played alongside, underneath, through some Filipino traditional music? And I think it's going to be really interesting, and we can't wait to hear what the result is going to be.
Based on that familiar sound that we have already, we're going to try to blend it in with what we know and kind of go back and forth with the sounds that they're bringing up.
I think it's gonna sound great because their beat with our melody, I think it's just gonna sound really good.
I'll trade you. I want to try yours.
I'll try this one.
All right. There we go. What's this called?
Octavina.
Octavina?
Yeah.
Wow, this is so cool.
You master that instrument. No matter what kind of attitude anyone has towards it, they cannot take that from you. You go to your grave with the knowledge of your culture and your tradition. And when you have that, you're always secure.
That's it.
That's your arrangement?
That's their melody, okay? Now, Bandura 2, you could do Re, Do sharp, Ti, La, Fa sharp. When they started to sing first, I was thinking, okay, maybe this is the song we might be doing. So I listened to your melody, and I tried to figure it out on the mandolins, and these are the notes that I figured out from what you sang. So it's basically like 4 or 5 notes. I said, okay, we could just play on that one, maybe make some chords in that one.
Obviously, there are two different groups playing two quite different pieces of music. So right in and of itself, like that seems like a hurdle, but it might not be.
And this is New York, where this kind of thing is happening
every day.
unofficially on every street corner,
Right.
people.
That'll work? Just try it, see if it works.
Al ingenio, al ingenio, al ingenio María cae bomba en la central. Al ingenio, al ingenio.
Do you need them to change the key? Because there may not be anymore.
María cae bomba en la central. En la central. En la central, al ingenio María cae bomba en la central. Al ingenio, al ingenio.
Okay, can we do that one more time? It's a different key.
Okay.
I think you're.
Maybe we can go into the key.
Yeah, take it, because we were taking it from a while ago.
Okay.
And we were saying it was a bit lower now.
might
Could
be
you give it
easier
a
for us
fa
to go
sharp?
into the key.
Right. Fa mi.
That's okay?
Yeah?
That's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll do the bottom voice.
Let's try. I'll just play the drum, the rhythm, and then you bring that in, and let me see if I can just come into.
Okay. We could do that.
Right?
We could start
Maybe.
with the drums, and then we
Right.
got tremolo. When they start singing, do the pulsing though. It sounds pulsing is better, but for now tremolo. And I'll tell you when to change.
Any variation of that.
Yeah.
The drums might drown out the strings. It might have to be a bit lighter on
Yeah,
the
we're
drums.
gonna do that. We're gonna do that.
Yeah.
That's why I want to hear it. If I start off first, I'm gonna start off strong. But if I hear the string first, then I'll go underneath the string.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so why don't we start with, let's try this. 3, and 1, 2, mi. Wait, okay, yeah, the second. Fa sharp. More creative with the rhythm that you're playing. Be creative.
Vamos a cantar, vamos a celebrar nuestra herencia africana y ellos vamos a bailar.
Axis.
I had to control myself because when it immediately started, I just wanted to cry because the voices, everything came together. It was like I was in heaven. It just took me somewhere else. And
it's just, you're in a trance, isn't it?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It was hard to believe that this is happening. So, you know, it was beautiful, man. Beautiful.
You guys came together so naturally. It's just, it was beautiful. I mean, from out here, it was like a magical and beautiful sound.
It was so crazy. It seemed so easy, too. It seemed like it just happened.
We could do this. We could actually play together. And it gives a nice rhythmic excitement to what we do because we don't have rhythms.
Right.
So once you come in, it's like, it feels much more danceable.
Right.
What if we decide to end with a dance party and we find maybe one note or something that could be for anyone who wanted to do a little bit of playing, but if we maybe end with a bomba song, if you want to sort of take the lead on that, but just open it up for as much dancing, just a total free form.
Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Por falta de agua, por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 dime dónde vas. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. El pueblo se está quemando por falta de agua. Por falta de agua, por falta de agua. El pelo se está quemando por falta de agua. Hola, 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 hola de la mar. Hola, 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 dime dónde vas.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spent a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools and different districts, it all sprouted from my mother like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said. To be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you've created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding, because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in the sauce. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. Fit for life.
Hi everyone, I'm Andrea. I'm the production designer for the Saturday Night Live film unit. I came up with the system for a face shield out of stuff that you can get off of Amazon or in Home Depot or in Staples. We've got your acetate, double stick tape, this curly wiggly stuff. Apply your weather strip, thread that through, and that is literally it.
We assembled Art Cube Army as soon as we heard about the dearth of PPEs and supplies worldwide, because we knew that we could make these items and get them out very quickly.
Good morning, this is Marcus at Art Effects 23. We are printing face shields with 2 Ultimaker S5s.
Art Cube Nation is a global network of art department professionals and small businesses that cater to the needs of film, television, and theater and events. The Art Cube Army consists of about 120 volunteers from our major list. Small prop fabricators, art directors, set decorators, artisans, you name it. A lot of our members are also 3D printers and have very select skills. They're divided into pods, mostly by neighborhoods, some concentrating in the Navy Yard, where they all can work together separately in their own shops. I've heard stories about doctors and nurses going home afraid to hug their children because they feel toxic. I find that unacceptable. I hug my kid every night, and I don't have that feeling. So I can work as many hours, and so can the ArtCube Army. So our professionals that take care of us 24/7, 365 can go home and get the comfort that they need from their families and not feel toxic. The ideal material for face shields is a 20 gauge crystal clear marine vinyl. They use a lot on boats, etc. We were able to source 40 rolls from Shields for Heroes for this. Each can produce up to 400 shields. Once we received these 40 rolls of marine vinyl, we utilized another volunteer group from the film industry called Feel USA as logistics. They're PAs, production managers, and producers that banded together knowing that logistics were going to be everything in this process. Once we get the materials over to our group, we call Feel. They pick up small batches. They distribute them to 4 or 5 different hospitals weekly. Bauer Propulsion Lab is an R&D firm that has a shop with many capabilities in the Navy Yard and also a small network there, so they can work apart together to make the shields and other equipment that's necessary. The newest forms of PPE we're making are cubes to protect doctors from the virus when they intubate patients for ventilators. James Bednark, art director on Ray Donovan, brought in DeBoer Media, who has a drag knife. They are able to cut vinyl very quickly. We are used to making things on the fly with no room for error, no sleep, and we're particularly adept to this crisis. We have the materials at hand and the tools that we need already in our shops and in our home shops as well.
I don't stop hearing sirens all day long. I live across the street from a cemetery. It's very busy there. I'm super appreciative to be involved in the project and make PPE. Nothing gives me a greater sense of purpose than to be able to help the people that are on the front line.
City Council member Brad Lander on exposing inequity and protecting frontline medical workers from retaliation.
And your working from home actually includes work, which is legislation. You have a bill that's been introduced that really is cutting to the core of this pandemic that we're facing right now. Why that bill and why now for it?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I've got 2 pieces of legislation that I think are really relevant to the crisis. I think the first one you're referring to is about this bill that to protect doctors and nurses and healthcare workers who are facing gag orders and being threatened with firing if they speak up publicly about the conditions in their hospitals. So we announced legislation, and it's actually modeled on a bill that I was working on with fast food workers who also face unfair firing. You know, you can't be fired for a discriminatory reason, but most people can be fired for no reason at all, with no notice and no cause. So I realized we could pass a local law that would say healthcare workers, whether you're a doctor or a nurse or somebody that's providing healthcare assistance, you can only be fired for a good reason. You can't be fired without any notice and with no reason at all. And a good reason is not raising up your voice about health and safety conditions in your hospital. You cannot be fired for that as long as you're telling the truth. So yeah, so that legislation is being developed. I hope to get it introduced. I hope we're able to have it heard in a Zoom hearing and passed soon, because boy, you know, every night at 7 we go out and we cheer and clap and bang cowbells to say how grateful we are to these healthcare workers protecting their jobs while they are speaking out publicly about what's necessary to protect their health and safety. Seems like a real no-brainer.
And you think in this environment where at 7 o'clock like clockwork, people are out there cheering and supporting and banging the pots together, do you really think one of these hospital systems would have the audacity to fire a healthcare worker in the face of all of that we're facing and the public support?
You know, there were some reports of it actually having happened, not in New York. There was a report, I think, of a doctor in Boston and one on the West Coast who actually did get fired for this. So here so far, we saw very stern gag orders coming from the institutions. Whether they would follow through and fire people, I don't know. But obviously, those workers are feeling very anxious now. They believe their jobs are on the line because they've been told that they are, and that they have to choose between crying out to protect their health and safety and that of their colleagues and continuing to have their jobs. So if we get this legislation passed, it's not only that they would not be able to be fired, but you know, that kind of gag order would be against the law, would run contrary to that law.
Knowing what we do about the current landscape and even seeing the headlines of workers from Amazon facilities in New York who are taking their demands to the street and saying, hey, it's unsafe for us here, we have concerns, and one of the leaders of a walkout being subsequently fired. Is there any thought to maybe expanding the reach of this legislation?
Definitely. As I said, we started with fast food workers, and I'd like eventually to cover everyone. You know, this is a pretty simple law that says you can only be fired with a good reason. And there's plenty of reasons, obviously. There's things people can do that merit termination, but there's a set of policies as opposed to just you can be fired without any reason at all or in retaliation for organizing or raising health and safety causes. So yeah, I'd like to see that expanded more fully. One other thing I hope to be able to do for some of those Amazon Flex and Uber and Instacart workers, there's a lot of people out there right now that don't have any paid sick leave. And that's the second bill that I mentioned before. Unfortunately, the federal legislation and the state legislation to expand sick leave do not cover gig workers. New York City already has a great paid sick leave law if you're a traditional, employee who gets a W-2, but it doesn't yet cover those platform and gig workers, and I think we can. So I think, you're seeing workers all over the country right now speaking up, and especially, I think at least people would have said before, I know doctors and nurses are very important workers, they're essential workers. But I don't know that people would have said my restaurant delivery guy or that Amazon, warehouse employee or my bodega and grocery store worker or my laundromat worker. We might not have said those are essential workers. But now we know they are, except that they still don't get paid well enough. They don't get enough benefits. They a lot of times don't get that sick leave. We need to do better. And a lot of them are organizing all over the country, rising up, doing walk-offs like Amazon did, going out on strike. Through organizing, through worker action, and through legislation, we need to use this time to protect workers right now and also build that future where, if we know they're essential, then let's pay them and treat them with the dignity that essential work, and really all work, deserves.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. So your grandfather, Mr. Willie, was a Brooklyn legend, maintaining and building this business for more than 50 years. And you were learning right at his side. I wonder what he would think of this moment.
Wow. This has been exceptional. He did experience the crack epidemic era, and that was challenging, but it was nothing absolutely nothing like this. So he would have definitely been a first-time experience for him. Absolutely.
So if he would have experienced nothing like this in his 50 years plus, I can't imagine what it is that you're going through right now. I see a mask hanging from your ear.
Got the mask, got the gloves, got the Lysol, got the hand sanitizer. We're doing everything we can to stay safe. We have been totally inundated with cases of people who have unfortunately passed. And it's actually at the point now where funeral homes are turning people away because they cannot handle the volume of deaths. We are at extreme capacity. We have several persons who have yet to be picked up. And even the network of funeral directors that we have who assist us in picking up our loved ones, they've been stretched to the max. I'm no longer hosting funeral services. We're only allowing our families to come view their loved one for 30 minutes, just the immediate family, and then we're going right to the burial and or crematory. I used to have a casket selection room, and I can no longer use it because I need the space for the deceased and the caskets. And we had 2 burials this morning. We have someone going to the airport tonight. I believe I got 7 calls from different families of recent deaths just yesterday.
I just had a question about how the Social Security Administration and the folks at the Veterans Administration also, I know sometimes kicking entitlements for some folks who've passed on to help defray and offset some of the cost. I wondered, have they been keeping up with the demand that surely you've been facing? Have they been getting in there and making sure that things are processed and going smoothly for families?
No. Everybody has been just rammed to the rim. Crematories are now stopping us from coming as normal. We have to make appointments. So every phone call that we have to make is taking much longer. So I would imagine social service is doing the best they can, but I know their work volume has went through the roof. So we're all just hanging on and doing the best we can.
How are you counseling families in this time of social distance?
Right now, most of the families are very understanding. We had one family this week that lost 3 family members this month to COVID. So they're very understanding. We haven't had the opportunity to counsel anyone other than what we normally do as far as our personal compassion. But right now we have been getting cooperation from the masses. Families are allowing the condensed service and friends are staying home. It's just my heart goes out to the people who pass away at home, and they have been having to wait almost 24 hours before somebody can get to their house to take their loved one out. And a case I inherited yesterday was because of another funeral home who refused them.
Have you had to refuse anyone yet?
No. As long as they can be patient, I'm not going to refuse anyone, as long as they can be patient.
As many Americans abroad were in a panic to return stateside, beauty and travel entrepreneur Tanisha Barnes was swimming upstream with a plan to leave the U.S. and shelter in place in Morocco's Sahara Desert with her daughter, Salam.
I remember I had just moved back from Italy, and maybe a year later, after I had settled into Brooklyn, September 11th happened. And everything changed. Things change, and you have to change with it. I recreated myself. I bought a spa and salon. I ended up becoming an esthetician. I started a skincare line. The beauty business grew into a travel business. Here I am trying to figure out what's the next move. Like, obviously, the travel industry is going to change.
Tanisha's travel business often organized group trips for African Americans to experience the continent of Africa. Her business relationships led to an opportunity for her to reimagine Sabai Palace as a commune for creatives and thought leaders.
I walk into this opportunity at Spy Palace to not just re-envision the space visually, and I love design, so that's an exciting project. I think I've been working with this country now for about 6 years, bringing African Americans here. I have a strong team on the ground here, so I knew people. It wasn't like I was coming to a country where I didn't have anyone. And North Africa is complicated. I know that everybody isn't having that experience, and you know, Africa is a place where you really got to have people.
Oh, you're welcome.
I chose Morocco for a variety of reasons. It was kind of coincidental that opportunity came where we were going to be able to live and eat and be without occurring expenses, and for me to still be able to work. My daughter, Solana, we have a little hashtag, Solana, her mama. She's a global child. She's been moving around the earth and traveling since she was 4 months old.
A divorced, single mom, Tanisha sought out the Sahara Desert winds as the best protection for her and Salam.
I decided we were gonna leave and just be in a place that was a large landmass. We came to the Sahara Desert. You know, the general attitudes of Americans when it comes to consumerism and shopping and just being out and respecting government and respecting community wasn't going to be there. I didn't think that Black people, considering the conditions of just where we were right now, in terms of hospital care and how we're treated in the hospitals, that if there was a choice to save our life versus someone else, that Black and brown people, I think, would be left to die. I mean, we see it in the birth deaths of Black women in hospitals. I've experienced it firsthand in how I've been, you know, treated with my own health in the U.S. Whereas here, you know, the unfortunate part of privilege is that as an American, as a Black American, I would probably be treated faster here than I would be at home. I'm not moving around the continent in a way that is caught in some kind of, like, you know, unrealistic dream of what Africa is. It's hard here. You know, it's a developing space. What I know, though, is that within that development, there's a real opportunity and a need for this merge between the diaspora and Africa. I feel good now, and that's all I can really deal with. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what will happen if this hits Morocco very hard. They took it very seriously from the beginning. There wasn't this lag. There wasn't this idea that this was, you know, a hoax or anything like that. I think Africa in general, as a continent, they know pandemics and they know the devastation that it causes, and they know that their healthcare systems aren't prepared to really take on the full weight of something like we were seeing in Italy and that they were seeing in other parts of the world. And so I looked at what the king was doing in Morocco. I saw the measures that he was taking. I saw the amount of money he was pulling in to the nation to make sure that they were going to be prepared and safe. He closed borders to Europe. That once we got here, he closed borders to the international community. Very shortly, one day after he closed hotels, he closed businesses. He got cabs down to 3 people. And then shortly after we got to the desert, he closed down everything. A lot of the cleaning that's been going on and the spraying of antiviral is a government mandated thing that's happening, from what I've been told, throughout all of Hamid. The doctor has been here This is now, I think, the third or fourth time. Actually, today the doctor just left, taking everyone's temperatures and monitoring people's temperatures to make sure that anyone is not having symptoms. And then every time this cases spike, they come down harder on the population to make sure that people are staying home. I always feel well protected here and safe here. The Sahara Desert brings me a lot of joy, and there's just an energy here that I can't explain, and like it suits me and my soul in a very particular way.
Sandstorms.
To think that I'm gonna create a whole world inside these walls of artists and thinkers and writers and painters and people wanting to discover themselves or push forward the work that they've already done. I mean, it's exciting. I feel like this was a blessing, and it just allowed me to slow down. I've been really busy. So, Solana and her mama.
I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to help out somehow, you know. Through all the tragedies, the 9/11, the dot-com crashes, the New York City transit strike. I mean, I was there driving people back and forth to the city. 9/11 was giving out towels and water and giving places to rest and give a $5 meal so people can eat. Like, it was a real tragic time. People were very depressed. They couldn't see their future on the horizon. And the same thing is happening now. We have to now assess who we really are, what's important to us. We can't go back into this the same way we left. I get up and I know what I'm gonna do, so I put everything in order. I have to go to Jetro, I gotta get what I need, I gotta start the ovens up, I gotta let the guys in, so it's, and each step I'm cooking mentally, like what goes on first. So when I get to the shop, I hit the floor running, and before you know it, it's all done. And then I'm basically planning out the meals depending on how many people I have to cook for. Today's a light day, I'll be cooking for Brooklyn Hospital, and it's just 50 meals. So I know pretty much what they like. But when it's 200 meals, 200 plus, it's like, you gotta shop, you gotta plan out what you're gonna make, and you know, it's just about timing. It's not as if you're catering for an event where you put the food in chafing trays. It has to be individually wrapped. That's where a lot of the time comes in. It takes maybe an hour to wrap 200 plates, believe it or not, to plate them and wrap them up. And then we drive them over to the hospital. Usually the hospital's one drop, but when you're doing the battalions like I did yesterday, it's 7 or 8 locations. So after you're cooking from 9 o'clock in the morning, I delivered up last night up to 8 p.m. You just basically pull up to the front of the hospital and they greet you there. And usually there's doctors and nurses there. You walk in the door, those boxes, their eyes light up because they all have a mask. And you tell they're happy to see the food come in. So it's a really beautiful thing, and they're thanking you. They're all so grateful. I walk in and I see their faces, you know, and is this the only time they're gonna smile? They turn around and they're in the face of death, literally. And you have to report to that on a daily basis. And they can't go home. you know, then that's what I'm talking about. They're not afraid. Their destiny is their destiny. And, you know, you could run from it and get on the train that you ran home on. Or you could stay and make a difference. And that's that difference, that self-motivation, that perseverance and character. It's amazing. And I thank them. Brooklyn Moon thanks you. My community thanks you.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
My name is Drusilla Henriquez, and I'm from Kingston, Jamaica. I came to the U.S. when I was 3, after my mother witnessed my father being killed in front of her. She took me and my older brother, and we came to America. I've been here since I was 3 years old. I don't know Jamaica. I've never been back. Being here is all I know. I've grown up here. I went to school here, went to college here. Every day, like just walking down the street, like people won't know, like, oh, off the back that I'm an immigrant. You know, I don't have an accent. You know, you couldn't tell that I wasn't from here unless I told you. Currently, I'm undocumented. I have my work permit through DACA, and I'm applying for SIJ, the Special Immigrant Juvenile Status. What if they say no?
There won't be an outright denial of any sort. So usually what happens if they have additional questions or like basis for denying, they'll send us a request for more evidence, and then we have a chance to respond to that. And then if they still intend on denying the case, then they'll send us a notice of intent to deny. We can respond to that. If worst case scenario they deny it, then we can fight that, we can appeal.
Atlas DIY is a community center based in Sunset Park, Brooklyn. We see our long-term work as trying to transform the ways that immigrant youth interact with the forces that affect them. Specifically, our mission is to unlock immigrant youth's access to legal services, educational opportunity, leadership development in a space governed by young people themselves.
Name, age, what inspires you, what's a silly or fun fact? And then something about you being a peer educator.
As a member of IPEP,
Okay.
which is Immigration Youth Peer Educator Program,
Welcome, Lydia. Thank you.
every week we're able to meet and discuss different topics from, you know, social and political issues that deals with immigration.
Okay, so how old are you?
21.
Okay, cool. Fun fact.
Fun fact about me. Ooh. I'm trying to start a blog about, like, just writing about how I feel, about writing about oppression and my...
Our primary audience is immigrant youth and their allies, age 14 to 24, from the New York City area. We have about close to 700 members in our cooperative right now. In addition, we reach almost 10,000 people around the 5 boroughs of New York City. What? Yeah, your address, yeah. With free immigration assistance, community education, and community outreach work.
Most of the young people who come, if they've grown up in this country, a lot of them only realize that they're undocumented at the point that they're trying to apply for college, and they realize that they don't have a social security number.
Drusilla came to us, referred to us by another organization, and that's often how young people find their ways to Atlas.
And I feel like now with the new administration, everyone is like starting to realize like we really have to get our acts together. Like we really have to, you know, navigate ourselves and know what we're going to do with our futures.
Most of them, I would say the majority, are eligible for a form of relief called special immigrant juvenile status, which is an immigration benefit that is available to young people who meet certain requirements, the main ones being that they're under the age of 21 and they cannot be reunified with one or both of their parents for reasons of abuse, abandonment, neglect, or something similar, for instance, like the death of a parent.
Atlas was founded by an immigration attorney and 3 of her young clients in 2012 around the idea of trying to transform how attorneys and immigrant youth work together, helps immigrant youth find stability and safety in this country, but also prepares them to be advocates, to be change makers, and to be activists.
We're going outside. No, we're gonna start.
After witnessing my mother go through so many things and seeing her struggle, not have money to, you know, put food on the table and having to depend on other people, it just made me realize that I don't want to live that same lifestyle, you know? I want to be able to do it for myself. I want to be able to work and go to school, have that dream, that American dream.
There's a symbolic and psychological impact in our culture when the leader of our country and the leader of the free world is talking about building a boundary between our southernmost neighbor. So I think a lot of the work that we're trying to do at Atlas is to continue to affirm the brilliance of people.
If I stay quiet, I won't really make a difference and things will just continue to go on as they are. After coming here, so I realized that, you know, I have a tight-knit community, I have a family that wants to see me do better, and that kind of eases the burden.
I'm inspired every day by the young people like Drusilla that are, you know, not being afraid to live their lives and also to help other people.
Right here.
I have animated no baboons, but I have worked on a bunch of projects for baboon animation, which actually, as far as I know, does not animate baboons. It's a writing company. It's specifically designed to write scripts for animated projects.
MTV had a contest and we ended up winning it twice. We were suddenly on MTV's radar. We did a couple of small jobs for them. You know, the MTV logo, the animated logo. The head of MTV promos department said, I've got this new thing. It's just these 2 ugly kids looking at each other and laughing. It was Beavis and Butthead. And he said, we're going to make 79 of them. Do you want to direct them? Suddenly, we were part of this hit thing, and DreamWorks drafted me soon after that. I worked on a lot of movies for them, Madagascar, story consulting on Shrek 2, Shrek the Third. Wrote the original story with Mark Osborne for Monsters vs. Aliens. Oh, so here Jack has to say, we got all the time in the world. And Gordon has to say, whoa, 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 no, no. Now Baboon Animation has a writing team of 5 or 6 hardcore working regularly writers and an extended team of 25 writers. We often are asked to take series from another country originating in another language and rewrite it into English even after the show is made in a way that looks like it was originally created in American English using American actors.
We're doing this interview over Skype because 80 to 90% of our work at Baboon is working with international clients.
American English has become the lingua franca for the entire industry because a producer in Russia and a distributor in Brazil will have a common language, English. So that's the version of the work that they'll use as the sales tool to sell it to the rest of the planet.
We'll get the media, the footage, the actual thing that was aired in the international market in whatever the native language was, along with a translation which is often fairly rudimentary. Then you have to rewrite all the dialogue. You have to hopefully punch it up and make it more entertaining. And you also have to make it match the existing animation. You can't introduce any physical elements, obviously anything on screen.
You have to go through frame by frame, see how the lips flap, how many syllables are in each word, and then come up with dialogue that works for the story.
Você não sobra aqui.
A Brua vira as costas e se afasta. No consultório.
Depois disso, eu tenho evitado sair.
Did you just come from the oven, or are you always this hot? After that experience, I simply avoided going out.
Ooh la la, you're breaking my heart. You seem to have developed this self-confidence, a bestial cracker.
You have to make the syllable count, and you also have to look at the shape of the mouths, because when a mouth is making an O, there are only 4 or 5 specific sounds in our language that do that. One of the tricks of the trade is whenever a character is off screen, whether they're saying anything in the original version or not, you can write a line.
You remind me of my ex-husband.
That's our top secret method. So now you all know. So now you can all start your own animation punch-up companies.
We have in 2 or 3 cases rewritten an entire movie over the top of an existing movie, completely different storyline, to make it what the clients feel is a better movie, what we try to make a better movie. They're like, we made this movie, cost us $10 million, everyone's telling us it sucks. Can you make a better movie using this movie? And we foolishly say yes, and then we pull our hair and eyebrows and nose hairs out, just trying to make it all work and making that stuff fit in there.
All right. Sequence 8.
Coffee. The picture is locked, the music is done, everything is done. It's a finished film, and we have to invent a different finished film to paste over the top of it to make it look like it's an okay American movie. And then they sell it. In many of these cases, it never comes to the US at all. It just gets redubbed into other people's languages. But it was our work that got it sold there.
Oh my! Aren't you that guy on TV? For the last time, Curly, I'm not on television. I'm a block of cheese. Swiss cheese. You got that?
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him.
I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
You guys are so beautiful. I think it's hard to take it. You know what? We're Meta and the Cornerstones, and we live in a concrete jungle.
Music, you know, we're not displaying it, we are music. We are music. But at the same time, it's a vehicle we transport. We use to transport and to transport even ourselves, our messages. I choose reggae because I felt that I have a lot of space. And it's very spiritual to me because close to the heartbeat. And I could transport this message that my music is about, to motivate, to uplift, to share the beauty of life, to feed that positive energy. It all begins as a child. I, was in a Quranic school, and I was pretty much chanting. One is a form of a spiritual reciting Quran. So that's how I start discovering my voice. It was very musical for me because the melody is how you raise the voice, all, things like that.
Your life, you're facing a thin line. Pressure
in your mind. Emotions we don't know how to hide.
I always loved the guitar, but you know, I couldn't afford one. When I turned around, I think at 21, that's when I found my first guitar missing strings, so I have to go find some nylon and try to, you know, play. So guitar, I would say that is my pretty much first instrument that I carry and try to be serious about it.
Where do we go?
I think in 1995, hip-hop started coming in Senegal like very big. And some of my cousins started and I catch that virus there of hip-hop, and that's how I started, you know, being interested more about music, about beat, all of that.
Music, music, music. One more time.
Because of music, we are here together now. And that's what we need, togetherness. Whatever you do in life, never forget to insert peace, the foundation of everything. One more time, music.
I saw that music carries so much, so many, you know, vibration and message. But I felt that something can be part of it, which is the spiritual music.
La remédie c'est la musique, des mélodies de rythme faisant la je suis la bouche de ceux qui n'ont point de bouche à menacer, la music, music, music.
The new album is pretty much how I feel about today and how I feel about also spirituality, Islam being, look at it in a certain way in the world. Highlight this beauty and bring it into the music and reflect our time, our generation, for them not to be scared of when you talk about religion, prophecy, message. And it's all about peace, love, and harmony, you know, and share that. You know, seeing also very talented musicians everywhere coming from different places. I'm always fascinated by it. So a lot of times, a lot of people might think that I'm just looking for a reggae musician who know reggae to play reggae. But I know that sometimes it's good to take musicians outside of that to add. Like example, I played with Aya from Japan, who's trained classical. She played piano in the band and she insert something new and vibrating, like let's say Shahar from Israel who played rock. So Cubic's guitar player from France. So it's just like always I'm looking for that also rotation of finding musicians that play different genres, and a violinist from Colombia joined us recently. Senegal, I never met somebody from Dominican Republic. Here I meet somebody from, let's say, other countries that I hear that I didn't even know they existed. I found them in New York. And that inspired me and makes me happy to be somewhere that I see pretty much the whole world. That makes a beautiful place. But now, I just hope that America won't forget, because America's gift is the people.
Now the gate of my heart is open. I'll fly and pray in the silence of the soul. 'Cause you can never go back, and home will never leave you.
It's funny too when I in the outside and hear somebody maybe don't understand Americans and speak like Americans are this or that. I'm like, You don't know how Americans are. Come live in America. Because that's the thing, we judge each other. I meet beautiful and conscious American people that taught me lots of lessons. But in somehow, we always stick to the past. We always going back in the past, try to bring all those mistakes we did, try to bring it back on the table. When we throw a garbage, let's throw a garbage and let's progress. Those ones that witness the pain and the wars and everything, they're not coming back to fix it. We are here. It's our time. It's our generation. What we want to pass to our children, another war, another hatred, mostly when we come all the way that we call ourselves a civilized world. I think a civilized world, when we use that word, let's make sure there is peace, because a peaceful world, that's what is civilized. Civilized is right there. Yeah.
Best statement to finish on. I say, we are better in the corner school. Stand for the peace, stand for the real love. We not hate and we not hate no more. Roots and culture, we rock it to them. Senegal man a come to original soul. Senegal man a come to rock it to the bone. Senegal man a come to original soul. New York, thank you for coming. Thank you very much. Give it up for yourself. We got some CDs.
I'm a multidisciplinary artist. I work in a lot of different mediums. I do a variety. I've been doing a lot of drawing. I've been doing sculptures and some jewelry-based work also. I have been in the United States since I was 3.5. I was born in Colombia. Well, my work is influenced by colonial history. And it takes lots of different forms, because I'm also looking at nature and then cultural information. These countries that have always had power literally consume other societies for their gain. They become more splendorous and more beautiful because of that. Please come in. I started to work with this idea of emeralds because in Colombia, the creation story involves two gods who then later on turn into mountains that are emeralds. It's called emerald tears. Because of the beauty of these objects, when the colonizers arrived, it changed the entire history of Colombia. Then this chair that I've been working on for a while also has a lot of the green, like in emeralds. I think it's harder then for the country to keep its control over its own resources, as we see in Africa with blood diamonds, Colombia with the emeralds, Brazil with the gold. This image to me, the wing is an image of freedom, of flight, but this is extremely weighed down and burdened with all the chains. The chains are linking to historical facts, to the jewelry making process, to the connection to the jewelry industry, which still is subjugating people. It might not be the way it was a couple of centuries, 3 or 4 centuries ago, but it is still happening in many parts of the world where people are subjugated terribly. All chains are made by hand. So whether it's silver or gold, someone is making every single chain. So we're at Ground Floor Gallery, where I am participating in a group show. So this is the corpse flower. This is also another corpse flower. And then this is that large carnivorous flower that grows in Borneo. And for me, the carnivorous flower is very similar to colonial powers. I know people think colonialism ended, but I don't really think so. I think it continued with global banking. This is an image of uranium, and the one in the window is an image of emeralds. I'm talking about these ideas, these natural resources that have help to, how can I say, enrich conflict. Because uranium changed the course of history forever and the way that we see warfare. I used some small pieces of broken glass in the piece. It's ink, watercolor, and gouache. And just like with uranium, Colombia has been affected greatly by the power and the draw of emeralds, because it has helped to pave the way for people to continue the civil conflict. For me, it's like so exciting to be part of the BRIC residency. This is an amazingly wonderful challenge. And I'm going to be pushing my work much further, because it's the comfort of being around other artists. Is a small community of artists. Wonderful to have exchanges, conversations about our ideas.
$542 million years ago, the Cambrian explosion. Well, it wasn't a literal explosion.
The Art 6 is a diverse, multicultural performing troupe. We have rap around environmental racism, environmental justice, and of course climate change. We do clowning around pollution issues.
So as an engineer in my day job, I get to work on artificial intelligence for machines. And then here with Art 6, as a clown, I get to do artificial stupidity.
In a time when we have the worst possible kind of clown in the White House, we need good clowns to teach a real message about the environment.
You can drink the water out of the Gowanus. What's anybody worried about? The EPA and the Superfund site and...
I joined this group last year, actually. I auditioned. I really loved like the concept of unlimited, like a possibility you can put, you know, because it's a science. Like you're putting the facts into a really creative process into this art.
Sick planet needs resuscitation. Stop dying. So many people feeling we can make you stop trying. But that's the luxury we can't afford to exercise. Only when our breath is compromised, we open up our eyes.
My name is Benu Muhammad, otherwise known as Benu the Soothsayer. I am an MC, a poet, hip-hop artist, and I'm part of the Art 6, a theatrical mosh posh of beautiful artists that have dedicated themselves to educating the community.
Quetzalcoatlus, a 575-pound bird that was also a very fast ground runner.
Mimi!
A snake with a lizard head.
It's getting closer.
I spend my time scheduling rehearsals, trying to get everybody together.
Hi, are you the Art 6?
Yeah. Yes.
Right downstairs.
Thank you. It's just fun to consider that science has a lot of solutions for the problems that we're facing today. So it's both for me. It's both, there's a social responsibility aspect of this work for me, but there's also, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't really fun. Palam, you're gonna get some water here. You're a very lucky girl. It's from, we collected it from the Gowanus Canal this morning. Now there's parasites and bacteria and PCBs.
Do we ever say what PCBs are, what that stands for?
Polychlorinated biphenyl something, is that right? Science guy? It's important to me to get the science right. Should I mention that it has syphilis?
Yeah, why not?
It's really great to be doing performances that are scientifically based and also kind of have a purpose to them. As a clown, my name is Johnny McGonigal, and Johnny the Clown is also kind of nerdy. He's a a sweet guy who doesn't really understand how his body works very well. So, but his favorite song is a classic disco tune, so he likes trying to dance, he's just not great at it. So we developed this in rehearsals, and I've had so much fun with it. It's just a very simple back and forth step touch, back to the basics. Really, really fun little dance for him to do. After movies like Napoleon Dynamite and other things, you see these people who are kind of nerdy guys, they get out there, they start doing their awkward thing, and then you expect them to bust out, but Johnny's not that guy. When I'm putting on the clown makeup, I'm becoming a different person. I'm becoming Johnny. He loves wearing this makeup. It's fun. And I gotta say, as Adam, it's fun wearing a full-on white face and goofy, eyeshadow all over the place and looking kind of funky.
We did a trashing show, which we are doing the fashion show with the trash. And that really made me think that nothing is useless and everything is useful. We can really boost ourselves, and we can really be cocky and arrogant and be really fashionable with our trash.
We educate adults, but a large part of our target is towards the youth, particularly elementary and middle school youth. Because again, those are the kids that really take on the bulk of the information and can actually do something with it later on in life. And we like to think that we're a catalyst for little brains changing.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, I wasn't the one, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. My father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, the reason why, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, sexually, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. It's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. After I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, they stopped talking to me, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, I still kept going on, with myself. I even, at one point, I started dressing feminine, just to, fit in, just, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, accept it either, it hurt me even more. That's when I got into, self, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, I would feel better. But then, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, as I got a little bit older, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, as an outlet to release, the anger. So I resorted to, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. Going on to construction sites, mostly because that's what I like to do. It's when I apply for jobs, they'll see my regular name and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, so I'm it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, a big part in this. Every day, I wake up and I'm just shit. I gotta put this binder on. It's can people tell? you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm like female. So it gets to me, it gets to my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta like practice, you know, masculine like traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about like privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't have to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I going to make it to the end of the day? You know, am I going to make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that. I need that support, totally.
No. Oh. Why, hello there, handsome. Mind if I just cuddle up next to you? I run the People's Own Organic Power Project, or the POOP Project. And we are an arts and education organization that blazes past the toilet taboo in order to stimulate creative conversation about sustainable sanitation for the person, planet, and world community.
But if we can't discuss a problem, we can't fix it. We all know that everybody poops, but we don't like to admit it. That's what the POOP Project is trying to change. Through art, theater, and education, we get people talking about their, well, you know, by boldly breaking wind and taboos and making number 2 our number 1.
Our poop is not a poison necessarily, it's not a waste, it's actually a resource that we could be using, just like all of the waste we create. But right now, it's just falling through the cracks. We're standing at Newtown Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant, which is one of the world's best examples of a modern wastewater treatment plant. This plant has these giant digester eggs behind me. Well, they're eggs, and they're full of poop. And they're taking that poop, and they're putting it together with bacteria, and they're turning that poop into fertilizer. Newtown Creek is supposed to power 12,000 homes. Our poop is an enormous resource that we could be using.
Milwaukee has been selling their citizens' poop as fertilizer since 1926. Right now, buses in Great Britain are fueled with man-made methane instead of gasoline. Innovative omni-processor technology in Senegal is transforming raw sewage into clean water. And water-free toilets fertilize crops in Haiti while keeping deadly cholera at bay. It can be done. Every child can have a chance because the resources they need are already inside of them.
Often people ask me, why do you do the Poop Project? How did you get started? It came from me not loving myself, and really specifically as a kid, holding in my poop. There was a lot going on in my house as a kid, and maybe some things felt a little out of control, and that's one thing I could control, was what came out of my body. When I was in high school, I went to Spain for a study abroad program, and I didn't poop for like 2 weeks. I was in a lot of misery. And I finally went to the toilet, it won't flush down. I have to go to my host mother, Maria Teresa, and say, hay una problema muy grande. And she came and she saw it, and she was like, oh, well, that's why you haven't felt good. She really showed me that love and compassion, and it really was a life-changing moment for me. I realized this shame that I had felt partially was also because of the secrecy. Everyone was just disappearing, and then they came back out, and their experience was normal, and mine seemed to be extraordinary. That's when I started to realize that poop is power. And the shame that I felt as a little boy is a shame that all of us feel. And it's taught to us by our society. But if we take our stuff and we hide it away and pretend it doesn't exist, that's when we get problems. Hey, you smell like my cousin Trudy. I wonder if that's where you came from. Is it? And we need to really get over this poop shame and start to love ourselves from the bottom up. So I do that in 2 ways. Well, I do it in lots of ways, but one is a show for grown-ups called An Inconvenient Poop that is really a TED Talk about why we feel the way we do about poo, how it got to be that way, the problems our current system creates for our bodies, our planet, for people around the globe, and how we can all be a part of changing that situation just by coming out of the water closet and declaring loud and proud, I'm a pooper. One of my big jobs working with the Poop Project is talking to the little children. Now, I don't know about you, but I have never met a kid who's poop shy. Well, they love talking about it, but then their grown-ups start to tell them, no, 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 that's a potty word. I think the reason they know it's funny to talk about poop is because we don't want them to talk about it. But Sean and me, we get kids having serious conversations about their poop, because there's no reason to be ashamed. And if you're looking at it, you might know something more about whether your body agrees with the food you ate.
But you know, poop is a normal part of life, and there's nothing wrong with it. Why, I bet these friends here, I bet they're all poopers. Is that true? Do you poop? You know, like I said, Wanda, sometimes people are a little embarrassed to talk about poop, and that's why the Poop Project exists.
We want kids to know that it's important they have a safe place to go potty at school, that if they haven't been able to poop for a while, they should tell a grown-up.
Sometimes I like to ask new friends all the words that they know for the brown stuff that comes out of their bottoms. I see a hand back there. Yes, sir? Do. Yeah, don't be wrong. Do. Right here. Yes, miss? A dingleberry.
I think that there are lots of reasons we should be talking about poop. It's the people's own organic power, just like Sean says.
I think it's about time for us to leave. Yeah, I think so. But maybe we can end with a great big fart. On the count of 3 to send us away. Here you go. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
My name is Terry Torrington. I am a content creator, producer, and also a founder for Slate TV.
My name is Sean Torrington. I am the CEO and founder of Slate TV. I am also a filmmaker. We're here at LGBT Week, kicking off the week with our upfront for Slate TV.
Just pump the beat, 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 just pump the beat.
This is gold. Yeah, I mean, we were showcasing what Slate has to offer, like all the different shows, documentaries, movies, just the different content creators around the country or abroad that have content that we're streaming on our platform, just showing the diversity within the community.
I'm James Felton Keith. I'm the co-founder of Slate TV. We just finished our very first upfront. We demoed about 30 minutes of different content that covers our 5,000 hours of movie shorts, docuseries, scripted series, you name it. It was beautiful, but we're also kicking off LGBT Week, which is kind of a big deal. We're right in between where all the new fronts end for like the IAB world and where LGBT Week starts.
Back in 2010, we met at a house party, minding my business, and this guy comes along, you know, talking about he wants my number and, you know, hang out and all this good stuff.
At the house party, I was on the prowl, and I told everybody literally, I'm gonna find my boyfriend tonight. But nobody believed me. So in comes Terry with these beautiful teeth, and that's the first thing that actually caught my attention. And then after I told everybody, I ran in the room, I was like, listen, I found my boyfriend, like he is here. And they was like, yo, Sean, you crazy, but I'm like a hopeful romantic, so I already knew from his energy that he was gonna be like the ones.
From there, we've always had a creative relationship. Like our idols have always been Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, how they create together, they have like this
They have fun together.
creative business family, and we've always done different things.
And enlightened. You know, we created this web series back in 2013, it was, called No Shade, and Terry was one of the stars of the series, and we wanted to create season 2, but I did not want to just put it on, well, we didn't want to put it on any platform and have it just floating around YouTube and just not actually have it monetized the way it should have been monetized. So we had the ability to actually go somewhat mainstream, but what they wanted from us, they wanted to change the story around, and we just wanted it to keep it real authentic, and basically it just wouldn't have been No Shade anymore. So we didn't go that route, but Terry came up with this awesome idea, why don't we create our own platform? But I was like, well, how are we gonna do that? Like, seriously, we don't know how to create a platform. He was like, if you make it, they will come.
I know particularly for me, I created a web series called Love at First Night, which is about 2 guys who meet through a hookup and they end up in this long-term relationship. It really is not autobiographical, it's not like my life, but it's situations from being with Sean over 7 years now, putting that out there. And I guess for a lot of people, they reached out to us and they're like, I don't feel that optimistic about relationships, but seeing your show really makes me hopeful. Or there's people that are like, oh my God, that's the same thing that me and my boyfriend go through. Or even heterosexual couples have hit us up and we're like, oh my God, these situations are so universal. I didn't know that you guys go through that. And it's like, you know, these are simple, basic things that humans experience throughout the spectrum. And it's, you know, for us to put that out there and people to relate to it through, I guess, the queer lens, it's like, okay, I get it now. You guys are normal, just like us. And it's like, that's the goal. And people reach out to us all the time and are like, you know, wow, I needed to see that. You know, I think even with No Shade, a couple years back, we had a young guy out in Ohio who reached out to us, said he gets bullied all the time, and you know, he doesn't feel comfortable being in his skin. But seeing this show with us out in the street and just being ourselves unapologetically really ignited something in him to be himself. And that, to me, over anything, that's the most important piece. It's just people saying that I got something from it, you know? And that's priceless.
Our mission is to create sustainable entrepreneurs that are generating revenue to keep creating the dope stuff that they create. So through our agency, because Slay is broken up into 3 different, I like to call them 3 different houses. So you have, Slay TV, which everybody knows today is our streaming network, but then you have Slay Studio, which is our in-house production company where we create content for Slay originals, and people would send us scripts and we would create it for them, of course with a bit of project management, but at the same time we can actually outsource stuff for other companies and create stuff and develop concepts and campaigns for them. So then you have Slay Agency, where we will build a campaign around content creators, films or web series, and we'll get it branded. We want people to keep creating stuff. We want to build an industry. We are building an industry around this. We feel like we are worth it, we have the skill, and we know that we have the resources, so why not? If we all work together, we can do this.
Our core message at the beginning was not just to create a big TV network or create a juggernaut of any kind, but we wanted to give all these content creators the opportunity to generate real revenues. Doesn't mean they're gonna make $1 billion overnight, but being able to get their content to an audience has never been done before in this fashion.
started playing basketball since I was a baby. My dad played basketball, my mom played basketball. So I was always around the game. I'm a professional basketball player, played in the NBA 6 years, overseas for about 9 years now.
Walton back to Parker. Parker has yet to miss from the field, and
man, sometimes you got to use every inch of that rim to get one to drop. And Smush Parker.
I played for 6 NBA teams: the Cleveland Cavaliers, Detroit Pistons, Phoenix Suns, LA Lakers, Miami Heat, and the LA Clippers. So,
Ray Allen with all 7 of his points within a 90-second stretch early on. Oh! Walker turns up a facial on photographer. Smush Parker.
My journey to the NBA is an interesting one. I was actually discovered playing basketball in the streets of New York City. Basketball, street ball is rampant here in New York. I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, Kings County Hospital. Flatbush raised me. I played in 3 NBA Summer Leagues, and I was discovered by the Cleveland Cavaliers, who gave me a chance to make their team. And 15 games into the season, I was their starting point guard. Because we have so much access to basketball here in New York, it builds a competitive drive for us to be better than the next guy. So it puts a chip on our shoulder. Playing in the NBA definitely wasn't what I expected. Well, I expected the NBA, when I view basketball, I view it as a sport. I view it as a game, something that you love to do. It's unfortunate, but basketball here in America has become a business. Basketball, you know, in other countries is still a sport. It's still a game that people love, and you know, they are entertained by the sport of the game. Here, I was playing in the NBA. It was kind of stealing the love and the joy from me. And I got to a low point in my career where I started to not really like the game, and at that point, I decided that I needed to walk away. Well, growing up, my family was big on going to church, so I was always in the church. And of course, at that age, I didn't understand religion. I didn't understand who the Lord was and, you know, who God was, but the seeds were planted. My whole career, I would say, pretty much my whole career in the NBA, I felt like there was something missing. Even though I achieved making the NBA, even though I had dreams of having money and cars and buying my parents a home, buying them a car and jewelry and all of that stuff, which I, had and was able to, do for my family, I wasn't happy. I was still searching for something greater. And how could that be? I've achieved everything that I wanted to do, but I still felt a void, still felt empty. And it wasn't until I found my church, that I grew up in, and I got reunited with Christ, and I started learning about the ways of the Lord, and trying to live for God, that I found that peace that I was missing. Here in New York City and in Brooklyn, I've partnered up with the PAL system, Police Athletic League, and it's a good program. It's actually free for the kids. Have I ever gotten technical fouls during the season? I have quite a few. I don't promote it.
Smush was very passionate about giving back to the community, especially in Brooklyn, but in all of New York City. The kids loved it. We're looking forward to working with Smush again in the future and all of our 24 sites.
I feel good about this partnership, and I feel like I could give back and inspire a lot of the kids here in Brooklyn. I was once the kids that you see here in the park. I was them.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
From the beginning, I always knew that if I want to do my journalistic work, there is always chance to get arrested, to be in prison. Anybody actually taking this kind of job in Iran kind of understand the risk.
After the Iranian government shut down many of the newspapers and magazines there, reporters turned to the internet, blogging to expose oppression in their nation. Ruzba Mir Brahimi is one of them. He was arrested in 2004 and held for 2 months, handcuffed and blindfolded.
There was a case in Iran, and the case was actually Zahra Kazemi that I was trying to cover. That was the main reason that I got arrested.
Broken bones, bruises, and other traumas. A litany of injuries suffered by Zahra Kazemi.
Kazemi, an Iranian-born photographer, was arrested and accused of spying after taking pictures of a Tehran prison in June 2003. 11 days later, she was dead.
The Iranian government today finally admitted they beat an international journalist to death. She was in Tehran covering protests by students demanding reforms.
During this period, the intelligence service and the judiciary became very sensitive about this issue and my work.
What did they accuse you of doing?
For example, acting against national security. This is same for everybody in Iran. And other things, publication of falsehoods.
They were actually digging to my life to find out what kind of the thing they can find out and to create a prison time for me. Is it worse? Is it not worse? Is it worse to stay at prison for 15 years and you are spending a lot of time in a solitary confinement, which itself is actually torture. These new things happening in the last few months in the US reminded me exactly the same. The new administration and new president approach to the media or to independency of the media is almost the same, because anything he doesn't like, he says, is fake.
Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
You are fake news. Fighting with media, I guess, the very, very negative and dangerous signal. That's the beginning of dictatorship.
They are the enemy of the people.
Am I worried being a journalist in the US? I experienced much more worse situation than. My experience maybe could help somebody.
always said, you know, when people have soul, they know you are humans like them. You really don't need to ask. As a nanny, you know, the first job that shocked me that they didn't realize they're having a human to take care of our children. There was no food in the fridge. And when they asked me, how much should I give you? I say, how much do you think is fair for me? She goes, $20. I say, it's fine, leave that 20 there. She was giving me $20 a week for me to eat. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for $20. My parents never worked 360 days for me to bail. Food, love, nothing to anyone. That I didn't mind. I didn't even have a chance to have lunch, even a glass of water. And they don't care because they're thinking we're machines, we're robots. We don't pee, we don't poo, we don't eat, we don't rest. And I don't like it when people tell me you're part of the family, you're part of the family. That's only from the tits out. Because if I said tomorrow I'm sick, they won't tell me, oh, I will pay you rent.
That will fall off the oil, it wouldn't tilt. The last time it happened, I had to go to the emergency room because my ears pale because I suffer with sinus.
If I'm sick, I'm going to work. I don't take day off.
You don't take day off?
No, I don't.
Oh. But somebody have to take time for yourself, you know.
So because domestic workers, our job is sort of kind of like an informal type of industry, we can't unionize. We have to be a movement.
To me, when I go there, you know, I feel like my family, they don't know. These women, they don't know. I really love, I care them, but I can't do anything for them because we are in a struggle. You know, I need to work to pay my rent, all my bills, my own things. But I love to be with them.
For those among us who have issues that we could provide lawyers, our Urban Justice Center lawyers to fight for reparation, to fight for stolen wages.
We must have a community that is empowered and standing together because there's a thread that goes through all of this. We do service work. We work in the homes, even though we don't speak the same language. That person wipes the table the same way I wipe the table. That person takes care of that white baby the same way I take care of the white baby. Whether she's from Guam, whether she's from Tibet. Our fights and struggles are the same.
My name is Lisette and I'm proud to be a domestic worker.
Round of applause for all this information. Yeah.
I've been doing job 10 hours in the past for $20, $25 to pay my bills.
It's knowing your rights and learning how to push back. And this is why we have a sisterhood, to be able to hold up each other's hand and say, I'll walk that plank with you. I'll go up there with you. Our stories are essential to movement building. Each and every one of our stories are important.
We're instruments. Some will call you and say, I don't need you anymore, don't come. That's how the reality happens.
This is not a walk in the park. This is work, real work. But because we're so domesticated as women, we marry a man, we take care of the children, he too doesn't pay us. So it's the same thing. We take care work for granted. Because who does it? Women of color.
So this is a civil rights song, and it's important that we invocate a song, a prayer, as the women used to do back then. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. No housing. No peace. No housing. No peace. No housing.
Gentrification is equals police harassment, and they are the same thing. There's no difference. Gentrification is police harassment. Some people can't draw the connections, but those people that are affected can actually easily draw the connection because the police supposedly safeguards these gentrifying neighborhoods so that the developers can come and build luxury condos. More people are getting arrested, and wherever there's a neighborhood being gentrified, there's more police presence. Bed-Stuy or East New York or Bushwick. Those that live in these neighborhoods, they're scared of just walking around because they're constantly being watched and harassed by the police. And this must stop. And this is a direct connection to the gentrification.
There is definitely a link between police brutality and gentrification. And if you don't believe it, then speak to Maxine, Professor Maxine Barnes.
Okay. You said hello. You said hi. That mommy little security. Okay.
Oh, so having the security around here. I keep real estate developers out.
Maxine is one of the major organizers of MTOP, and she has a very loud voice, and she's very articulate, and she's very intelligent. She's a professor and a homeowner, and these are the type of people that they are afraid of. And so we were at a meeting that was being held in a community forum. They were trying to take a vote in which they would make a recommendation for the Department of City Planning to come in and do major upzoning in our community.
No quorum. They don't have 12. No quorum. No quorum. No vote.
And then all we know is that a week later, based upon tape evidence, Maxine was arrested.
I was completely terrified, never having gone through the system, never been arrested. And as much as I've been a spokesperson and an activist, I was really surprised at how afraid I was. Because to be handcuffed like that and to have your freedom taken, it was dehumanizing. It was the worst experience of my life. Here are the formal charges from Community Board 9's board member Eveline Williams and her plaint against me. Assault in the 3rd degree, menacing in the 2nd degree, criminal possession of a weapon in the 4th degree, attempted assault in the 3rd degree, menacing in the 3rd degree, harassment in the 2nd degree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 charges. The first one being the most serious, assault in the 3rd degree, which attaches to it, I believe, 3 to 5 years imprisonment.
When we went in front of the judge, and the judge didn't hear our side of the story because that's not how it works. The judge is only reading the police report. The judge issued an order of protection preventing Maxine from attending the meetings, which is exactly what they wanted to do. And of course, Maxine's arrest scared the rest of the members of the community. They didn't want to continue to engage because they understood that now they could be arrested for nothing. And it was clear on the tape that Maxine never threw anything at anyone.
The DA looked at the tape and immediately dismissed the charges because, as we showed, the tape speaks for itself.
One of the things you have to understand is that here you have a community board that's violating every possible rule that they're supposed to be governed under. And the only way that we can actually do anything is to voice our voices. And that's our exercise our First Amendment rights that are supposed to be pretty strong in America. But what happens is that during that process, we get arrested.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Ultimately, the goal is to move us all out. The majority of evictions that are happening right now are black, particularly black women, elder women.
Lately, I've stopped using the word gentrification. I prefer to use the term ethnic cleansing.
I've been arrested already 4 times at the community board for exercising my First Amendment rights. 3 of those cases have been dismissed, and the judge had upheld the fact that I was engaging in my First Amendment rights, and that the police department did not have a right to. But that has not deterred them. They continue to threaten me with arrest. And I'm sure if the situation were to come about where another request has to come through the community board, I'm sure again there will be more police presence and probably more arrests.
No peace. No housing. No peace. No housing. No peace. No housing. No peace. No housing. No peace.
Every time democratic systems are shut down, the first thing that gets attacked is the media system.
There's been a lot of talk in the media about the responsibility to hold Donald Trump accountable. And I'm here to tell you that it goes 2 ways. We're going to hold the press accountable as well.
The New York Times is totally dishonest. Totally dishonest. The Washington Post gotten a little bit better lately. I took away their press credentials.
The government is interfering with journalism on pretty much every level. Under the Obama administration, these same things were happening. It was just that Obama had the dignity of at least trying to come up with good reasons. Whereas opposed to Trump, very openly and blatantly just trying to suppress anything that he doesn't like. Arresting people wholesale and mass arrests or targeting journalists.
Police in riot gear facing off against the protesters just 6 blocks from the inaugural parade. Unleashing pepper spray, concussion grenades, all to disperse the crowd.
6 journalists, including one of our own, are facing felony riot charges after being arrested while covering the violent protests near the presidential inauguration parade. If convicted of the charges, the journalists could face hefty fines and up to 10 years in prison.
I was arrested at 10:54 a.m. on Inauguration Day after covering the anti-capitalist march leaving from Logan Circle.
Independent journalists Shay Horse and Matt Hopard were all arrested.
The police formed a riot line on both sides of the protest and then just snapped shut and then shoved us against the wall. I didn't really mention that I was a journalist until much later in the process because throughout the day and after being tear gassed several times, it's one of those things that you just have to argue later because no cop at that point is going to listen to you. At that point, they're just in smash mode. The public should care because if they come after people like me that are small time, it's only a matter of time before they come after the bigger fish.
The U.S. has a pretty free press, more free than a lot of other places in the world, certainly. In the current climate, there's reasons to question whether it'll remain that way. There are struggles for rights everywhere in this country. The media and the way journalism publicizes those things is an umbrella under which they all live. So shutting down the way that the media works and the press works is actually going to kind of a choke point where you can stop the spread of the information that's needed for all these more siloed struggles for individual rights of groups.
I want surveillance of certain mosques, okay? If that's okay. I want surveillance.
The surveillance systems that have been put in place, potential for abuses by them is through the roof. Cyber attacks on the press are very, very real. With the Trump administration, these guys clearly don't feel the same restraints as even Obama did. Things could get pretty bad.
If you want to target journalists,
a cyber attack is an attractive mechanism. CPJ are responsible for directly assisting journalists in need and protecting journalists from getting into trouble in the first place. These hackers were targeting New York Times reporters as well as some reporters for other news organizations. There's a lot that an administration can do publicly and visibly to disrupt, degrade, and destroy the institutions of journalism. NSA has as its mission to essentially hear, record, and transcribe every communication that anyone sends anywhere in the world. The threat that they pose to the free press is only at a beginning. Should you focus on being afraid? That won't help. Should you take measures to protect yourself? Absolutely. Number one, use a password manager and turn on two-factor authentication for all your accounts.
Secure communications, encryption is incredibly important right now.
Making sure your phone has a strong passcode.
Use the Chrome web browser with the privacy badger, HTTPS everywhere.
You have to protect your sources. I mean, that's going to become of paramount importance.
Bravery or the adrenaline to get through these horrible things.
We just have to keep doing our jobs the best we can. Keep reporting on them and keep giving people important news that they need to know so that they can go about making informed democratic decisions.
This isn't the first time this has happened in the world or in this country.
And because these attacks are so inexpensive, I can't imagine any journalist who isn't at risk.
Okay, what is the only 100% effective way to prevent HIV and STDs and pregnancy? You want to be sure that you do not use a male condom and a female condom together, because the friction will cause it to tear, and then you can end up becoming pregnant. Being a young woman who lives in East New York and Brownsville and Canarsie, places like that, there's resources, but you have to communicate with others to find those resources because it's really scarce. Has anybody ever heard of the Depo shot?
It's a shot that lasts for 3 months that you get in your arm.
I don't think I even knew what a clinic was before I got into Theo. If it wasn't for Theo, I wouldn't know that there's free resources out there instead of going out your pocket and paying this amount of money for all these tests that you want to take. I'm currently a college freshman. I'm studying nursing. I live with my mom, my 3 sisters, and my 1 brother. At first, I wasn't curious at all about the program, but after seeing my sister getting all this information that she didn't know before, it kind of pushed me to want to do that. It made me realize that I want to help others more.
We need to be able to talk to young people about their sexual and reproductive health in order for them to be able to make better decisions. I've been doing this work for 17 years. I don't think it's a lack of services, it's really a lack of being able to coordinate those services. Unfortunately, there's not sex ed in all schools, and so that's why we're really working very hard to expand programming in all of the schools, but also trying to reach young people wherever they are.
A latex sheath that covers the penis and prevents any semen from entering in the vagina, the anus, or the mouth. There are also polyurethane condoms, which are ones made out of plastic if you're allergic to latex. Nothing's really handed to us women, and we have to be strong ourselves rather than looking for somebody else to be strong for us.
God.
actually very healing to work with other survivors, regardless of whether or not they know I'm a survivor. I've been in their shoes or been somewhere very similar to where they've been, and I can understand some of the things that they're feeling. I myself have never been able to fully disclose my story. I think I was close recently, but even then it's this feeling of, will I be misunderstood? The last time I saw my father was 10 years ago. It was one time when my mom and my father were arguing while we were on the highway. He was driving, and the argument got so bad that he was hitting her on the head while driving, but he was speeding at the same time. And he lost control of the car because he essentially lost control of himself in his rage. And a bus hit us, and we only barely made it. I just remember going to school the next day wanting to talk about it, but knowing not to, because I didn't want to lose our status in the country. There seems to be a subtle type of victim shaming and victim blaming. In South Asian culture, it's deeply rooted. To the point where like little boys are coddled to adulthood. Mothers don't speak to their sons about how to treat women with respect. Make it for you?
Can you mix packet?
No, 만에 이제 프리즈 비터에.
No.
Ready-made
Ready-made cream nahi amader.
And yet women are told to protect themselves and to safeguard themselves. There's a disconnect here. Whenever someone has even heard an inkling of what I've been through, it's almost like, what did she do wrong? What did you do to make him mad? Why did you do that? You shouldn't have done that. Something that's actually very common in immigrant communities, especially if there is domestic violence in the household, the abuser will often keep important documents with them, kind of keeping it hostage. At some point, my father got a hold of my sister's passport. The very last time I saw him was him holding on to the passport, unwilling to give it back. I'm diasporic, you know? I'm from South Asia, but I'm American. South Asian community in general is so close to my heart. Women need to be there for other women. If we're not a team and we're fighting against each other, then of course we're not going to be able to rise together to fight for our causes.
Watch BronxNet on BRIC TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on BRIC TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on BRIC TV.
Hello, we are live. It is 7 o'clock right now in Brooklyn, USA. And in a few seconds, you may hear the sounds of my neighbors cheering and banging pots to thank the first responders who have been doing so much and deserve all the adulation that we can throw at them. That is the new normal as we sit here right now. Things are different, but as much as they are, some things are still the same. Thousands of you have crossed the doors at BRIC House, and tonight you're in your house, and so am I, and so are the people I'm going to introduce you to in just a moment. This is the BRIC Be Heard Town Hall, The Foreseeable Future. We're going to be talking to some people who make it their business to project ourselves and our culture into the future. In some instances by 50 or 100 years. But right now, we're challenging them to live in the most provocative space of the future, the foreseeable future, the next 12 to 24 months as they will go down here in Brooklyn and around the world. So some of you may be wondering, just what is it that a futurist does? Well, one quick explanation that helped me to get to an understanding that I might be disabused of when we talk to some actual futurists tonight is this, a three-headed answer. So historians are concerned with the study of the past. Journalists are making the reporting and showing us what's happening in the present. And futurists are people who are gathering information, analytics, and stories to tell us about where we may be going. To that service, we're going to get in some stories tonight, and we're also going to listen to some presentations by some folks that are frankly pretty smart on health, the economy as it pertains to jobs, education, infrastructure, and culture. It's a lot to talk about, and we're going to rock with you for an hour now, and I'd like to introduce you to the people who are going to be helping us. This is the foreseeable future. We're going to be talking with Greg Tate first, and Mr. Tate is joining us from Harlem. We're going to be talking with him about culture. Peter Bishop is joining us from California, where he'll be talking about education. Heather McGowan is coming to us from Massachusetts and will be informing us about the future of work. Dr. Jonathan Metzel is coming all the way from his kitchen in Brooklyn. All right, BK. And finally, Cindy Frewen is coming to us from Kansas City, and she's going to be speaking about infrastructure. So this is one part of the town in the town hall. The other part is, of course, you. So this is the moment when I'm going to encourage you to be in dialogue with us as if we were back in BRIC House and I was running around with a microphone, except this time you'll be able to type your questions and direct them at our presenters, who will be coming to us in 5-minute presentations that they pre-recorded earlier. And once those presentations are done, I'll have a little time with them before bringing everyone into the room for a large discussion with all of your questions throughout. So we're going to begin at the beginning with culture and a presentation by Greg Tate.
I guess the question before us is the future of culture, the Afro future of culture. I have a baseline definition of culture, which is simply what people do. From an anthropological perspective, that's what you're looking at. It's like, what have people been doing to define themselves in the world as a group, as a tribe, as a village, as a nation, as a block, as a neighborhood, as a corner. And I think that if we're looking at this, this whole question of post-pandemic, what is it going to become? I mean, that's an assumption that there is a post-pandemic that doesn't take into account, even if we're talking about a a reduction in the number of infections and number of fatalities. We're going to be talking about the culture of grieving, the culture of mourning, of remembrance. Because here in New York, it's very interesting. You're very sensitive to the fact that you're living in a parallel universe, or in a place that has parallel universes. There's such wide discrepancy between how this pandemic is being experienced by those in shelter, those in quarantine, and then those who are on the medical front lines. And then there are the essential workers who have to put themselves forth into the world every day. In this situation where they're exposed to a very nasty, vicious, thirsty, hungry virus, they have to do the opposite in some cases of what everybody else is being told to do in terms of exposure to sociality. So you're also looking at there's a culture of PTSD, of trauma, that's going to be a part of what we do as a nation, as a village, as a tribe, as a corner in this, that has to be factored in. In terms of the expressive arts, we're slowly starting to see how people are using the mediums we have at hand. There's Zooms and Instagrams and Snapchats and Twitches and so forth. D Nice has brought to us this whole notion of club quarantine, which is turned into like quite a global club. It's quite a rave online, and so people have shown that the technology and the degree to which it allows a certain amount of call and response and interactivity is bringing a whole new notion of club into the crib, into the quarantine, sheltered domicile, and this capacity people have to kind of share themselves experiencing this kind of global group rave moment, says something about our adaptability to these new circumstances, So, and, it's like when we talk post-pandemic, there's just so many levels to that because it makes assumptions about testing and tracing and the organized, sane or rational government response in different places in the world, right? And in America, it's just so disturbing that there's so much denial going on. At the same time, it's like bodies are like, piling up in the hospitals, and the mortuaries and the mass graves out there on Hunt's Island, and the numbers that people know from other parts of the world, but there's a thing we call American exceptionalism. I call it American self-deceptionalism, where there's such a bubble of privilege and entitlement and kind of feigned innocence around what's going on anywhere outside of people's immediate circumference. And so you have this pandemic, which is moving in the areas, it's kind of slouching towards, the Midwest and, the cornfield states, of America. And that's changing, this culture of denial, this culture of deceptionalism as well. So, all these things are on deck as we move forward. But I feel at the same time that what artists are going to do with their empathic capacities and their prophetic, generative, expressive capacities is give us a sense of how magnificent human beings can be when they share their gifts for saying what can't be said through ideology, what can't be said through journalism. You know, when they use their psychic telepathic abilities to kind of reach us on these deeper inner spiritual levels, you know, so that we're really in touch with, you know, our most kind of enlightened and cosmically and socially connected selves.
That was Greg Tate, the All right, we're back. That was Greg Tate, the renowned cultural critic, producer, musician, and authorian on the Afrofuture and Afrofuturism. So knowing all of that and what you're bringing in the perspective, Greg, I'm wondering how the future of right now and the foreseeable future, especially for folks of color, may intersect with the notions that we've all developed about Afrofuturism.
Well, I think that I've been thinking a lot about Black people's powers of invention and reinvention, and this whole the whole place of conjuration in the culture, you know, of bringing together one's expressive capacities, one's pursuit of magic in execution, in expression, to really elevate your community, your audience, your spectators, you know, and I think, you know, everyone is caught up in a kind of limbo or kind of lurch, trying to figure out, well, how do I take this gift that I have that is so much defined by how I interact with folks in social space, you know, or how they interact with the work. What in the foreseeable future can be an altered, you know, adapted platform that has the same kind of efficacy, you know, the same ability to create call and response, the same ability to do what, you know, we see D Nice doing. You know, how do you translate that to other mediums, you know, while we're all in this purgatory? And you know, I'm pretty confident, you know, given the astronomical degree of creativity there is in this city in particular, that we're going to see some very novel responses to, you know, the time of pandemic, that kind of perform in-runs around kind of the sterility of our teleconferencing.
Well,
you know,
to that end, I just today on the news, I just saw some artists who are going around and writing graffiti that is artwork, aerosol art, not like the bad old days that some might think of, on these
writing as we call it.
You know, the color and the art lives in New York, even if we're confronted with plywood. Thank you for bringing that perspective. I can't wait to see you in concert with the folks who we're gonna meet just now, but we definitely appreciate you, Mr. Tate, and stick around for our question and answer. And I want to encourage everyone who's watching right now that you can get in on the discussion a la our old town halls by going to the YouTube channel and submitting a question. And I'm going to be looking at those and asking them all night as we move on. So I'm going to pivot right now. Greg was talking about the interconnectedness and the layers of culture in the city and the ways that we're going to interact. And that blends beautifully into the next person I'm going to introduce you to. Dr. Cindy Frewen is a futurist as well as an architect, and she teaches the Designs Future Workshop and Social Change at the University of Houston. She's also a primary in her own architectural firm and provides some strategic foresight. So Dr. Frewen, thank you for joining us tonight. And now we're going to hear her presentation on infrastructure.
So when it comes to long-term thinking about cities, we actually have to divide it up in a couple of different eras. And what we call those is three horizons. And these are three different kinds of scenarios, three different ways of thinking about the future. The first one that I think about is the longest term, and that's sort of the blue skies, and it's called the third horizon. Then there's today's thinking, and that is the first horizon. That's what we're doing to make, ends meet, what we're doing to survive today. And with COVID, that's been totally disrupted. In between is the second horizon, which are the strategists, the ideas that link and bridge the first and the third horizon. During the concept of a pandemic, we actually are transforming the future, and we just don't know it. Healthcare, we've been talking about economics. Today, I'm thinking about cities, and they are accumulation of all of those different things. That creates a system. A system means that there's interlocking dynamic parts, and when there's interlocking dynamic parts, change is not on a linear, change is in emergent, and it comes about in ways that are unexpected and unpredictable, and most importantly, uncertain. Innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Maybe we're sheltering at home, but we're more connected than ever in many ways. So you have to look at both the good side and the bad side. And one of the good things has been this slowing down, getting in touch with our families, getting in touch with our neighbors, people that are near us. And some places have allowed that, have enabled it better than others. Cities change really slowly. I have to say, even if you're thinking about immediate plans, that can take 25 years to actually come to fruition. It takes a long time for a building cycle. And so I like to think in terms of 2,500 and 2,100, a 50 and 100-year plan. The long view gives you a chance to incorporate a lot of different possibilities. The digital, the AI futures have sped up. Technology has sped up tremendously. So how can you change your lifestyle to use the screens? In fact, I'd say my safest mask, and yours too, is this screen. I don't have to wear a mask at this time. This is the safest place for me to be. How can the city be automated? Think about how it's getting automated. I've seen pictures of people of senior living facilities in Belgium where they have little robots with the iPads on the face of them, and it's the family on the iPad being sent around the visiting with the person that lives there. How do you get in touch? How do you use the screens to get in touch with people? We'll use that innovation to create a new future. It's very possible that there's a number of facilities that are going to be empty after this. How do those get reused? Are they just going to be these 70-story vacant buildings? Or are you going to be looking at, and as the warehouses have been and now become housing, what are you going to do with the buildings that end up no longer being useful the way they were? I really believe that we have had industrialized cities forced upon us that we do not need anymore. And this is an opportunity that we rethink how they work in order to make it more functional and less of a stress on our lives. Industrial era is that we use things for consumption. This has been an era of consumption. And in fact, you can change that around for production. How do you make your life into a place that's producing? Whether it's food or things? You've seen it with the masks. How can you make a place that's more environmentally conscious, whether that's energy or saving water, or using rainwater, and becoming more of a producer than a consumer? How do you make community spaces more safe and more useful and more beautiful? The parks, the sidewalks, the streets. These workplaces, think about whether or not you really need to be in the workplace, or how can you share without contaminating? We've had online doctor's appointments. We're having curbside doctor's appointments. What if waiting rooms end up being in your vehicle or at the bus stop? What if in fact you're no longer going inside the waiting rooms because they're no longer safe? What are we wearing? That's the next level that you're reaching out. What are our houses like? What are our neighborhoods like? What are our cities like? And finally, what is your position in the online global world? Because in fact, as everybody's been going online, you have an opportunity. There's many opportunities for new voices and new people to emerge. And that's what's happened. Leadership and vision create change in cities. If we in fact are full of urgency, but it's urgency for today. But instead we parlay it into urgency for long term. So in fact, it's purposeful action. The things that we're doing are purposeful. Then you have a message, then you have a place at the table. And that's how you create new voices.
So I'm back and we're welcoming Dr. Cindy Frowen into the room all the way from Kansas City. So we have an interesting question about infrastructure and looking at the ways that we may ourselves come back. If New York City is really defined in a lot of ways by the concentration of its people and its street life, is there a way that the city is going to come back in a way that is open and not going to be resistant to a change in culture, Doctor? Looking at the way that New York is so concentrated and people are thick, what's the quickest way to build ourselves back into society?
I think what you're asking is, will our cities fit this new way of a safer but still connected world? And how do we feel comfortable and safe enough to go out into the world without rebuilding everything? And you know, the first line of defense has got to be science. I have great faith that they will cure this with a vaccine, but we do have a 2 to 3 or even 5 year period that the city itself, or our lifestyles, our choices, our behavior make a difference. So New York is so dense, and some people like to say, well, that's just not going to work anymore, it's not safe. I would disagree, because I think we have to learn, and children are better at learning this than adults, certainly older adults are better. They're better at immediately saying, hey, don't go close to each other. They're better at saying, we have to stay apart like this, and they'll correct us. And that means that we have to learn new behaviors, and because people do desire social lives, and we desire being near each other, and we do better when we're near each other. We are more creative when there's a density. We are more innovative. We do more things. We have more, to use the term magic, we have a better society because we're closer together. In most cases, of course, there's a downside of that as well. But I think that we're going to have to readjust because of it. And there's so much unused space in the city. I believe that we can still do it. We for every place that we are sitting, there's probably 7 or 10 other places that we could be that are empty while we're sitting here. And so if we can just resort how we're using everything, then things will start to make sense again and still be safe.
Safe and working. Thank you for that. We'll be speaking with you very soon. Thanks, Doctor. So I'm going to now turn to another doctor who is in Brooklyn, but he makes his way down to Tennessee a lot. Where are you? Dr. Jonathan Metzl, come on into the room and let the folks see you. He's a professor of sociology and medicine, health, and society, and the director for the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University. And he made this presentation for us on the future of healthcare.
Hello, Brooklyn. I'm Jonathan Metzl. I'm the director of the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University, and also, believe it or not, a Brooklyn resident. I've been through the pandemic here in Clinton Hill, and like everyone, the idea of imagining a future that is beyond the pandemic sounds great, because then we can imagine what's coming next. I'm a doctor and a sociologist, and my work looks at race and infrastructure and healthcare. And I've really been thinking a lot over the course of this pandemic about the problems that got us into this horrible situation and about how things can change when we come out of it. I think one of the main issues, of course, is that all of the countries in the world right now are facing the same problem, this same coronavirus. And it's been interesting for me to look around the world at the ways that different societies deal with this, and the ways that some societies do better and others do worse. I will say that one of the most important factors is a functioning healthcare system, right? People have access to healthcare, people have access to treatment, and that it's an equitable healthcare system. So it's not just that wealthy people can get to the doctor, but other people can't. So number one is I'm hoping that we can learn that lesson. I know that that's been in the air, questions of Medicare for all and other factors like that, whatever you want to call it. But I would say that this pandemic has highlighted the profound inequality of access to healthcare that really is a risk factor, just like the virus itself. So number one is that I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. I think we see the downside of not doing that, which is not only, of course, the very disparate rates of illness and death that we have right now in this country. Minoritized populations, low-income populations are dramatically more at risk. And so I just think that that is an unsustainable system, an unsustainable framework for our country. And so, first of all, I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. The second part that I think we've recognized, again, given the profoundly incommensurate rates of death in particularly African-American and Latinx populations, is that this illness is not just a medical illness. It's also a social illness. It's also a political illness, because the people who are at risk now, it's not like they're biologically at risk. It's not like there's some kind of genetic reason they're at risk. They're at risk because they live in an insecure housing situation or a very dense housing situation. They have jobs where they have to go out and put themselves at risk being in particular kinds of jobs. They live in neighborhoods that have infrastructure that has not been adequately taken care of. And so I think the other issue is we've got to fix these kind of social inequities in this country. And of course, that is horrific and deadly for people who live in low-income areas. As we're seeing here, the virus really preys on social infrastructure that has not been taken care of. And I think we need a dramatic national effort to address that infrastructure. But also, look at this virus, look at this pandemic. The virus keeps spreading until we put it out in everybody, right? And so it's also important for the country that we address these social inequities. So number two is to address the underlying social issues. And of course, we've seen that particularly in places like Brooklyn, where the people who were already at risk before the virus become more at risk afterwards. And number three, I think one great thing about New York is solidarity. And I think part of achieving the first 2 points is linked to point number three, which is, I think, the solidarity that this city has shown in many ways compared to other parts of the country has been remarkable in some ways. And I think that in a way, what can we do to encourage solidarity among people, between networks? And I'm hoping that will be one of the resonant points from this pandemic, because I think what we've realized is, believe it or not, and this is a wake-up call for a lot of people to show just how interconnected that we all are. We're all in the same networks, even though there, of course, are a lot of economic disparities that need to be addressed. But public transportation and food delivery networks, things people never thought about before. So I think what can we do to bolster solidarity would be I think another important factor. I think information going forward is going to need to be reconfigured. I just personally think, I'm somebody who studies race, and I feel like dismayed that the voices of medical authority, of public health authority, which have their own problematic histories of race and racism in this country. But at a time like this, there's such a hunger for just what's the right information, what's the right treatment, what's the right practice? Should I stand 6 feet away from somebody? Should I wear a mask? And I feel like those messages have been so easily co-opted by divisive messages. And so I think that in a way, fixing the kind of information infrastructure, creating ways that information is democratic, particularly health information, fixing the ways that the voices of communities can be heard, and that there can be kind of a more democratic way to get out trusted information, not just about health and illness, but also about the structural factors that I was talking about earlier. I guess, I guess just as a doctor, the last point I would say is that I think that there really needs to be a reckoning about race and racism in medicine. I think this two-tiered healthcare system that we have is a result of misplaced values in the healthcare system itself. And so really bringing to bear all the great anti-racist work that's been done by Ibram Kendi and other people, or people who critique what sociologists call kind of racial capitalism, really thinking very hard about what would it mean to have a truly racially equitable healthcare system, public health system. I think that would be an important move, for an important stance for medicine, just given, again, the disparate rates of death that have happened here, and really what those reflect about the society that we've created. I think, maybe that sounds pie in the sky, but I would say that I've been, believe it or not, we've been doing these webinars here from Brooklyn about what's called structural competency, this new way that we can bring medicine together with public health, with critical race studies. And we've had thousands of people show up, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers from across the world, really, because I think, medical workers are tired of this system as well. And so I do see that from this moment of pain, from this moment of despair, there really is a possibility for recreating change. I guess finally, I'll say that there are a lot of just practical matters, that would be involved in creating structural change that's more equitable. Think about, for example, telemedicine right now, this idea that we're going to be seeing our doctors over the internet. Well, everybody needs the internet in that case. Food distribution, some communities are really struggling to get food more than others. How can we fix the food networks, access to pharmaceuticals, things like that? So I would hope that what we come out of this is a much more resilient system, and one that doesn't leave us quite as vulnerable. And finally, just a note of thanks to everyone in my community here in Brooklyn, and in Brooklyn more broadly. Really, the power of feeling everyone kind of going through this together in different ways has been, I think, one of the more empowering aspects of this horrible pandemic.
A lot to digest there, Dr. Metzel, and we're going to mix it up. Some great questions came in during your presentation, but just in the spirit of moving things along, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question, as we're halfway through our time right now on the foreseeable future. So I want to ask, in that spirit of solidarity that you spoke about, do you think that this pandemic is the moment where this is going to be the before and after, where folks do come together? Short answer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We'll digest a little more later. Right now, we're going to something that is very foremost in a lot of people's minds right now, as we're a few weeks away from the first of the month, the future of work. Heather McGowan is one of the foremost experts on the future of work and where it is that we're going, and she prepared this presentation.
Hi, my name is Heather McGowan. I'm going to give you a quick overview of how I see the future of work. So how I see the future of work, I've really codified in this book that recently came out with my co-author Chris Shipley, called The Adaptation Advantage, which Thomas Friedman from the New York Times generously wrote the foreword.
So we're at home.
So we are having the greatest leaps in human longevity at the same time that we're having the greatest velocity of change, primarily driven by technology. So for example, if you were born back when the steam engine came out, life expectancy was 37. So you had 2.5 generations to absorb the impact of that paradigm shifting change. Fast forward to today, life expectancy closer to 90, 2, 3, 4, 5 different paradigm shifts within a single generation, depending on your age. We're not prepared for that. This velocity of technology-driven change is accelerating, whereas it's meeting this tension with human adaptation, which has long been linear and at a slower pace. Although a couple of months ago, something came into play, the coronavirus, which I think is actually an accelerant to our digital transformation, which is really human transformation. And if you zoom in on that, it's really only been 57 days since the World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic. And in that 57 days, And in fact, really in the first 2 weeks, we've made dramatic changes about how we work, where we work, who works, and what we do. The World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic on March 11th. So on March 10th, we've moved from as many people working from home as possible, which could be anywhere from 29% to 30% of our workforce. Work becomes dangerous for people for whom it wasn't dangerous before. Restaurant workers, healthcare workers, grocery store workers, and delivery drivers now put their life in their hands, bus drivers. Companies have rapidly pivoted what they do, product lines from alcohol and perfumes to hand sanitizer, from fashion to personal protective equipment, from cars to ventilators. We have reworked processes, remapped supply chains. Any parent out there, my God, you're now a full-time teacher. That is a tremendous amount of work. And leaders out there managing teams now have established trust and psychological safety for their teams to be successful working remotely. And visionary CEOs who are heads of companies that for one reason or another can't operate their business right now have said, wait a second, what are we good at and where's the need and how quickly can we pivot? That is a tremendous amount of adaptation in a very, very short period of time. And what we're coming out of is what I call the old promise, where education, career, and retire existed in discrete bands. Whether you went to university or not was the first third of your life, sufficient only to get you on the career ladder, collect a pension, and by design die a year later. Success measures here to be codify and transfer the right predetermined skills and existing knowledge in you to get you on that escalator. Now it looks more like this. Life expectancy may not be 90 yet, but it will be soon. Education becomes learning to imply there's no end state to that. Work becomes leverage of that learning to indicate that work and learning are a combined act. And longevity becomes a reality because we didn't plan for or save for, nor can we afford cognitively or financially a 30-year retirement. And it looks more like this. There's a relationship between our engagements, which could be all within a job, but they're tours of duty where we work on projects over periods of time that integrate learning and leveraging together, remain engaged. And our success measures there are, can we learn, adapt, and create new value continuously? Because I say in the past, we learned once in order to work. Now we work in order to continuously learn. In the past, our identity was bestowed upon us, externally validated, whether it was your trade union, your degree, your title, your company. Some of those things can be taken away from you, where there's more resilience and agility in a self-actualized, internally validated identity connected to your purpose. Because where we are today is we're standing on the edge of a raging river. We've been wandering down a path. It's been great for some, not great for others, but on the edge of the river, this lays bare our inequities as society. And we need to cross this river, but all we can see are the swirling eddies that we think might kill us. And what we fail to see is on the other side of the river, the grass may be greener, the paths may be better. Not only that, we've already started this process of crossing the river. We've flattened the curves. We have adapted rapidly, as I mentioned in the beginning, to different types of where we work and how we work and who works. And we're going to get to the other side where I think things might just be better. So that's how I see the future of work in about 5 minutes. And I look forward to having a discussion with you so we can expand on these topics and well as others. Again, my name's Heather McGowan, and that's my quick synopsis on the future of work. Thanks.
And Heather McGowan is with us right now. I'm going to also be very unfair to you and ask you a short question. Some economists have estimated that New York City is set to lose about 1.2 million jobs by the end of this month. Most of them what they classify as low-wage jobs in restaurants, retail, or transportation. How many of those jobs, of the 1.2 million, do you think are going to be lost to the old world versus post-COVID-19?
I have no way of knowing. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am encouraged by the fact that we're no longer calling those low-wage, low-skill jobs, and we're calling them frontline workers and essential workers. I think the virus may very well change our settlement patterns. It's certainly going to change what work looks like, and we need a massive reskilling and upskilling so more people can find meaningful work that aligns with their purpose.
asked and answered. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be talking to you shortly.
Sure.
Appreciate the emphasis on work in that shifting landscape. And now for our final presentation, here is Dr. Peter Bishop on the future of education.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you here in the BRIC TV town hall in our virtual environment. Not exactly town halls the way we used to have them, but we're learning as we go. My name is Peter Bishop and I'm a futurist. The title of this is The Foreseeable Future. And as a futurist, I have to tell you that we don't really do predictions about what's foreseeable. We do scenarios because we believe that the future, particularly the long-term future, and indeed the future we're dealing with right now, is highly uncertain. And therefore to say what will happen would be, we believe, incorrect. And therefore I'm going to talk a little bit about what could happen or what might happen. We've got two, we call these the dimensions of uncertainty, and I'll just focus on two because we have a short period of time. First of all, how big will this change be? Will we snap back to education as it was before, or will we actually transform education to a new normal, something that we have never seen before? That's one big question, and we don't know the answer to that. Is it possible to believe in a snapback given the size of this disruption? Well, it's happened before. The most recent one was the 2009 recession. We thought it was the biggest, and it was the biggest downturn in the economy since the Great Depression, almost 100 years ago. And yet things returned after a while, and it took some time, but things pretty much returned to normal. And in the last few years before the virus, we had a bigger economy almost than ever before. And so snapback is a definite scenario. It could go back to the way things used to be before. The opposite side, of course, is that this is a transformative event, that this event will change education and enter into a new era, an era that we've not seen before. We hope that may happen because there's a lot of things about the old education system that we didn't particularly like. There was a lot we did like, certainly familiar. We knew how to do it, but we're learning new things. And has that happened before? Well, of course. The biggest example, of course, is the internet, which comes along in the 1990s, does arrive slowly. It wasn't this sudden, but of course, it's a disruption in communication and almost everything we do in education, in life, and business, that has transformed everything. So could we have a transformation after this disruption? Absolutely. So the way we think of this as a futurist as a continuum, snap back to exactly what it was before? Probably not. Transform to the utopian future of what we all wish it were? Well, probably not that either. Somewhere in between is where the foreseeable future for education is, but we don't know where exactly that in between is. How much snap back, how much transformation. The other big question is whether we like what will occur and be permanently established if there is this new era. Obviously, it could be worse. In other words, we could have an education system that has downsides, in which students who have been out of school for so long, particularly students who need pretty much teacher contact, a lot of teacher contact, they may get behind in their studies and therefore not do as well. School districts which are dependent on state sales tax or property values may see a diminution in their funds, in their resources, and they will have to cut back a great deal as well. And finally, we have the fact that educators themselves might be basically so disrupted by this is that they snap back they basically recreate the old system. And that is not exactly what we're talking about. Could there be something better? Well, the better may actually be solving some of those conditions and those issues that we really didn't like much before. How disengaged, particularly high school and college undergraduates were in their studies. How much college students were paying for their college education. And the fact that teachers were still relying largely on textbooks, trying to get across content, information, which now is almost immediately accessible on their smartphones. So how do we summarize these? Well, talking about snapback and the downsides, we know that already. We don't really have to talk about it much. But I think there are two things that are going on today, more or less by requirement, that could change education. The first, of course, is a much greater use of technology. Fundamentally, the only way that teachers and students can interact these days is through technology, whether through Zoom or Google Docs or Google Spreadsheets or however they choose to do it. Now we have required, for at least the rest of this school year and maybe next, a mediated form of communication. That, I think, will force some teachers to reassess how they've used technology in the past. There may be some advantages to mediated communication that they didn't see before. I had a colleague who did her dissertation research on something she called the CAP gap. CAP, K-A-P, knowledge, attitude, performance. She did a survey of community college instructors and asked them how much they knew about information technology in the classroom. Oh, a lot. What did they think of it? Great deal, it's great. How much did they do? Not much at all. A lot of knowledge, a lot of attitude, not much performance. And now we have some more performance. So we could see more and better use of technology in education in the future. The other thing that's required students to do and teachers to allow to happen is more independent learning. Students can't be in touch with a teacher 50 minutes a day. Some are doing very well with that, being more creative, learning on their own, and some obviously not so good. The future, foreseeable future, is that maybe we realize that education is not so much like building a building where you have to do everything. You have to nail all the boards together, mix the concrete and lay it down, put up the walls and the roof, and everything has to be done. It's maybe more like growing a garden or even raising a child, where there is among young people and the rest of us an intrinsic capacity and a desire to learn. The teacher's job, therefore, is not to pour the material into the student's head, but to set up the conditions, like the garden. Once the conditions are set, then learning takes place and the flowers bloom. That would be both of those, I think, very interesting and basically beneficial uses in the future of education. These things are not going to happen by themselves, however. If we are to move in those directions, people who realize the benefits of a good and effective use of technology and giving students more freedom and more ability to create and to create their own learning are two outcomes of this future, preferred future, the semi-utopian future. Is it foreseeable? Well, of course it is, but so are some of the other scenarios. So keep talking about the scenarios, keep talking about stories, keep telling stories, both downsides and upside stories about what might occur. And I look forward to the discussion in the town hall following this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
So you won't have to wait very long. I'm going to invite each of our panelists to turn on their cameras right now, and let's engage as a community. There was some questions that were pouring in as each of you were, your presentations were being shown. And there was one that is so applicable because there's so many intersections between each of your respective fields and presentations that I wanted to pose to all of you. How can we reach across the, quote, bubbles of privilege to combat structural disparities? And we've seen those disparities come into play with the way we work and the shifting of the language to recognize those folks on the front lines of work. We've seen it come to play in education. We've certainly seen it come to play in terms of health disparities and the built environment. So do I have any takers for how we might be able to reach across that bubble of privilege to really make those changes for the world we want to see post-COVID?
Well, you know, one area we didn't talk about was the future of governance, you know, particularly when we're looking at the most massive collapse, you know, of competent leadership, you know, in managing a crisis that I've probably seen in my lifetime, you know, because of how the way in which our politics now has just degenerated the capacity for coordination, for coherence. And in its place, we get this chaos and helter-skelter and kind of people left randomly to the devices of the competence or incompetence of their local or state governance, right? And and I think it's a very difficult. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, regardless of what your political affiliation or what you think of the respective leadership, wherever you may be, from each of your perspectives, looking at the very near future and further out into that 100, 200 year era span, how much does leadership matter?
Well, governance matters, right? Because you're looking at situations where, with the stroke of a pen, the dispensation of human rights and of resources and of wealth redistribution can break down along these kind of toxic partisan lines. Like the people who are the least equipped, the least educated, the least capable of guiding a nation through this crisis are really the ones who have their hands on the wheel, you know? So, and I don't think we figured out a way to address that yet.
I'm thinking Heather and Cindy, looking at the way that we look at the environment right now, and you're talking about infrastructure projects that may take a generation to come to fruition, or these changes that have been accelerated by this virus. Does the person who's leading right now for this blip of time matter, looking at those long range things?
I think some of it is when that blip ends, which I hope is soon, like November, to be honest. But I think one of the things when it comes to work and more inclusion and more human potential is we've got to move education from being a weight to propellant. We have made education a for-profit business in this country, much like healthcare, to our detriment.
And Cindy, I know you are very concerned with the infrastructure and the built environment, and you said the culture changes before the buildings adapt to us.
So there's really a couple of levels. One is the system level. How do you make change initially? And that has to do with then leadership and getting people together to find the systems level changes that can be made. At the same time, during the conversation of figuring out what to do, that the conversation involves beliefs and values and where there's common ground, where things can be changed in multiple domains simultaneously. That's how you make a system change, is that instead of one big home run, it's a lot of different things on a lot of different levels. And the only way to do that, as you said, is through the leadership and what are the stories that are being told? What are the beliefs that are being impacted? What are the ways that people will change their minds through into a whole new paradigm, into a new shift? I think that you start with the leadership, and the leadership now has been, let's say, confusing at best. And that means that there has been this war almost among the various states and various leaders across domains. How does that instead be put into a cooperative spirit, a spirit of belief that we can find something better out of this? Because there was, in every other case, I can almost think of when we said we had an opportunity for transformational change. In recent years, we haven't been taking it. And that requires this vision, this urgency, which is already built in, and the leadership coming together.
So Dr. Bishop and Heather, this is sort of a double-headed question that came in from someone saying, if presumably this distance education and online and homeschooling is going to be our new normal for the foreseeable future, what kind of ways will work and society have to adapt for folks who have to make money and educating their children and homeschooling?
I think we might have to look at jobs having, flexibility in terms of hours. Like you may be working in the morning for your company, in the afternoon you might be teaching your kids. You might be working early evening for your company, but your company has to understand that your family comes first. And I think that we can get, if we don't have commuting hours, and if we focus on the things that really need to get done, we might be able to get them all in there. But I think back on your point before that about leadership, one of our biggest problems in this country has been a me-we problem. In September, October, you might not have cared if your Uber driver had health insurance or paid sick leave. But in May, you sure do, because their health is your health. And the more we can see the interconnectedness of each other, we might make better me-we decisions. We've got a leader right now who sees the world as a zero-sum game, and he's only winning if somebody else is losing. And that is faulty logic, and we need to get more people to understand that. Like talking about the infrastructure projects being a bunch of small little wins, they all begin with leadership and painting a picture of a world that doesn't exist yet, that has a place for all of us, where we is stronger than any of the individual me perspectives.
Yeah, Brian, the phrase that comes to mind is from John Gardner from the mid-20th century, who said, we are the people we've been waiting for. We really can't wait for some savior, some person to come in or leader to come in. Leaders are absolutely important, but so is everybody else. And what I think of right now is more about community. I don't think, Heather's right. I mean, our leadership, particularly in Washington, is all about ourselves, but that's also cultural. They were not elected by a bolt of lightning. It's that our society has become atomized into a sense of individuals. And that I hear people inching towards a little bit better sense of community. And I think mask wearing is an interesting signal of that culturally, Gregory, that I'm not wearing the mask for me, I'm wearing it for you. I'm signaling that I care about myself, but I also care about you. And if we could approach our schools, our cities, our infrastructure, our healthcare, more as a sense of we are in this together. We are not completely atomized, single, competitive individuals. And we have to simply not be charged, which none of us are, but start acting that way and start electing people and start participating where we can. And I think local politics and state politics is probably the place to start there.
You know,
And with the stories we have.
No.
Dr. Metzel.
Say again.
Well, I would just say that, I agree with everybody that the system we have now is unsustainable. I mean, yesterday, in Chicago, they tried to open a Ford automotive plant, and it was a big reopening, and it stayed open for one day, and then turned out they didn't protect the workers, and the plant had to close again. So the model of kind of thinking about this two-tiered health network and not protecting everyone adequately, it's just not sustainable. It's not going to work in this model. And so this idea of choosing between health and the economy is you need efficient public health for everyone in order to sustain the economy. And I think that the societies that figure that out are going to come out of this the best in the long run. I think the idea of just throwing people back out there as fodder is not going to work. And so I ultimately think, Trump, among all the failings, is promoting this idea that it's either the economy or health. And I think it's really that binary that is so false, and one that we have to reject, because if we don't start protecting everybody's public health, we're not going to have an economy really.
Can I also point out that our education system fosters binary thinking? It fosters right answers. It fosters here's the solution, the only solution, the right solution. Well, I wish we could educate students on uncertainty and trade-offs and gray areas, and where there are multiple answers and multiple solutions. Some may be better than others, but learn to distinguish those. That would be my utopia for education, is that we put the uncertainties we're feeling right now at the core of the education, and the skills necessary to deal with complexity and uncertainty at the core of education, much more than the facts that we're trying to pour into those students' heads.
Well, and that's really the heart of complexity.
Thank you, Cindy. I just wanted to let folks know that we are right up against the end of our broadcast hour. We charge you each with a Herculean task to leverage your thinking and expertise into what may happen in the foreseeable future. And we thank you for the time that you dedicated to this. I also want to let any of you watching know that we are going to be continuing these conversations on a one-to-one level with futurists, as well as community members who are actively working in the spaces that each of these people represent, from infrastructure to education and healthcare. So we're going to say goodnight for now, but we do thank you for tuning in, and we thank you for the time that you've spent with us. And we can't wait to be back in the room with you, meeting the way that we're used to, with all of the caution and all of the concern. So until that moment, continue to be engaged, continue to be in touch with us, and trust us to tell your stories, because we'll be here to share them. So thank you and good night, and we'll see you very soon. Bye now.
Take care. Bye.
Thanks, Ryan.
You're the nth of perfection of them all. You're the star when I gaze in your direction. Life is heavier. I can barely wait for that night when we'll share the same fate, and from then on, sweet angel, I will worship you my life long. For you, you can do no wrong. When we'll share the same fate, and from then on, sweet angel, I will worship you my life long. For you, you can do no wrong. You can do no wrong. It's painfully true. can do. No wrong. Yeah, you can do no wrong. You can do no wrong. You can do no wrong. You can do no wrong.
You're thinking about songs while you're running?
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
That doesn't help. Just blank and you're running.
Just running.
I think of the song, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I think of steps. So like what pace I'm gonna go. Like Yeah, that's 1, what I 2, do too. 1. So I'll go like, all I do is win, 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 I never work. I go on the beat,
yeah.
you get it? Is anyone listening to my technique?
Anyway, before my race, I said what I have to do. And then I say like I have to flip my trail leg over or I have to,
Well, that's because your race is 8 seconds.
Okay, I don't know what happened, but this guy came.
Well, Gene turned us up for some type of magazine.
Our first news reporter, they came to practice and he videotaped us and we got on the news and then other people just came.
Our coaches dropped us off every single day. When I'm a gymnast coach, I'll be so sad. I would be so sad to drop someone off at a shelter.
So, Sports Illustrated contacted you girls.
Sports Illustrated Sports Kids of the Year, Ty, Rain, and Brooke Shepard.
Rain competed at the Junior Olympics.
We first met Brooke, Rain, and Ty last March in a Brooklyn homeless shelter, and Tyler Perry offered to pay rent.
I was happy and like annoyed because like, oh my gosh, it was like so much attention and it was like so annoying.
Because I want to be famous and stuff, so it's already like a pre-famous, and then they'll see my real talents when I'm an adult.
She likes to sing opera. I don't know if she likes
It's not
to act.
opera.
Yes, it is.
Singing. Just because I'm a soprano doesn't mean I'm an opera singer.
No, you are opera.
Brooke, Miss Rapper. Shh.
I've always wanted to act. Well,
Do you hear that laugh, Rain?
Mom, did you laugh at me?
Yes,
yes, she did.
We're here in Brooklyn at Pratt Institute, and these are the Colgate Games. Yeah, Ty, Rain, and Brooke, I could see, if not all of them, at least 2 of them going to the Olympics. They love these games. So this is like the end of the indoor season for them. So they really give it their all.
When their babysitter took them to Pratt, enrolled them in the Colgate Women's Games. And just 3 months later, we were given an eviction notice. So track to us, it makes us feel as if we fit in.
So once they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. And she's gonna run faster.
She is?
Yeah. Billy Lily, when they ring the bell, it's gonna be her last lap. Go Rainy! Go Rainy! That was it. So when she comes, she won.
My mom and my coaches motivate me. They do a lot of things so that me, Ty, and Brooke can run very, very fast.
My goal is to get to college and to the Olympics.
I mean, there's never a good time to be homeless, but this was the perfect time because it occupied their minds. It meant our survival. It meant a future for them. We always had something to look forward to. We never gave up hope.
The opportunities. See, if I keep on running, not only is it fun, but I know that I'll get accepted into high schools, like people in colleges, people will look at that. If I know if I just do well and put in the hard work, like they say, you're gonna get what you give, and I'm gonna get something fun.
Keep going. Don't let anybody get in your way. Don't let nobody judge you. Stay who you want to be. Don't change yourself for somebody else and except your mom for their likings. Keep trying and stay at school. Follow your goals and remember, what was it? A goal is just a wish if you don't work for it.
I would say staying school kids. That's supposed to be my line, okay? And also, if you're in this situation or something, or you're feeling emotional, just don't take it out on other people because they're only trying to help you. And don't live in your misery because you don't get anything from misery. You have to always look forward and try to make your future better and brighter and not sad. And don't pity yourself because people will just think you're selfish or something.
And never lose hope because hope is a place of happiness.
That was a line for Disney.
Training, when I was in the shelter, was like torture. I go back to the shelter and I get so mad and I was upset. And then the next day I was so happy to go to school. Then I was even happier to go to practice, and it kept going like that and like that. And it was just miserable.
Don't back off, Kayla. Alani, no gaps.
Good. Please run through the line. Stop stomping on the line, Layla.
Come on.
People were like, walking that third lane, what?
Well, we need some earrings. We beautiful. Me and you. Okay. Don't let nobody say nothing different. Missy, I should have called you. She needs some product for her hair. She's been crying and crying, but I gotta teach her how to run the first quarter. Relax.
Up and down with your arms, Nyjah. Up and down. So she use her arms, she moves up.
Yeah, why waste those?
Up and down with your arms, thank you.
So wait, put it in front sometime. Put it in the front and tell if they pass it, they stop it, and she can stay in the front.
Bye. So I wanted to, the Colgate Finals is this weekend. Where's Cheryl? I thought she was gonna give out. Anybody who is not running in the finals, if you don't have a ticket, speak to Coach Cheryl tomorrow because she can give you tickets.
Okay. When you get tired of crying, then you accept what needs to be accepted. You hear me? You can't cry forever. You understand? Be grateful for what you do have. You have 2 hands,
You have 2 legs. You got a brain. All right? And it's all right to feel like, well, maybe my classmates just laugh or whatever. Laugh, clown, because all you're going to want to know me. You understand? Okay. Get up. Stop feeling sorry for Rain, because there's nothing to feel sorry about. Feel sorry for the people Saturday in your race.
All right, we're ready for the mid-school 55 meters hurdles. Lane 7, Alexis Sapnis, Media, Pennsylvania. In lane 6, Ajane Thompson, Rahway, New Jersey. Lane 4, Peyton Rollins, Medford, Maine. In lane 3, Ty Shepard, Brooklyn, New York. Points are so close because Ty finished second in front of Talia in 3 of 4 preliminaries. This is the mid-school 55 meters.
A bad start, but I said in the middle, I actually did what I was supposed to do and flipped my trail leg. If I had gotten a better start, I would have probably won or came second or something.
Mid-school 1500 on the track.
Winning shows the people that train me and the people that care about me, I'm not just doing this for fun. I'm actually like working towards a goal. When I win these big things, it's like, yeah, I'm looking at what's next. What's gonna happen next? Like, so I guess there's always got to be a challenge in front of me, and then I'll work to it, and then I need another challenge. I really, really want my name in history, and it's gonna happen.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am.
So where the tears are all going?
Yes.
They turn into a smile? You're good. You did so good. Well, we got to work hard now.
Yes.
So we got to go on.
So we can run 4:35. Oh, 4:30.
I felt like they had some, not only did they have a place in this world, but they literally had a place right here in Brooklyn.
Running is like a sanctuary for me. I guess I just love it. I don't know.
I don't know who argues more, Rain, them two, or us two. You two argue a lot. Oh. And we don't. They argue so much.
Point blank, they're annoying, and
Point blank, she's bossy. You doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah, I do know what you're doing. I'm bossy because you don't listen. I wouldn't be so bossy if
No,
you just
you're bossy
listen.
either way. Because if we listen, you'll be like, okay, no, do that. Oh, no, do that. No, do that. No,
Oh, that's only during
You
cleaning.
know what I hate when you're like, do this, and then what we're about to do, you like, do that. And then
too. No, I do that.
You do that like 5 times, and then we're finally like, no, I'm doing this, and then you're like, no, do what I say. Exactly.
No, I don't. No. I say I know exactly what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in the kitchen.
I went from the kitchen to the bathroom to the room to the hallway to the living room.
That was Rain's
today,
problem.
Ty.
No.
Today.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin, and we'll see what we can find. My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see 1 whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales. Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul
approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being. So that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
Both sides, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty
I'm your host, Mehdi Barakshian, and thanks to all 7 of you who know what BRIC TV is and are watching now. Special shout out to Homeland Security because we all know you're definitely watching, and boy, are we impressed you managed to find the most obscure channel in the history of television. Anyway, the 5 of you tuning in are probably saying, what the hell is this show about? Well, it's about being brown. And I have a lot of experience being all kinds of brown because I look ethnically ambiguous. And for the folks at home who don't know what that is, Becky, it means there are a lot of different ways you can hate me. Conversely, it also means that my attractiveness level varies depending on where I am in the world. So let's say I'm back in Iran. Spoiler alert, I'm Iranian, and no, you are not in danger. There, I'm like an 8. That means young women's parents line up around the block to ask for my hand in marriage. But in Greece, I'm like a 4. And that means I have literally 0 reasons to ever go to Greece. And I used to look definitively Middle Eastern, but then I plucked my unibrow to create 2 separate and distinct eyebrows. And that ½ inch was the difference between looking like Osama bin Laden or Pablo Escobar. And I think if I had the choice, I'd rather be the guy who made a mansion out of his prison cell than the guy caught living in a hole. Yeah, I'd rather be Latino, because being Latino is pretty cool. Yeah, and there's really nothing cool about being Middle Eastern. Latinos, they have tacos and tequila. They have salsa, merengue, bachata. They even have the most interesting man in the world. Take a look at other minorities. Black people got Beyonce. No woos for Beyonce. Asians have Tokyo Drift. Lots of woos for Tokyo Drift. What do Middle Eastern people have? And I swear to God, if you say shawarma, I will totally agree with you because it's very delicious. I just want people to think it's cool to be Middle Eastern. My dream, the day when a bunch of white kids in Central PA get together and be like, yo, Habibi, let's get some falafel. Yo, it's hard out here for a Shah. Until that point, honestly, it's kind of scary to be Middle Eastern. It's a dangerous time for us. One of my biggest fears is to pull up to a red light, look to my left, see a Ford F-150, South Carolina plates, and Confederate flag shellacked across the back window. Because I know what's not in that car. Puppies. Immigrant rights. No, in that car is David Duke's abusive Uncle Earl, which you know has to be worse. And his best friend Bill, who's still making up for 9/11. And they're going to look at me, and they'll be like, well, I don't know what the hell that is. I want to hate him, but I don't know how to hate him. So they'll pull out the manual, and I imagine this comes standard on every pickup truck sold in the States. Know Your Hate, a comprehensive guide to discrimination. Forward by Paula Deen, obviously. They'll start flipping through and be like, well, you know, he's got 2 separate and distinct eyebrows, but he's too tall to be a Mexican. And he's got the afro, but he's too short to be one of the blacks. Finally, they'll look to me and say, hey, and I'll have no choice but to turn to them and say, scusi. And then Earl will look at Bill and say, knew he was a Mexican. You guys, we have a great show for you tonight. And for the 4 of you watching from home, stick around because we'll be right back after a quick message from our sponsors.
Are your kids over 20 and still unmarried with no prospects? Are you worried they might live with you forever, never give you grandkids, or worse, marry a white person? Don't let yourself be the talk of the village. With Muslim Swipe, you too can find suitable mates for your kids right at your fingertips.
Thanks to Muslim Swipe, Fatima and I have been married for 4 days and have known each other for 2.
My parents listed my age, degree, and a list of Persian meals I know how to cook. They don't know I use Seamless.
My parents lied about my salary, and then they swiped right on Fatima's parents.
We have a lot in common.
So much in common.
Both our dads are named Mohammed. All of our parents lived under the same dictatorship in Iran.
In Iran. Yeah, and Fatima is fertile and has a degree in biomedical engineering. Wow, really?
Yeah, but my mom says I'll never use it, so.
Unlike all of the other apps, Tinder, Grindr, OkCupid, OkStupid, Bumble, Jumble, Fumble, we are the only halal mating app for parents and their kids.
Our parents are planning for us to have 4 kids, so we have no choice but to accept.
And I'm quitting my dream of comedy so I can work with Fatima's father at his taxi medallion and used jewelry stand in the Queen Center Mall.
Business is actually going very well.
It's not possible.
For a certain crowd, yeah.
Oh my God, no.
Betty, who are all of these people?
This is my wife, Fatima.
Your wife, Fatima. That's really interesting because I'm his fiance. What is going on?
My parents downloaded Muslim Swipe?
Muslim Swipe. Make the right choice, not the white choice.
Get out. Get out. That's a cut. That's a cut on this. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You know what we have in common?
What?
I was asking.
Are you like an early bird or a night owl?
I'm like a night owl.
Oh, okay, I wake up every morning at 5. Naturally, my body wakes up, so.
We also both really enjoy...
I love watching movies.
And TV shows.
Yes, I love TV.
We both like to have kids.
Maybe.
There's so much.
We kind of look related. I'm sorry I said that.
Welcome back, folks. We're going to keep it rolling with a segment we call...
White Court. This is White Court, where white people will be tried, I know it's hard to believe, for behavior that is either a minor misunderstanding or flat out xenophobic. Was it racist? Maddie and the jury, audience, will decide. This is White Court. Let's meet our first defendant, George C.
George C. was walking down the street when he noticed a Thier walking past him. The defendant moved slightly towards the other side of the street. We believe the defendant was acting racist.
Will the defendant make their case?
I thought I was just being safe.
Your assumption of impending danger is a presumption of aggression based on one's skin color. That sounds pretty racist to me. Audience, we find him... Guilty! Guilty! Your punishment, high-fiving every brown person you see walking down the street. But be careful, because some people are actually dangerous. Next!
Our next defendant is Marissa S.
Marissa S. struggled with pronouncing Middle Eastern names, though she claims to be an ally.
Amethyst, K. Atun, Malachi, Roxana, Sam?
That sounds racist.
And what does the defendant have to say for herself?
Well, wouldn't it be more racist if I overcompensated and pronounced everything like Amethyst, Katayun, Malachi, Roxana?
Yeah, okay, no, you're right.
Sam.
You're right. You're right. Audience?
Not guilty.
Not guilty! But here's a book to read because you gotta stay educated or whatever. Next!
Our next defendant is Sue.
Your Honor, I would like to enter into evidence Exhibit A. This is a transcript of dialogue that the defendant had with a Latina coworker.
Thank you for the Exhibit A evidence. Let's see. Welcome to my team. You are a part of this family. That doesn't sound so bad.
No, that's right. I was just being welcoming.
All right, well, let's see if the glove fits. Could you please go ahead and just read that off?
Welcome to my team. You are part of this family.
Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty racist when you talk to someone like they're an idiot. Verdict? Guilty! Your punishment? Watching Seinfeld in Spanish without subtitles.
That's a thing?
Repetía, ¿por qué, George? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué quieres, mamá? Está ahí. ¿Glamour?
No.
And our last defendant said the N-word to a black coworker, and I just...
Wow, you know what? I don't think we even have to hear this one out. Let's poll the audience. What do we think? Guilty! Guilty!
You're just gonna convict a man without a proper trial?
Okay, I didn't know you were... This is white court, this is court, and that's my bad, right? Do you know what I'm saying? And I did not know.
This is White Court.
All right, this feels like a good time to maybe shift gears. What do you guys think? Let's try something a little lighter. Here at Passport Control, we get a lot of letters, and every show, I like to take a moment to read a letter from one of our young fans. This one is from 9-year-old Dylan. It's a really sweet segment. Dear Mehdi, my name is Dylan, but everyone calls me Pickles because I love pickles. I think you're very funny. I think everyone on your show is funny. I bet they treat you all like celebrities in New York. I like you so much, and you always look so happy. Someday, I hope I can visit New York. I love going to the airport. It's so much fun. Not for everyone. How old are you? How big is your apartment? Are big cities scary? Well, depends on who you are, Pickles. I don't know why people don't like brown people. You seem nice. Can we be friends? I'd love to come to your studio. Seems like such a warm and friendly place. My picture is here. Oh, let's take a look at Pickles. Oh, he's so cute. What a cute kid. What a sweetheart. Maybe someday I can help on the show. I think we could all help each other out. Your forever fan, Pickles. Thank you, Pickles, so much. I love segments like that one. Really reminds you of like how much beauty there is in the world, you know? I'd like to move right along. Let's introduce Passport Control's first ever special guest. If you know anything about the comedy scene in New York City, you know him. He's one of the nicest and most talented performers you'll ever meet. You've probably seen his work on Amazing Spider-Man 2, How to Be Single, Broad City, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. Damn, man, save some work for the rest of us. He's also one of the hosts of the wildly popular podcast, Black Men Can't Jump. Please welcome to our studio, Jonathan Braylock. How you doing, man? You missed some fun stuff. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why do you get so many gigs and I don't?
Huh. Interesting.
I just read off a list of credits. It took like 45 seconds.
Listen, I see you on commercials all the time.
Oh, stop it. Don't name them because we don't have sponsors yet.
Literally, those are all my gigs.
Great, that's fair enough. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question. What is your ethnic background?
So I am black and white.
Wow, so that's a very specific experience that you have.
Yeah,
is it not?
Yeah. No, it is. It's like one. I don't know if I can say this word, but mulatto. That's the word that people.
And that's a bad word.
You know, I didn't know that when I was a kid, so it sounded cool to me. I was like, mulatto. Yeah.
I'll take that.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It sounds like a nice, like, hot Starbucks beverage or something.
Yeah, like a grande. I don't even want to say it. I'm uncomfortable, John.
I mean, it's definitely not in vogue, but it's also, it's not, I rarely heard it, you know what I mean, growing up. So by the time that I did hear it, I was like, I'm supposed to be offended? That's okay.
What do you usually get? Like, what do people usually assume you are?
I mean, it depends where I am, to be honest. So, like, usually in, like, white neighborhoods, people think I'm black. But if I'm in, like, a Hispanic neighborhood, then people think I'm, you know, Spanish or Dominican or something. I remember I used to work at this restaurant, and for the first week, everyone there thought that I was fresh off the boat.
Did you not speak at all?
Yeah,
or?
I was like kind of shy, so I wasn't like speaking a lot, and they were like, "Oh, he like literally doesn't know English." And so people would only speak to me in Spanish, and then I would silently smile and nod.
Just playing along.
Which just continued the
which hasn't helped at all.
Yeah, like I always felt. I guess like that's the thing. The tragic mulatto is a literary figure, and the idea is that they don't know where they belong because, you know, you're not fully accepted in the black community, and you're also definitely not accepted in the white community.
Yeah.
So identity is like a weird thing, and that's why it actually is like definitely a through line in my comedy. And
Well, what's the perception that African Americans have about who you are because you are mixed race?
Well, it's a weird thing, right? Because the history of it is people who are light-skinned. I mean, you know, it depends. I mean, a number of ways that could have happened, but like probably because the slave got raped and then they had child, and then that child was like the master's like illegitimate, you know, offspring.
Yeah.
So the other slaves don't like you because you're getting like a little bit of, you know, whatever, just, I don't know, you get to be in the house.
Better treatment of some kind?
Yeah.
You can even compare that? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But also, white people hate you because you're still black, you know?
But how does that translate to today? Like, how does that translate to like here and now in terms of how you're treated in an African American community as opposed to in a white community?
You know, every now and then I'll get like, maybe like a joking comment. I mean, we are in a very liberal area, but like, oh, well, I mean, you're light skinned, so you don't really understand what we're going through, you know.
Because what? Because someone who's darker skin is gonna be treated differently across the board, regardless if it's part of the African American community or outside.
And yeah, absolutely, and that is true. Like, so it's like it's a real thing, but it's also one of those things that it makes this divide that is only there because of whiteness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't exist if whiteness wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
So it's like and that's why I brought up the slave kind of history of it, because it's a real thing. It's like that person got better treatment, so it makes sense that there was resentment. But at the same time, it's like that person also they couldn't control their own fate.
It almost disenfranchises your negatively impactful experience, like the bad things you've gone through. It almost takes away from the fact that you experienced those things because they're like, well, you know, you're not like a real black guy.
Right, right. And I would get that. Like, I grew up in a white suburb in Jersey.
Where in Jersey?
Rutherford.
Rutherford.
Yeah.
How is that different from East Rutherford? Can you explain?
We're better. No, I don't know.
Are they next to each other? I don't even know.
They are. They're right next to each other.
Okay.
And
So
everyone
like by
knows
Route 3, 495.
Yeah, the Meadowlands. So when I was growing up in the suburb, like people would always say, because I was one of the only black kids. I was the only black kid in my class. You know, and then high school there were like a couple more, but people would always say like, "Oh, John, you're not black." Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't like rap music. So like I would be called an Oreo, and it's like, well, yeah, I grew up in a town that all you guys listen to is ska. So well, what did you want me to like?
Sounds like a bit of an identity crisis for someone who is biracial.
Yeah.
Like understanding like who you are. I can't imagine that's fun as a teenager to figure out like where you land in your social circles and how you're perceived.
Yeah, it's weird too because you don't really, you know, when you're growing up, normal is whatever you're living.
Yeah.
You know, so it's only through more experiences as you go older, and then like more education, and then realizing, oh wow, like other people were feeling this way. You know, when I went to NYU, and
shout out NYU.
You
Send
know,
us free NYU stuff.
Yeah. The most popular NYU merchandise is they have a T-shirt that says NYU football because there is no football team.
That's so funny.
It's so NYU.
It's very NYU. That's fair, yeah.
It's just like, we're ironic.
Yeah.
But like when I got there, it was the first time I really had black friends. And so I was like, oh man, and there was this whole like immersion, and I did an Africana Studies minor, I should say, and I was like immersed into black culture in a way that I wasn't able to do when I was younger.
Talk to me about entertainment. You do a lot of acting, you do a lot of performing. What's it like for a person of color in the entertainment world today?
You know, things are, I don't know. I mean, things are getting better.
Good
for
and
sure.
bad. Good and bad,
it's good
right?
and bad, absolutely.
But is it getting better?
I think it is. I mean, you know, it's weird. It's kind of like diversity is hot right now. Which
so hot.
Yeah, it's so hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People love it.
Yeah. I mean, it's
the first
great.
thing someone says, like, I just shot this like TV show. Really diverse.
Really diverse.
You love it.
Yeah, it like scores you a lot of points. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
But the goal would be just for diversity to just exist and then it not be a thing. You know. So the podcast,
yeah, not to have to point to it, not to have to say it.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of shows I watch where it's like, look at how diverse we were, and I'm like, calm down.
Yeah.
You don't need to say it.
It's weird because
just do it. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's weird because we already we already went through that phase in America. You know what I mean? Like everybody knows the token, person of color that was in all of your TV shows. Like, all right, and there's the Black Ranger, and there's our Yellow
also
Ranger.
the one black improviser on each team.
Yeah.
One black sketch person.
Right.
One black guy in the movie.
And it's like, cool, we did the tokenism, so now people realize, okay, we need to get not just black, or other, ethnicities on screen, but we need to get them behind the camera. We need to get them in the, studio executive positions and all of that stuff. So things are getting better, but like we can't let up. You know what I mean? Because once we do, then it'll just
got to keep the foot on the gas.
Yeah, you got it.
Last question for you. In a sentence, what do we need to fix the world?
Oh, that's easy.
Take your time.
No, what do we need to fix the world?
What's a little dose of medicine? What's something we can prescribe?
I'm going to be cliche and say love is the answer. We need to care about other people the way that we care about ourselves. And other people extends to more than just, different races and ethnicities and religions. It also extends to people like you who don't like you. You know what I mean?
People.
It extends to all people. For me, I am Christian. I grew up Christian, and the love your enemies as yourself is something that Jesus said, and I really try to ascribe to that because violence for me is like very clearly not the answer, right? Like it just begets more violence. We get into this whole cycle. It's like, all right, who started what first? And this idea of like, that's the thing that's going to fix things doesn't make any sense. So I've noticed in my own life when there are people who hate you or like are racist to you or sexist to you, homophobic, all those things, obviously defending yourself is something you need to do, protecting your, body and your livelihood, but also showing love and compassion to people who don't have it. Yeah. Like I think it really like kind of shocks them into like, what am I doing? You know what I mean?
Well, there's the answer, guys.
There's
Love
the answer.
is the answer. Thank you, Mr. Braylock. I appreciate it. Please check out his wildly popular podcast on iTunes, Black Man Can't Jump in Hollywood. Also, check out his sketch team, Astronomy Club, has a short-form series on Comedy Central's digital platforms this fall. Ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Braylock. We'll be right back after this important message. Thanks so much.
Are you Arab, Muslim, or just a very hairy Italian? Have you been harassed at airports because of the way you look? In this tutorial, we will give you a step-by-step guide on how to avoid these common pitfalls of airport security. Step 1. Make sure you trim your beard right before you leave for the airport. Step 2. Remove all liquids over 4 ounces from your carry-on. Step 3. Dress the part. Step 4. Take an unsuspecting book to read while casually waiting in the security line. Step 5. Travel with a privileged white girl. Step 6. Go to the courthouse, change your name. And finally, step 7. Cut off all ties to your brown friends and family. Congratulations! Now you're an American.
Welcome back, guys. Before we go, I want to talk about something I really identify with. Mexicans. Because Mexicans and Iranians have legit been on blast for no good reason since an orange toilet seat became our commander-in-chief. I'm talking about the wall that we're going to end up paying for. I'm talking about the ban we're still fighting. Point is, I definitely feel a sense of solidarity with my Mexican brothers and sisters. Look, we all know what he's said about Mexicans, but Becky, if you're there, here's a recap. He's publishing a list of crimes made by immigrants. He's saying they're taking advantage of the system. He says he's going to kick them out. But all this talk about all these Mexicans begs the question, when's the last time you heard a white man refer to Mexicans and actually mean people from Mexico? Because usually, when I hear someone say Mexican, all they really mean is, oh, you're from somewhere, probably Mexico, I don't know, I don't care, cut my grass, but don't take my job. Oh my God, I love Chipotle. This plan to keep Mexicans out is an attack on all of us because, shocker, we've all been mistaken for Mexican. Hell, none of our female writers can wear hoop earrings without having an identity crisis. Even our one Spanish writer, not Mexican. Doesn't matter. You know, if you check the driver's licenses of any of our male writers, you'd think to yourself, pretty Mexican. It gets to this question. That's the B. It gets to this question. What are you? Because that's the question Trump wants to ask at airports. Arizona sheriffs want to ask citizens, and what your best friend's uncle is dying to ask you at parties. What are you? The thing is, they don't care about the answer. They'd rather hear you just say Mexican and think, now, what the hell are you doing here? Well, I'm here enjoying this barbecue and dating your lovely white niece. But this question, what are you, is really difficult. What are you? What are we? Personally, I will say to you with all seriousness, I am brown. Look, that might be how a cartoon bear would answer that question, but I'm serious. So what is brownness? Brownness is constantly being asked where you're from, but no one ever really caring what that answer is. Brownness is being the only black kid in your school for years, then meeting your first teacher of color, but when you ask her what she is, apologetically, she says, Indian, and you say, close enough! And then it's a few more years before you get your next teacher of any kind of color, and though she tells you that she just has curly hair, you secretly hope that her mother was lying to her father. What is brownness? It's when a kid in Queens tells another kid he's Indian, and the other kid says, yo, I'm from Trinidad, brother, and a deep cultural bond is formed that can never be broken. Brownness is being told you're not really culturally from this country. Then you go back to your parents' country and realize nobody thinks you're culturally from there either. And your cultural references are from whenever your parents were kids. So it's like walking into a party and going, how about that Hall and Oates? That's hip now, right? To which one of your cousins will say, what, where are you from? And that's the question you'll get on either side of the ocean. Where you're from or where you're told to go back to. Because you're brown, like a cartoon bear. You could say, I'm Filipino or Guyanese or Libyan or Mexican. But you're both those countries and this one. You are a walking identity crisis every day, at least to them. Because we felt fine until you asked. So what are we? What am I? I'm someone who's part of an infinite universe of different cultures and peoples and cheap plane tickets to the US and calling cards and Skype accounts and that weird lunch you brought from home that you can't share with your white friends because to them rice is spicy. Rice is not spicy. Rice is a complex carbohydrate and water. It's also white, the one thing you're really okay with. So what are we? Frankly, we're a third of this country and growing daily. And to America's white, soon-to-be minority, you only have two choices. You can laugh with us, or you can fear us. Thanks so much for tuning in to Passport Control, guys. We hope that all two of you watching enjoyed the show. Until next time, just try. Special shout out to Homeland Security because we all know you're definitely watching, and boy, are we impressed. You managed to find the most obscure.
Oh, that's right, Maddie. We're watching your jihadist ass. This special little comedy brown boy show. And I'm gonna be all over you, big guy. Okay? You've met your match. You've met your match. Okay, it's Match.com, except it's me and you, toe to toe. You're gonna lose.
A New Jersey trooper is facing charges after trying to ask out the woman he had pulled over. Well, a traffic stop where the trooper is the one who gets shot down. This is The Breakdown with Medi Barakian. That's it. Easy, right? I was so nervous about that joke. Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Betty Barachian. And for those of you, oh my God, already. It's over, guys. And for those of you who don't know how to say my name, here's the phonetic pronunciation.
Mehdi Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay, you didn't get that? That's okay. Here's the spelling. Or you can just call me by what my waxing lady calls me, a challenge. With the midterm elections right around the corner, we've already seen historic milestones. The first openly transgender elected official, the first Sikh mayor, the first oil billionaire getting fired on the toilet. In 2018, there are over 500 women running for office, and among them, a historic 31 Native American women, with 4 running for Congress. And get this, yeah, give it up. Yeah, get this, there has never been a Native American congresswoman. We've had more Native American women on The Bachelor than we've had in Congress. You know, when liberals hear a Native American woman is running for Congress, they imagine someone who wants to protect the earth, look after indigenous people, and sing beautiful songs about the color of the wind. But is it racist to think that Native Americans would be pro-environment? Yes, it is racist. This is Sharon Klosh-Chichilich, and for those who didn't hear me,
Sharon Klitschikiliage.
Sharon C. is the co-chairwoman of Trump's Native American Coalition, with a heavy emphasis on the coal. She is running in New Mexico's House on a platform she calls Fighting the Environmentalists. So yes, she wants to keep the color of the wind a deep, deep, chewy gray. And of course her name is Sharon. Sharons are the kind of people who wear Talbots and have 80s poof and only attend parties to get the scoop on all your cousins so she can blackmail them later. P.S. She's divorced. And yes, it was her fault. Look, her identity as a Sharon aside, we want Native Americans to run for office whether we like them or not. Just like white people, there are awful Native Americans too. That's right. But you know what? More power to them. For minorities to achieve real equality in this country, they should have the right to be as awful as white people, right? So why not let Sharon ruin the environment? It was their land in the first place. Look, I promise we know what we're talking about. All of my writers have one Native American friend.
Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, maybe not that one. You know, here at The Breakdown, we really want to be a place where marginalized voices are given a spotlight. Which is why I got so upset reading about something worse than discrimination. Reverse discrimination? White men were recently surveyed because, of course, we need to get their opinion on everything. Those with STEM jobs said their race put them at a disadvantage. Yeah, you always hear about how Prestons need to change their name to Muhammad Abdul Rahman so they can get an interview. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what STEM jobs encompass, it includes tech, math, chemistry, biology, you know, classes where if you're copying someone's homework, I doubt it's Chadley, the lacrosse players. More likely, you're copying from the homework of someone who looks like this, or this, or this. Now, these are just some of the Asian executives in Silicon Valley that you have never heard of. Because just like in school, white guys are still copying off their homework and putting a white face on minority labor. Yeah, Zuck. You think Steve Jobs ever assembled an iPhone? I'm pretty sure by the time he did, his job description was write inspirational quotes, make kids work in factories. White guys think their race and gender make it hard for them to get hired. Makes sense. You know, every day you read about how their top talent can't hold down a job. Oh. For a lot of us, white anger is not a news story. White guys complain always about being voiceless. They invented 24-hour news coverage to always remind us how voiceless they are. But white dudes, for those of you who feel this way, I've been there. Getting rejected for a job sucks. And I can't tell you how many auditions I've lost for the role of terrorist number 2. Finally, I'd like to talk about something close to every comedian's heart, The Simpsons. Yep. You're going to change your mind in a second. A show that has lasted for 6 presidents and hopefully at least 1 more impeachment. Specifically, though, I want to talk about Apu. You all know Apu. Quickie Mart, thick Indian accent, voiced by this guy. What could go wrong with a white guy speaking for brown people, right? Now, before you blow up my Twitter, I love The Simpsons. But just like anything you love, it's okay to criticize it. Unless it's Israel. Moving on. Put it away. After a lot of criticism, The Simpsons finally addressed their depiction of the character Apu. Except, did they? Marge and Lisa read an old children's book filled with racist caricatures, resulting in Lisa saying, something that started decades ago and was applauded and inoffensive is now politically incorrect. What can you do? Or at least I assumed that she did, because I don't know if anyone's watched The Simpsons since 2003. Burn. The Simpsons writers were responding to a documentary titled The Problem with Apu, created by Brooklyn comedian Hari Kondabolu, to which he responded, in order to make it clear they weren't going to change Apu in any way, The Simpsons changed Lisa. That's some serious spite. Here's the point the Simpsons writers don't get. Maybe don't have a room full of white guys making Indian jokes. What if you found out that all the sketches on Key and Peele were written by the Duplass brothers? Listen, look. We like the Duplass brothers too, all right? Jeff, who lives at home, was charming. Look, we get it. You've been on TV for 30 years, and things were different in 1989. Here are some things that were okay back then that aren't okay now. Jinko jeans. Chinese tattoos. Whole milk. And what about Roseanne? Yeah, I guess some things stay the same. Listen, we're not trying to be the PC police and take away The Simpsons from you. All we're asking for is a little acknowledgement and more diversity in the writer's room. Tell me that this is the only guy who can do an Indian accent. Here's a hint, maybe find someone who's Indian. So, in the words of Bumblebee Man on The Simpsons, ay, 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 no es bueno. We have a great show for you. Tonight on the show are 2 incredibly talented comics, Iman El Husseini, who you've seen at the and Jess Solomon, recently named, that's right, named a stand-up NBC finalist. We also caught up with host Ahmed Ali Akbar of the popular podcast See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. Before we get into all that, let's check in with our resident halal cart correspondent on the street, Athir.